Lord. Father, we pray as we do the business of the county and go through these budgets, Lord, that you give us wisdom, Lord, that you give us discernment. Father, we just pray all this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Okay, just for the record, we are, I've just called the meeting to order, and we have, Mr. Isbell has provided us with the invitation. I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. I see no one in attendance, so I do not think we have anybody to speak in recognition of the public. I have no report today. Yesterday, we worked a little bit ahead, worked through, I believe, debt service, most of highway. We have a bit left of highway to do, and a couple other small items today. Just a bit of a refresher. We'll get through the rest of our hearings, and then we'll work through as much of a workshop as we can. If we need to call it, I actually anticipate we will probably need one more session just before the end, if we need to.
Oh, I'll tell you why.
Okay, well,
Can
then he'll
we
tell
set
us
an
why.
end date?
Well, at least, it sounds like we may need 2 sessions. So other than that, I don't know that I have anything left to report. Mr.
Can we have an end date today, a time?
Stop time.
Oh, yeah, if we want to do that, let's see here. So, we did 5 yesterday. I would like, I could go to 5:30 or 6, but if we.
I need to leave at 4:30. You all are more than welcome
Well, then,
to
all right,
stay
let's just do,
longer.
let's do
Let's do
5.
4:30.
4:30.
Okay.
Question.
I'm getting overridden here.
Question's productivity after 8 hours, how much you
Yeah,
guys
that's
feel
all
like
right.
doing.
How
That's-
valid our
that's
decision
fair.
is.
How tired?
Well, I
you
mean,
gonna be?
EMA should be done by 3, so that gives us.
All right.
2
I
hours.
move
we set a hard stop at
so,
4:30.
Without
Second.
objection, all right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, I'm getting overridden here, Mr. Hyde. I try to work, but.
I think we work too. I think we all, I think y'all work
Oh,
also.
yeah, you can go to your report.
Okay, the reason I say 2 is you've gotta think if you do not finish today, there's 2 things. We've got our private act, which is very not clear.
Which
as far
private
as
act?
The 12,
Okay.
okay? There's an argument between the 12 and the 81, and I'm not ringing in on that, but
Not
let's just
anymore.
say your safest move is to be, under the general law, it says after your first time, if a department head wants a hearing, after we notify them, 10 days later, they're to get a hearing. The 81 says that. The 12 is completely silent, but the general law kind of alludes back that you gotta do certain other things, so your safest move is after you get your budgets tied down, 10 business days later, sometime after that, after the departments are notified, have another hearing.
Well, we have done that historically.
We
in the
have,
past Anyway.
to be safe,
Yeah.
yes. So that's why I'm saying, that's why I say if you don't get done today, we probably need to have another meeting and then do
I
your
see.
10 days. And then if they, and then there was some emailing back and forth about the 12 and 81 about, on commission night, let's be clear, on commission night, under general law, the 81 and the 12 Act, the departments and any citizen has a right to speak about the budget, including give an additional presentation if they're unhappy. We have done that every year and advertised in the paper, so that's always happened. There was somebody recommending we do that, but just to say we've always done that. And that's the end of that, unless you want to go into any reports, we can go and go to finance.
Well, what I was thinking is that maybe, we can go ahead and set a date, if we know we need to do it anyway. So, let's see here, we don't have EMS or anybody, so yeah, let's go ahead and try to set a date. Do you guys have, any availability next week?
Seven's on the meeting, 16. On Wednesday.
The following week I'm gone, so next week would probably be fine with me.
Wednesday's on the committee at 6, so that's gonna,
That's, well, but,
and then Mondays you got all your meetings.
well, do we need, yeah, so Monday is out, so it sounds like it's Tuesday, Thursday, or Friday.
What week are
I'll
we
say
talking
Friday.
about?
Next week.
Next week, okay.
Week of the 5th,
I will not be here that.
that week.
And I will not be here all of next week, the next week.
The
Yeah,
next week.
so it sounds like next week, because you and
Because
David both.
we have 2 out,
Yeah,
so we may
that's
just
fine.
have to miss you, Dylan. Not trying to.
Friday the 9th.
You're out Friday the 9th?
No, I mean, that would work better for me.
I have an event I need to be at on the afternoon of the 9th. but I can do the day of the 9th through about.
Actually, I take that back. I'm not available the morning of the night that it falls on my
Let's,
bad.
what do we wanna do, the 8th? Shoot up for Thursday?
8th is great.
What time would you want?
I'm not gonna be able to do it, just from a work standpoint, back to back like this, so, I mean, you all are more than welcome to.
Well, so that's 2
Yeah.
out, so then we have 2 out again.
And I have an appointment on that Thursday morning, but I can be here after that.
Well, so we can't, 1,
I'm free every day.
I'm
except
good for the
Monday.
8th, but not for the 9th.
2.
I
So
have
let's,
to sell
let's,
graves on the 9th.
so we will, do we have at
What
least
day is
4 on the
the
8th and
CFO?
then you, and then,
Hmm?
What day
you'll
is
be
it?
here.
I can be
June
here,
5th.
it'll be
So-
about 9 before I get.
Well, let's just do the 8th at 9 instead of 8 o'clock.
9 a.m.
What would be on that agenda, what would be
Because
the,
we're gonna be, I mean,
Here.
we're still gonna be
Cutting.
dialing in the
Workshop.
The workshop.
Final workshop.
man, you guys are slow. We should be able to get it done by 4:30.
We're gonna try.
You may.
I mean, we're gonna try, but I mean, we don't wanna.
I mean, you gotta just cut.
Well, we're gonna cut.
Yeah, okay.
We're gonna
All right.
cut, but, you know.
Sounds like Jerry brought his red pen today.
I mean-
He's ready to go.
Like, you gotta take the emotion out of it.
He ain't gonna be
You
here
gotta-
next week.
You gotta get a number and
Let's
get a
give
number.
Jerry the pointer.
You know.
I'm
Anyway,
all for it.
All right, I
I'll
won't
make
be
a
here the 8th,
motion,
but
Jerry gets the pointer.
to your point, as long as there's 4 of you all here the 8th.
No, I want you here if you're cutting.
I'm
9
already.
o'clock, 9 o'clock on the 8th, that's what we'll set the next one. All right.
No, what time on, 9 on?
Well, if we're gonna go, then let's do this. If we don't have anybody here to present,
You may go finance and county commission, because I've got those two.
well, I also, let's do this. I also spoke with Sheriff Craddock yesterday and.
I don't know that we're finished discussing.
For the.
Nothing, go ahead.
No, so, look, we can do that, or we can try to do a little bit of workshop right now.
It's whichever way.
Because I spoke with Sheriff Craddock yesterday, and, you know, I've got an immediate, some cuts I think that we can make that he's amenable to, that we can at least get started. I'm not saying we end there, but at least we start there.
So
let's go to
today
Sheriff's
at
Department.
4:45, we make a date for the next meeting. We'll see how far we get.
But we'll come back to it.
Meeting
Come back to it.
We'll come back to it.
Salary or non-salary?
Well, everybody can go and I'll set the date.
Salary.
That's
We're gonna get cut.
goal.
Okay.
All right, so,
What page?
it's, sheriff's salary, I don't know, whatever.
Gonna be page A.
25.
25.
Okay, so,
And can I ask something before we get to the sheriff's salary? The sheriff's office has great needs this time. But I also noticed, I love animal control, y'all know I do, but
Not at all.
1.1 million, I'm right there, 1.1 million for animal control. And last numbers I saw for the year before, we only had 700 animals. 1.1 million.
I say we go back to what we did from last year plus COLA for animal control.
I'm wondering if we shouldn't put out that, if it's okay for me to discuss this, I'm wondering if we shouldn't drop that RFP to see about privatizing it and then move those deputies in to
I don't-
cover some of this.
I can speak about that for 5 seconds if you want to, because this is.
Go ahead.
When we listened to Rutherford County, one thing was made clear. Rutherford County does not do things for like abused animals. They don't do the warrants, they don't go in. So what happens is, you've got the department and you've got a deputy going with them. So if we bid it out, you're gonna have these folks and the deputies, are they're still gonna be
You're
going.
double paying
You're
people.
double Yes. paying
That's what
people.
Eric
Alright.
actually
So then
said.
just
Probably
cut
this-
back.
Let's just go to what we did last year plus COLA.
Probably
for
cut
animal
back
control.
and keep it
Cut
where
back
it's at.
and not this,
How
because
mu-
I was
how
like,
much-
I think you were
1.1
there too,
million.
weren't you?
Let's
Like
just,
How much is that cut?
About that.
300-some thousand dollars.
it cuts like 700,000 right now.
Oh.
Well, let's just cut those positions right there.
Because he asked for 3 extra positions.
there.
And then there's some additional raises in there too, if you wanna get rid of those.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, they
Let's
released- yeah, delete that.
let's take a talk about the step in sheriff's office.
Hold on.
When we did this analysis, I know that Sheriff Craddock said that David and I were in on creating steps. We never created steps. Can you talk to that?
Let me tell you how it works. You take it and we took it and spreaded it all the way to the length. Patrols, if I recall correctly, had 2% between years, and then you had 1.5%, I believe, for jail because we started higher. So if you start thinking about that, if you move the whole scale 3% and they're on the right spot, they should all move together. The other one was they created one for administrative. We never did that because none of the rest of the administrative has.
Let's do.
So we
okay.
never created that.
Well,
So
no,
we
I
said we
get it.
did, and I did not create steps.
Go ahead.
Well, there was.
That was
step down
actually,
there.
my question is, he said yesterday it was standard in law enforcement to do COLA plus step. I've never heard of that, not saying it's wrong, it just seems odd to me that we're giving one department
Yeah.
step and none of the other ones.
Exactly.
And what does that, I don't know, not only what does that signal to all the other employees, but also what gate are we opening for that?
It could conceivably be a policy problem later.
Labor,
Let's think about it this way, if you do the 2 and the 3, it equals 5. You may, if he wants to do steps that are equivalent to 2, move the flat CPI down and come up with the same dollars, maybe let him have, in other words, he's gonna have, at the end of the day, based on the dollars you give him, what he exactly
Yeah,
does.
he's gonna be, he can.
So that may be a decision
He
for him,
can
lower
move stuff,
CPI.
you're gonna give him a pot of money, it's almost in a way like school, he's a constitutional officer.
so
Cool.
he can
You're gonna
move the
give him-
COLA
he
around,
can-
but not the extra money.
We just need to tell them, cut 8 million out.
Yeah,
I mean, we're
well,
done.
so I kind of sorted, so I kind of.
There you're mean.
So, hey, listen, I more or less kind of did that yesterday. I said,
Okay.
look, we need to start removing, and I gave him a roundabout number, and so I want to at least start with what he came back with, and if we need to go with more, if y'all are amenable to it, because he gave me a, hey, all right.
Okay.
So,
So, we
Sounds
can,
good.
just, before we do any more, can I just remove what I know he's good with?
Yes.
And then we'll go from there.
That's
and then
fair.
And then I'll get you.
That's fair.
Okay, so animal control, let's remove that.
What about the step on it?
Cut,
Yeah, that's
just,
what
he didn't say
Matt
anything
don't
about
want
steps,
to.
so I'm not saying we're gonna leave it forever, let's
Okay.
just, for now, let's leave it
Okay,
alone.
okay.
Cut 5 departments,
Their own
or
thing.
cut 5 deputies. So cut 5 deputies.
Because he was asking for
Those new-
13.
The new,
Five
cut 5 of those.
deputies.
That's
Okay.
deputies and cars.
And cars, yes,
Yes.
but we're worried about salaries now.
True, true.
Okay,
let's
I
don't
know nothing about a
forget,
TCI agreement.
okay, so do you wanna say three, how many of these?
5 of those.
Five.
Okay, 5 of those.
how many did
And
we
the
add
deputies.
last year?
I don't remember, but can we just,
That
I
don't
just
matter.
wanna start here. And then, we
And
can
you'll
come
just
back
say-
to it, because this is gonna give us, whittle down a couple $1 million.
Yeah.
But I hate that, let's spend all our money, let's give what needs to be
And
given.
then, okay,
This
Court- a
is
court
the
lieu-
sheriff's
A court
decision.
lieutenant.
That's down.
actually, I probably should have done that from the bottom, hang on.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
It won't matter. It's
Won't
fine.
matter,
Just put it
okay.
back, you're fine with it. It won't hurt anything, let's hide
Okay.
it, delete it.
And then what now?
A court lieutenant?
It's right there.
Yeah, there's 100,000 right there.
Well,
Plus
it's more than
Benny's.
that.
Yeah.
Mhm, probably
Yeah,
200.
Yeah, it's very much about 40.
Does that take off the health insurance too?
Yes.
Automatically?
Yeah, when she removes that FT.
The corrections admin sergeant. And then,
That's it right there, ain't it?
This is where he was gonna move,
Yeah.
That's the mechanic, and that's a
yeah, I
different.
don't think that's it.
That's where he's creating a new mechanic, or whatever, and removing one from jail. It's about
So,
3,000 difference.
uh,
Well, let's see if we can find that. Sorry.
Corrections lieutenant,
No, it'll be one
Right there.
There
Right
it
yeah,
is.
the corrections admin, that guy.
that's,
Cut that.
okay.
All right, so start there and then remove the equivalent, so remove 5 cars. And then if,
So I need to go over to capital,
how much, we may have to come
We'll
back.
go back that summer, we'll go to his front page and show you how much he's still increasing.
All right. Should be about what, 1.2?
Yeah, well, just getting rid of those 5 officers was $500,000 right there.
Well, we've got EMS here now, but at least I just wanna see how we're doing.
We'll go to the general fund summary and see how much he's.
do you want me to even remove the cars right now?
Yes.
Go ahead and remove the cars, yes.
I'll have to calculate, cause he's, I got
Well,
how
there's
much they
79,000
are.
each, so I think there were 70.
I think that's what it was. so let me look.
I think it's on the note there if you would.
It is,
Too close to
It's,
it.
it's
Just
under-
keep
Public
moving.
safety.
Moving. I'm gonna keep scooting until I bump into you.
Well, we can look at his, but what I really wanna see is the total, like how much off of that.
79.
Well, let's take this off
So that'd be
first.
minus 79 times 5. then,
Yeah.
shouldn't it?
About 400,000.
Well, it looks like that's already up there, minus 79, minus, did you do that yesterday?
That's weird.
I might have done it yesterday, I don't know. No, I didn't,
No.
cause they didn't make
Did
that.
it multiply?
No, it just can't.
Why is that already there?
Let's look and see what his original request
What's that
is.
note say, 26
Why
It's
plus?
Lots
almost
of
like
things
everybody knew
happen.
what they were doing,
What's his
isn't
patrol
it?
cars
Well,
at
look at his
79,000
Isn't that
each
crazy?
plus
Look at
30.
his request
13
and see
something.
what it says on it.
I mean, I just got that from him today.
Oh, cause it's probably
I'll show
patrol
you the
cars
text.
plus
Crazy.
other
I'll
vehicles,
show you the
like.
text.
Jessica is the one in on this.
I don't know. That's
She's in control. It
I
says
wonder.
Jessica Allen.
What's 20? Oh, it's the 13.
I don't know.
Hang on.
Well, let's see what the math is.
Yeah, I wanna see.
It will say what he originally requested, we'll know.
It's 39 times 79.
Mhm.
3.081.
So he requested 2,054,000.
Right here, this patrol car, new positions is 79 each, and then he's
million
done that much on top of it, so the 1,027,000 is just for the new positions.
Let me add it.
Well, it's for 13, yeah, 13.
Right, yeah.
The line item should originally been
Yeah,
3.081.
3.0.
So now, you know what this means? We have another million to find because
No,
Jessica
that's
had
under-
it in there
that's
wrong.
under- That's under capital.
No,
So,
that's,
oh, good.
that's under capital, that's a totally different.
2054.
So what's the spreadsheet have?
Well, that's what, let me add this together. 1027.
3.09.
123, okay. So it should have started out as 3,081,000, that's what he said yesterday. And then let's minus those off.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
and
it's
then if
already
we
out there.
minus those off, then it should be
Okay, and then, well, how much are those each? Did it say
79,000.
79 times 5. Yes.
Yeah, that's already got them out.
I think so.
I think you're
I think it's
correct.
right now.
I was gonna verify that if you need me to. It's 395,000 out of there. So if we do 395.
That's about right.
Should be 2,666,000.
That's
It is,
what's in
okay.
there.
So yes, I verified
That's
this correct.
strange,
All right.
okay.
That is so
So-
strange.
All
We
right,
did
now
it
let's see
yesterday
what-
when we were talking, I wonder.
I don't know. Maybe
No, we
we
just
can,
got the email.
I just got that today.
Can we still just color that like a yellow to know that it's?
yeah, but I don't know why it's not colored yet. Okay.
So let's go to,
The main summary?
go to the main summary, let's see how much we've knocked off that.
No, you're on the wrong one, the general fund summary.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, okay.
So now we're at,
Go to the right, go see what says difference. Not a lot, you're
we're
still,
at 8, what we're at.
and we were thinking you probably could leave a million in there, she really probably about 7.7.
7.3.
Let's go see what his total request is and let him see how much he's asked for in total. Get jail and patrols and just pull a little sunlight on them, because they're right beside each other. His total request, no, I'm sorry, his total, on the difference, is just, well, that's how much additional, there you go. He's asking for 4.7 still.
All right,
So
well,
that's more-
we're gonna have to come back to it, but we've got EMS here. I just don't know, we got people here, let's do
Okay.
this.
EMS is on page 69 and A29, and you also need to look on page 102 for their capital later, just a reminder.
69.
A29 in your appendix. And we'll have it up on the screen for you too.
What was the first page?
Page 69.
What do you wanna look at first?
Probably his salary is probably the biggest, and then his non-salary.
H20.
Yes, and I think this is the same discussion about the step skills too.
This is 829 after 830.
What was yours?
They were mixed up yesterday.
Okay.
I'll kind of work through it just like it is on the spreadsheets there. So the salary increase is what I have on there first. What we've included is a step pay increase for our field staff. It does not include any command staff or any administrative personnel. We'll not mess with any compression at the top. This is huge for our retention. Other agencies in the mid-state have received significant raises, and we need to stay in the market. Some other changes that you notice, we have 5 AEMTs graduating paramedic school next month. We'll have to take those out of the AEMT line and put them into the paramedic line, which will be an increase. There are an additional 8 EMTs enrolled in paramedic school that will graduate later in the fiscal year, and we have budgeted towards the end of the budget to compensate them as paramedics rather than AEMTs. New request, 6 additional paramedic positions and 3 additional AEMT positions in the ALS division. 6 of those personnel are to maintain adequate response levels due to growth in the county by adding an additional ALS unit. 3 personnel will be utilized to decrease unplanned overtime by covering their PTO. So that's all the salaries. You guys have any questions on that before we move forward anymore?
Are you taking the 3% increase
He took the 3 and a step.
straight across the board?
Yes.
He took a 3 and a step, David.
You know what, I was gonna ask, that's what I was gonna ask. I've never heard this term step before.
Some agencies have steps that are basically, like if you go from a high to a low, they may be 2% a year, 1.5% or something like that.
What's the basis of it? I don't even
So
understand.
when I look at it, and I look at Davidson County, and I have recently, a step would be like, if we're talking about moving levels of a paramedic, then we would budget 10 in this step range, and we would budget 4 in this step range. And then if somebody got promoted, you'd know exactly how much they were getting.
It's
In
little
mid-year.
it's little
These aren't
sub-promotions.
promotions.
No,
Is it based on-
These are based on tenure.
It's for
only.
tenure is what it is. So that a new paramedic isn't making the same as
It's
a 25
longevity, we have longevity.
Yeah.
So it's based on tenure.
Yes.
But we have longevity also.
Yeah,
But this is not that, right?
This is not longevity.
So the longevity's
This
also
is
in
so that
it, somewhere else
we
in that
hire a paramedic
longevity.
this year, a paramedic that's been with us 5 years is not making the same amount.
So we do have longevity, so
Yeah,
what
we
is
have
it?
longevity.
So what are we double tapping on there then? What's the difference between longevity and step increase? I'm genuinely asking.
Longevity is like fixed across the county. It starts with $200 the first year, 75 for so many years, then it goes to 150 and tops out 2,100. It's just a flat amount,
So,
no good overtime or
so
anything.
we're gonna have to have this is basically Mr. Lambert's question earlier, right? I mean, like, if we've got a metric that is applied across the county for longevity, then like, and some are getting steps, and so I'm not arguing that they do or don't deserve it, I'm just saying that like, there's in the different, constitutional officers can do what they want within their, but if you start setting it as the county, that, it does seem, anyway,
I'm not
that's
sure
our
you
own
can-
discussion.
I'm not sure you can even legally set them, to be honest, in constitutional officers, no. Once you give them a line,
Yeah.
they got a salary agreement or salary suit, they got that line, they
They
see
do
for
what
more or
they want.
less, they're gonna do, well, they gotta have a salary agreement or salary suit, some of them, but still the same thing, you're not gonna be able to, I don't think, set a
All right.
salary.
Mr. Harrison.
Oh, sorry, I got, no, you're good. I got a question for Mr. Walling. When we're seeing these proposals for additional personnel, and I think I'm answering my own question, but in the group, life insurance, health insurance, all of those are going up significantly. Is that based on the request for additional personnel as well?
There's two things, you've got 5% increase, this base, because
Right.
the other's because we include in on the cost for these new personnel. If you're a large department, we usually include them at else employee plus one or single, and like the jail, there's no include single, but that is most of your increases in some of those departments.
So just in theory, and I'm not saying that's what we're doing or not doing, I'm just saying in theory, just doing the math. If we did not hire additional personnel, that number would go down as well.
Yes, sir. That's what happened in the sheriff's department just now.
Got it.
We removed the 5 deputies and all their benefits because they're all in there.
Got it. Thank you.
And one thing I want y'all to know, because we sat down and we spent so much days and days on this, is that our TCRS, a lot of us and the public don't understand how we pay that. We pay the county share and we pay the employee share. So when this goes up, how much do we, tell us the percentage.
It went from 11.69 to 12.22, so it's a small increase, but I would say if the stock market doesn't improve, you're probably gonna see a good hit next year. Several years back, just to be completely transparent, the rate went down and the county kept it up that year and kept it up the next year to get rid of, you could, TCRS, you can have a deficit and they spread it over the average life of the employee. It's one of the best funded systems. So at one point, we completely wiped out the deficit, so your rate is lower. So it's gonna keep going up over time, because we did get down that way. But, they do investments and various things, and when investments or interest doesn't perform well, it's gonna affect your rate. So right now, we do have a concern next year you may get hit again, or.
But we pay, so they get that too, for every new employee.
Sure.
But there's more.
Because there's 3 versions. There's basically where all the contribution comes from the county like we've got, one where the employees put in 5% or there's a hybrid. And if you change it, then it doesn't hit existing employees, but it hits future employees, and that's been a discussion. But as mentioned by some of the larger departments, that's one thing they use when they're hiring people to kind of get people and retain them.
Sure.
And it helps on retention because you've been here 5 years to keep the TCRS, so it does help with retention some.
What kind of figure do you use to calculate employee benefits?
We don't, it's based on actual, so you've got 765 for Social Security and Medicare, then you've got the 12.22 on their gross salary for the retirement, and then it's per thousand, very small for your life, but the other two are based on their choice, like if you do health, you get 80% of single family, so it can vary greatly there. And then you've got single family and employee plus one of interest, that varies greatly, so it's not a fixed percentage, but it would be probably, and you know, the higher the salary, the insurance goes down, but what's the salary? 12, 22, 20, we're probably looking anywhere from, if somebody takes no benefits, 20%, which are low unpaid employees, it could be 60, with a family, 60, 70%. It could be high. So you gotta think, if you have a very low end paid employee and they take family coverage.
20 is really low.
Well, that'd be about the lowest they take any health or dental, because you got 12.22 plus 765, and so that puts you around the 20 if they weren't taking, because we have a few employees that don't take health or dental, so they would be the very low ones. So it varies greatly.
Many years ago,
But the high is
we used to
high.
calculate it 27% at the Board of Education. I'm sure that's changed greatly now. But, so you don't estimate that way, you
No.
just,
By actual. Because
Okay.
the most accurate, and it takes us a lot of extra work, but actual's better. What the county did prior to 2009, they had one big bucket of benefits, and it was basically just, for the best word, a wag, and we all know what that means. So it had millions of extra dollars. So 2009, when we were desperate for money, and I came in, and I'd always done payroll by position, we did payroll by position that year, and those benefits went down like $1 million. So it's the most accurate this way, but still, because people change coverage and people, it still has some variance.
I don't know
Here it is.
where these are important, but I do want to let Mr. Moss.
Yeah, I'll just hit on some of the things you guys have talked about. So the step increase is less than $200,000 before benefits. And this, like I said, once again, this helps with our retention and helps us stay comparable to other agencies similar to us in the mid-state. Moving on through the operating costs, I'm just gonna hit the ones where we've had increases. Data processing services, we added some funds there to implement a mobile protocol app. What this will do is improve access to our protocols, put it on a digital platform for our paramedics. Helps with drug calculations and protocols, leading to better patient experience. Maintenance and repair vehicles increase is required due to unavailability of new ambulances and us operating an aged fleet. Unfortunately, we're still dealing with a backlog after COVID of getting ambulances. We have 7 on order, and we're not even expected to receive them until next calendar year, any of them. So really, we're going to be ordering for end of 2028. But we've had to increase our maintenance and repair lines to cover ambulances that are pushing 300,000 miles from now.
So next year, is that like we'll get them in January or July or we don't know?
They continue to get pushed out. We expected them this month, and now there is not a delivery date.
So just so everybody's aware, we took the ARPA money and we bought 2 years worth of ambulances ahead of time. And that's what he's waiting on.
So
We
we're-
invested ARPA.
Yeah.
to the
We've invested, it's just the supply chain is not allowing them to arrive to us.
Is 300,000 miles from the end of life?
200,000 miles should be.
For us.
Yes, yes. So, I mean, we're just forced to continue operating them right now until we figure this out. All right. Tuition increase, like I told you guys earlier, we have several people in school. Luckily, we were able to, everybody that's going to Ball State this year started 6 paramedics. We were able to get a rural health care grant, and 100% of their tuition is being paid, at no cost to the county or to the student. So that was great. We do have others that are in school that aren't attending Ball State. We do have a tuition reimbursement program where we will pay them back upon their completion with a 3-year contract. So we have so many in there, I've increased that line. equipment, machinery, and parts. This is a line item adjustment, actually remove medical funds from drugs and medical supplies, put it into machinery, equipment. It's due to our striker equipment repair, which is our COTS and power load systems. So I was just lining that back up where it needed to be. Tires, lubricants, vehicle parts, all do get increased costs of these types of products, and again, our aging fleet. I see an increase in the liability insurance. That's going up according to our vendor due to the market increase and an increase in patient contacts as we get busier. The liability increases, and they're adjusting for that.
What is that liability insurance there compared to like, we bid countywide liability insurance and we bid buildings that for like medical malpractice?
Specifically medical malpractice.
For just medical malpractice. And that's something we don't generally self-insure.
No.
I know that was gonna be a question. I don't think that's something we wanna look at self-insurance.
And that's a major.
No, but does it come through the insurance board?
No, but they may wanna look at it, but my thing is I don't think you would wanna self-insure for medical
No.
malpractice.
How do we bid it?
48 to 72.
I don't know when it was bid
It's-
last
so
year,
it's
remember,
low.
John? Is it a 3-year bid or?
It's not bid.
We don't bid it at all? Can we bid, we need to bid
Probably
that.
bid that,
We
yeah.
certainly can. There are very few vendors, but we can bid that.
There was some other problems with bidding
Well, no.
insurance that we weren't doing, so Mr. Long can make sure and get that taken care of.
Okay, moving
Does
on.
it cost money to bid? If it does, we can quit bidding. We need to, the mayor said it costs too much to bid, Mr. Long.
What now, I'm sorry.
The mayor says it costs too much money to bid stuff. How much does it cost?
They just have to run in the paper and work up the numbers, was it?
I don't
I'm
know.
not sure. There's just a time lag right now. I don't think we want to do it if there's not a time. When does it expire?
We normally pay this before the end of the fiscal year,
So I would say if we're gonna do it, even though
72,000?
technically, kind of when I talk to the comptroller's office, they aren't really, because a lot of people's using brokers like him, we bid him. I would recommend this year, we didn't bid it, but if you want to bid it next year, because right now we've only got this 60-day window, and it's gonna create some uncertainty.
We can take this and talk about it in
About next
insurance.
year, just leave it alone for this year is what I would recommend. But you'd have to run it in the paper and work up the RFP with John and get all the information.
Okay. We've increased our refund item, line item, and that's just due to an increase in the call volume that we have. Oftentimes, patients will pay before their insurance is approved, and once the insurance does approve, they don't pay the patient directly back. It has to funnel right back through our revenue cycle, through our vendor, and then to us, and then we refund
Then
the
you
patient.
turn around and, okay.
So it's money that we've received, we just have to give it back and budget accordingly. I think that covers the operating lines. Any questions on any of those? We've covered them. The medical examiner budget was next on the agenda. We had no changes in the medical examiner budget. So no questions on that. Move on to capital.
And the trainings will flow through from a fee, and if we do change it, it gets all paid for through a medical examiner.
Right, we receive a fee from the state every time that we conduct a death investigation. We use those funds for training as needed.
So if it goes up, it's moved, just goes through.
Capital projects, and normally we would ask for 3 ALS ambulances and possibly a BLS ambulance. Like I said, we do have those 7 on order, and we ordered several with the ARPA funds, so we reduced that request down to 2 for this year. And again, those are looking at 2028 and beyond receiving those. So,
Can you, because we spoke about this, can you talk about the pipeline for getting these and why you kind of have to keep them constantly?
the pipeline, so, we operate 14 ALS ambulances a year. Their lifespan is gonna be about 5 years. We're putting 30,000 miles plus a year on each ambulance. So in 5 years, they're gonna have 150,000 miles on them. They go into reserve for a few years, and they're over the 200,000 mile. So that's how we have to keep that rotation going, to keep them under the 3.
So basically, if you don't have, each tranche is about 2 to 3.
Right.
If you don't have those on order, 2 to 3 are gonna hit between 150 and 200,000 miles every year.
Mhm.
And if you don't have them on order and you skip a year, you skip a whole year, because there's a 3-year delay.
At least, yes.
Is that end of life based on a state or federal mandate, or is it just what you experienced is when they wear out?
Well, all of the above. The state requires us 200,000 mile to start performing more inspections. They highly recommend us not operating them as a frontline ambulance. after 200,000 miles. And we actually have county policies as well that limit the number of miles that can be on an ambulance that's used for 911 use.
Plus, if they fail inspections, you gotta have them re-inspected, you pay for that and all the repair costs. And then the other question is, there's not as reliable, so if you have an emergency call.
Yeah, the big thing
That's
is,
the
I
other
mean,
thing.
you know, they have to be reliable. You know, you got a patient, sick patient that needs you to get there or needs you to get them to the hospital.
Don't pick me up in a 400,000 mile.
Yeah.
So if it's
We
got
can't be
high
sitting on the
mileage,
side of the road.
you gotta think, David, you've got all these spread out stations, so if this ambulance goes out, it's gonna have to pull for another one, but if this was that.
I questioned the same thing last week, because I was like, I mean, look, I just, we sat down and talked, and I said, dude, you just got a bunch of these, why didn't he explain it? And I was like,
I mean, you got cars
It's
that
kind of like,
make
it's
it
kind of the same
100.
conversation I had with Mr. Craddock, I was just like, I mean, it is what it is.
John got a bunch ordered through ARPA, but the problem is it's taking so long to get them. By the time we get the ARPA ones, if we don't order these now, there's gonna be
There's still-
a 3-year gap before we can get them again. So we're really ordering them for 2.
So how
cycles
many are you
ahead.
ordering?
We're requesting 2 this year.
2? How many miles do you go a year total? Because I'm not sure you're ordering enough in the pipeline. I mean, I usually want to cut back, but I'm not sure
We did a
you're.
bunch
Like I
of
said, we
ARPA.
normally order 3, and then I backed that off to 2 because we did order all of them with the ARPA funds.
Because with our population growth, I'm not sure we're projecting enough.
Well, so it's about
So I don't want to cut that and then, you know.
30,000 miles per ambulance per year.
So how many ambulances?
14.
14.
15 after this year.
How
So
many did the
15 doing
ARPA?
30.
How many did you buy with ARPA?
6.
5, well, yes, 5 ALS and 1 BLS truck, so one small
So,
one.
Ms. Boyd,
So
there is gonna be a conversation that we're gonna have to
So we're
have.
replacing half the fleet, over half the fleet.
Sorry.
What's it, go ahead.
So 5 or what, 6, 5 plus 2, that's 7. So you're replacing half the fleet with this
We are,
1-year
but
budget?
much of our fleet right now is beyond its life.
Yeah, I'm
Is there any
not,
way you could show us that in a timeline, like when they're dropping in and when you use them?
I can try to get something back out to the committee.
I mean, so we can make sure we don't
I mean, I think
drop
that's
off.
probably something he,
That's
health
something we
emergency
should-
service, it's more of an operational thing.
Well, he said they're
No,
past
just
their
to make
life,
sure.
but to be fair to him, make sure you understand, he usually don't have them past his life right now. We've had this big issue of getting ambulances in, so you've got ones we've ordered that would have already been in a long time ago. So he's got
They're
ambulances
backed
above
up.
his 200,000 because we can't get them here right now.
Yeah, and with the tariffs, I'm just worried he's not ordering
Well,
enough. I don't want him to come.
Here's, look, this, I mean,
We can go back.
and I realize that you and I have spoken a couple times that not everybody has, but we're gonna have I think a broader discussion that I frankly think is gonna be difficult to do this year, but I do think at some point we need to talk about it. You mentioned, with population growth, I know, I don't wanna steal your thunder, but you have
2%.
You have a request here for an expanded.
What they estimates do.
ALS unit.
for a new unit.
2.01 a year.
So, maybe that's at some point, it doesn't make sense to get more ambulances if you don't have a crew to operate them. So you're kinda at 14 to 15. If you wanna do more than that, you're gonna need a new crew.
If we don't at least buy 2 ambulances this fiscal year, in 2029, 2030, we're gonna be in a mess.
Oh, I'm thinking about more, not
Yes.
less.
But that may be a good time to, and I know we're jumping all over the place to tie into the reason for your ask for some of these, for some of the personnel and then your capital ask. I think all that works together.
And they're 800 apiece.
Cutting
400 apiece.
Oh, 400.
Yes.
You do know that we're growing at over 2% a year now.
Oh, 'cause you get
So
two.
we go from 1.5
Are they domestically made, John?
You guys are.
I'm sorry?
Are they domestically made?
The most recent ones that we've purchased are made in the USA, yes, and there are some vendors in Canada as well, so when we bid that out, it depends on where that falls.
replacing half the fleet.
Okay.
One.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
go ahead.
All right,
Makes sense.
beyond the ambulances, 2 cardiac monitors, those, again, just, they age out. Our monitors, some of them are pushing 10 years old right now. We need to replace those. 2 command vehicles, this is something that's been cut from the budget the last 2 years. This will be replacing 2 of our field commanders' vehicles with over 100,000 miles on them. These are ones that are in the field responding to calls every day. Stretchers and power loads, standard ask as we normally do is we rotate those in and out, replacing 2 of each just due to age and use. The biggest ask, request or need out of this capital budget will be an ambulance on the west side of the county, a station We did not put funding into any salaries for this year, so don't expect it to be completed, and that'll be for the next fiscal year. 3.5 million, as you know, we've talked about before, we have a huge gap in service on that west side. We either have an ambulance at Highway 76 and 109 in Portland, or one at I-65 in Bethel Road in Millersville. And there's nothing in between those two. So we are 20 minutes away from areas in Cottontown outside of White House, and we just can't get there. So for us to be effective, we need an ambulance in the area,
But I thought Robertson County covered it.
only inside the city limits of White House.
They don't go outside, Andy.
No.
Can you say those two locations again that you were looking at?
Currently, we're sitting at Highway 76 and Highway 109
Gotcha.
roughly, and then I-65 and Bethel Road.
Bethel Road,
And
gotcha.
there's nothing in between to respond to those areas. Maintenance lift for our mechanics bay. This is something that we had initially requested as part of the building that was going to be built with the ARPA funds next to our current headquarters to build a new facility. That's off the table. The current lift that we're using will not pick up the ambulances that we currently operate, and the guys are having to do a lot of the work before. So this, it's also a very old lift. It's moved from White House High School when they used to take care of our maintenance up there, so hasn't been replaced in several years. And then the ballistic vests that the field personnel use day in and day out, they have expired, their shelf life has expired, and we need to replace those. So that is our request for fiscal year 26.
Just talk, he's busy.
Oh, is it possible to get the synopsis you
Hey,
just
Jessica.
read from?
Jessica,
Those are just notes.
Miss
Oh,
Allen.
They're just notes.
can you, what was the 160 and all?
I guess
can you
that's
roll
no.
that?
I guess that's a no.
160?
Sorry, I'm just a little.
Command vehicles.
Command vehicles.
Yes.
And I agree with Mr. Pine, if we could have, like, when we go, we're gonna workshop this later,
We are.
so,
Yeah,
okay,
we're
we'll
not-
use Jessica's notes there.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't, so the purpose of this is for him to ask questions. I don't know that we need to
Yeah.
go into
detail.
workshopping.
Well, we
Or
make
else we'll be here
more
forever.
Yeah, I was
You
just
got
saying.
questions, we make more notes as you, the
Right.
most proficient way to do it is if you got questions from John and they're not up here addressed, we'll make another note right now, the way when we get back to it, you won't be
Yeah.
calling him. and all.
I've got a question though, going back to ambulances. So we've ordered, my understanding from what I gather here, we've ordered 6 ambulances. I don't know the difference between an AL and BL or VL.
ALS ambulance is the larger ambulances that are responding to the 911 calls.
Okay.
So when you call 911, you have an emergency, there's a car crash, heart attack, those are the ones going out. They're larger because there's a lot more going on. The BLS units are the smaller Sprinter van type looking ambulances, and those are used for scheduled transports, convalescent and interfacility
Okay.
operations.
So with the ARPA funds, we ordered 5 ALS
Correct.
and 1
BLS.
BLS, okay.
And-
And then this request is for 2 more ALS.
That's correct.
So let's just hypothetically say these get approved too. So there's 7 on order. You talk about the supply chain, like, are they all gonna come in? Like,
No.
like, let's just say, forget these 2, the 5 that already been ordered.
Mhm.
When are they gonna stagger in, or are they gonna come in?
They
Like,
will
how-
all come in one order, yes, when they do arrive.
Okay.
They gotta be here before December 31st,
It was
2020.
the
I have a
ARPA
question.
Their
deadline.
ARPA, they gotta be here and paid for by then,
When
so
it comes
that was part of our
to-
buy fund.
But
they
you'll
can
have
have
to
it.
replace
So it sounds like they're not gonna get here by then.
The ARPA ones will, but this group here won't be, it'll be after.
So right now,
When was ARPA?
we're,
They're
Oh, I
having-
know.
we're past
Be here by
needing these
December.
now, so what theirs are gonna replace, there's gonna be more that are reaching that 200,000 miles.
No, I'm not suggesting that. I'm just trying to think, you've got a fleet of 14.
Plus reserve.
Okay, so you got, we're playing with, there's 5 on order already, plus these 2, so that's half the fleet. And so I'm just trying to think, we're instead of staggering them for the future, we're chunking them all at
Well,
once.
Well, we have staggered the orders. You know, there was 2 ordered, 2 of those 7 were ordered in 24's budget, actually.
With the ARPA funds.
No, that was with regular operating budget. So, or capital, we order those out of capital in fiscal year 24. And then fiscal year 25, we ordered the 5 with ARPA funds.
Okay. The two from the first two you just mentioned, have they already arrived?
No,
Okay, so there's 7 already on order,
that's correct.
and this would be 9.
That's correct.
We ordered
And we-
2 and 24, and we're not scheduled to hit them until sometime next year. Calendar year.
So when you said 2028, that would be the ARPA,
No, the ARPA ones have to
They
be
have
here
to be.
before December 31st, 2026.
right, have to be here, but
And pay for
I'm
it.
just
These
clarifying.
are 28.
I mean, that could change with, like you guys said, the tariffs and stuff, you know, they may extend that out because the manufacturer will not give us a date on when they will be here.
I think if you give us a timeline, we could all like visual, or at least the 24 regular purchase, the ARPA,
Yeah.
and we could start.
Fiscal year 24, we ordered 2 ALS ambulances. Fiscal year 25, we've ordered 5. We've received none of those. In the past 3 years, we have received 5 new ambulances. And those are already pushing $50,000.
And then on your timeline, if you could drop out the ones that are over miles, that would.
Just a random question, like what's in your mind, like what would be a perfect scenario to replace 1 a year, 2 a year, 3 a
3
year?
a year is what we've done for years.
Replace 3 a
Three
year
per year.
every year?
That's
Okay.
That's
what
what I'm
we shoot
hearing.
for. And I only dropped that request this year because we did get the 5 on order through in fiscal year 25.
Got it.
So
Okay.
actually, that was the reason for the reduction.
Something else important, if he's saying he's gonna build this one, you're gonna need a new crew that next year. You're gonna need a new ambulance, so.
Well,
you're-
we've got the 5th one coming there.
But I
How
mean,
much is a
3
crew?
years gonna go up.
So if it's 3 a year and you got 5 last year,
Well, we've received 3 the last 2 years.
There's some of the other years, Jerry, where they would replace, we still just hadn't got them in.
I think.
Going up
Well,
on
no,
miles.
but if
Hold on,
we're
Paul.
ordering-
You're saying you get them because we've appropriated the money, which is where our mind is. You're saying we get them because they're on their floor, which is where your mind is.
Yeah, I think
That's
that's
your
what you
disconnect.
said.
So
Okay.
you're both right. I think you're just
We've
talking
only
very
ordered them, Jerry,
different
they've not got
levels.
here.
no,
He's
I
just asking.
completely understand that.
Okay.
But if we're ordering 3 a year, that was your question. Ordering 3 a year, and it sounds like we did 2 and 24, so that wasn't 3. Maybe we cut one of them, I don't know. But so it's 2 and 24. We did 5 last year with the ARPA, so that's 7. So that's more than 3 years. And then okay, so that comes back. So the average would take this 3 down to 2 on this request.
Yeah, there was a BLS truck in there that I got, in my mind, there was 3 and 3 per year. 1 year we did get a BLS truck instead of an ALS, 2 ALS.
And I think one of your concerns is the supply chain right now too, so.
So what happens if the ARPA ones don't arrive by the end of 26?
When we ordered them, that was part of the
It's
vendor's
part-
guarantee.
The vendor's guarantee, and we did have a performance bond with that, so.
So we're gonna want our money back from them.
Yeah, but the problem with that is, I mean, that's.
They got a performance bond.
That's
they're
ARPA
gonna pay
money
for it.
that we want.
We're gonna get
We
them.
lose our
either way.
ARPA money, we're
away.
gonna claim on their performance
Yeah.
bond for not performing.
Oh, so we'll get the money from
Good.
them?
Yeah, that's our plan, we
Okay.
make them put up a bond for it to guarantee they'd be here, so.
I mean, I think we would just stay in line and pay the manufacturer to make sure we get our ambulance.
Then go back on the bond.
We
and get
shouldn't
the
be on
ARPA
the
loss
loss.
fund.
Well, that's good.
Well, even before that, we would try to, we wouldn't necessarily just try to hit the vendor, we would try to shift funds to the EMS station if we could, if not, then we'd go to the performance bond.
So we have to pay for that all up front? Or how's that work?
We got a PO with them, no, we got a PO out to them and a contract.
Okay.
But we don't pay the cash until they actually deliver.
Mr. Klein?
Chief, the EMS station on the west side for $3.5 million, is that a 1 or 2 bay?
We'll build them all with 2 bays, 2 major growth.
Okay, that's the question I wanted to ask. It seems to me that coverage is the most important thing.
Is that not
Wouldn't it
something
make
to do?
more sense to have more single ambulance facilities than double ambulance facilities?
I think you're always going to plan for the future and the growth and the way that the community up there is growing. It probably won't be long until there's a need for 2. And
But 2 in the same location?
It works very well up in the Portland area, and then you have reduced costs by not maintaining so many facilities.
Any other questions for Mr. Claus?
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
Oh, I did have one more, I'm sorry. How
Okay.
much does it cost to staff that new station when we put a crew in? How many people are you looking at? I know we're building these stations to hold 24 beds. So how many we're
So
gonna,
paramedic before benefits, a paramedic's 77,000, the AEMT is 64,000. You'll need a minimum of 3 each.
3 of each pair? So
3 paramedics, 3
It's
AEMTs.
6 personnel, and you requested those additional personnel here.
Those are not, those are
So
not
around
stationed.
$400,000.
Okay.
So
About $400,000.
before Benny's,
Four pennies.
Yes.
Just
About $500,000.
So you gotta add
About
another
half a million.
40% to that.
About half a
So,
million.
yeah, a little over $500,000.
About
Reoccurring.
560, something right there.
And that doesn't include your utilities and all your other stuff.
when we're servicing Robertson County up in, Portland, do we go outside the Portland limits?
No, we do not.
We do not.
We only cover inside the city limits of Portland and Miller's.
So we're starting to.
Robertson County.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'll quit.
No, I get it, these are good questions.
They're
Uh,
expensive questions.
They are. Thank you, Mr. Boss. All right, Mr. Mayor, we covered a good bit of yours yesterday.
Archives on 43 and 89 is the only thing it hadn't covered, but it's a very small department. They made a few extra requests.
All right, we can do archives.
Pardon me?
I think that's all you got listed.
Archives.
And it's small.
Yeah, what page was archives on?
Archives is on page 43 and 89. If we can just pop up the salary first, Mr. Chairman. It's up at the top right there. And they did ask for some additional, and I'm not sure why, but you may or may know.
Let's see. Bear with me just a second.
I think if I looked at it the right way.
Okay, so on the archives budget, let's see, they asked for a little more in the salary line item. The archive salaries are significantly lower than what other Tennessee counties allocate to archive staff. They cited one example, Wilson County, their 2024 budget was $64,491 for the director and $40,788 for the archive clerk. So, for this one, I mean, they're bringing it up to 54 and 44, which is still under Wilson County, which is a smaller county than Sumner. And then their public records request and research, they had to increase, let's see, their data processing equipment. They increased that for new computers that are gonna be required by IT. And I guess that all goes with this Windows, having to change Windows and all of that.
Gotta go to Windows 11.
So that's basically their request. They're really not very significant. I think salaries is probably the biggest one. But I think with just looking at Wilson County, they're still $10,000 under what that archives director makes. So, in my opinion, the $54,834 is certainly justified for them. And with the clerical, full-time personnel, she's only getting $44,554. So, that is the archives budget, if you have any questions. Not much to it.
I have one question. Go ahead. You oversee them, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, it's one of my departments.
Are they keeping up with whatever your needs are? I don't know exactly what they do. I know they.
They do their job.
Keep up with old documents.
Yeah.
If you wanna go out and see some old documents, they can make you
So
copies.
they catalog new items that they
Yeah,
get.
you can turn, if you have certain items of significance too, then you can.
I know the one we asked about was the time capsule on the old courthouse.
I don't think they would be involved in that.
Well, they looked hard.
Oh, to see if it was in the
Yeah,
book.
And they couldn't find it.
condemn that rabbit.
Only if somebody put it in the book would they have it, that's something, they wouldn't be involved in the capsules.
So-
Any other
The only thing that
questions?
I'm thinking, and this can come to our workshop, is yesterday we were asked to look at the salaries of the librarians. And when I did, a couple of them are at 30,000. And although the archives have some additional responsibility, when we look at those two, I'd like to think about them together as the library folks and the archives, because I went to Davidson County and they have their archives in their downtown library. It's really nice. And so when we look at that, I'd like to just kind of look at those positions in a similar way.
That makes sense. Any other questions for the mayor? All right, let's do a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and Mr. Warren.
I have a question.
Do finance, Mr. Hydrick, I'll go over what we got county.
Question
All
now?
right, we're in
I'll
session.
propose it, I don't care.
I'm moving us into session here. Okay, so let's go ahead and discuss, we can do finance and then as part,
Then I'll do
then do the commission.
Okay, first, let's talk
What
about,
page?
I'm sorry, let me go back to where I was at. On page 44 and A11 is finance, and there's a couple of things. From financial management, and I think you do need to do something, but there's some things still in the air. One, in the budget, it does contain for a new finance director to overlap for up to 90 working days at $200,000 a year, so let's go down to that. It's right there. The financial management voted to make the request between 180 and 200 for the new finance director. You're gonna need somewhere up or down that range a little bit. It could be a little lower, it could be a little higher. I think 90 days is a good amount of days. When I came, I had 0 days in my last one. It would have been very useful if the other person would have been here to kind of overlap and show me where things were at, and I mean, it would be useful. But if 90 days should be good if you get somebody in that knows what they're doing, they're competent. They should know GASB, be able to understand and research TCA, understand tax law, CPA, but you should be able to do it in 90 days. The other thing, they made a request at the last minute for a recruiter, which was $60,000, which is not in the budget because it was after the time. The question is, do you want to put that in county commission's budget? Because right now, there's still some question, or there's a question up in the air about the choosing of the finance director. Under the 81, it says the financial management committee. Under the 2012, it's the mayor with the county commission's ratification. The way I look at it, if the two's wanting to work together, it's probably good money to put in the budget. If it's going to be a question, that may be something you want to decide later if you want to do fund the recruitment. Either way, it needs to be a joint commitment. And then the other thought is, if you're going to get your best candidate, do a national search, and somebody's gonna move down here, it's gonna need to involve the commission, because I'll just be frank with you, if I was moving across the country with the setup that you guys have, I would want a contract. Just to be fair, I've had one most of my term, if not, the vast majority of since the beginning. Little history, I started out with, when I came down with a 2-year term that ended up becoming a 3-year term on the floor. So my first term was 3 years. You probably want to look at something like that. The only thing you're really going to run into is a part of their salary. The retirement's a big benefit, 12.22%. And you got to think you got to be 5 years divested. If you're going to recruit somebody from national, they're going to know that too, so they may disallow your retirement if they don't stay past 3 years. It's going to be gone. That's just my thought. So it's the question: do you guys want to add in? And the mayor's involved in this too. Do you want to add in and she's the chairman of financial management. Do you want to add in the recruitment under county commission? Because it's usually about 30% of your salary, so you're looking at about gross salary without benefits, about $60,000.
Just for the first year?
Just for the recruitment one time, it's a one-time call. Okay. You don't have an HR department really to go out and recruit. I know some sites you can post on. We've got a job description. I don't know.
So from financial management, and the mayor can speak with me on this, Dr. Langford made the proposal that we fund the recruitment, and he sent that forward. We'll see that in budget in May. So it's coming forward. I believe, was it unanimous, Mayor?
I think so.
And then this committee will be responsible for the contract that Mr. Long is talking about, and we need to have that kind of ready. If we're going to start recruiting, we need to be knowing what we're going to be offering. So I don't know if we need to direct the law.
We'll need to iron out based on the comptroller's latest opinion.
Was that an opinion?
Can't be a legal
What that
opinion.
was.
Is it, if you have to be an attorney, I mean.
I have an opinion that should be out tomorrow.
So-
But
let me-
that
Let's
doesn't
save- Let's
matter.
save this for another time.
Well, let me ask,
But
so
for
does
the
it?
contract, we're gonna need a contract.
Irrelevant.
No matter
You're
which way.
correct. Irrelevant of who is the,
Yes.
where this
Doesn't
gets
matter
to,
to me.
you need two things. You need a contract and you're gonna need a search. Right, I mean, whether that search reports into the mayor or reports into the financial, like, we can have that fight, but nevertheless, I think this body needs to fund the search. I
Yes.
think you were saying the same thing, right, Ms. Boyd?
That's,
I think
and
it's
I'm
really
asking the
kind of
mayor, are
conditional, because we
you,
don't
Yeah,
know.
I mean,
and I
we
think
said
we all
let's fund a
agree on that.
search.
So let's,
Since we don't know who's going to particularly be going to make the choice, would it be most prudent to stick it in the county commission's budget? That way, if it ends up
Yes,
being,
let's do
the
that.
mayor would expense it to the commission or financial management, either one when they determine who's gonna do the search. I don't care to help with the groundwork, but I'm not gonna weigh in who does the
That
choice
makes-
or any of that stuff.
that makes sense to me. And again, because at the end of the day, the final, the final throat to choke is the commission, right? I mean, that's the final gate for whether it is,
They're gonna have to fund it.
well, they're gonna have to fund it, and they're gonna have to either approve it if it comes through the mayor, or they're gonna have to approve it if it comes through financial.
No.
No, if
it's-
the mayor chooses it, then it'll have to be ratified by the county commission and they'll have to fund it.
Right.
If financial management chooses, it only has to be funded or dismissed. So it's kind of a little difference, but the big thing is it directly the mayor or is the mayor just?
Well, but I mean,
board?
still then,
And he's
even
right, so want an
then,
answer.
even then, just by virtue of having to fund it, the county commission has has
That would
something
be
of a-
correct.
Yes.
So let's put it, I mean, what I'm saying is I'm laying out a reasonable logic here for why it makes sense, just put it in the county commission, just put it there, and then we can have the fight over where it, and I don't care. I genuinely do not care if it comes through financial management or if it comes through the mayor.
All I
But
want is the best
let's just get the search going.
I'll be gone, so I have no, for a better word, dog in the race. I'm more than happy to help you guys find somebody, but I just don't want to be
Well-
involved in the disagreement of whom chooses.
So let's do this, because we're having a little discussion going on here, I will make a motion to place the funding. Well, we're doing this during.
Let's
during
go on the
budget,
county
right?
commission. Well, there's two questions I'm gonna ask. Do you wanna put it? Because right now, the mayor is wanting an answer, okay, before we move forward. Do you just wanna put it in next year's budget? Or do you wanna put it in this year's budget?
Let's put it in this year's budget, let's get going.
Well, then we don't need to do
Let's
this.
spend it, yeah, let's get going.
So
So
let's
is
put
Matt.
60,000 of estimated expenditures if you're gonna contract it out there. If you're gonna need to contract it in May or June,
Yeah.
so mark that if you don't care. So while we're here, let's talk about another big issue that we ran into, and it's been discussed at financial management, and the mayor and have a financial management chair. Your personnel policy is in need of some significant updating and clarification on exempt employees and non-exempt. But it brings something else, go back to the main. It
It's-
brings something else into play. You do not have job descriptions determining those or a structure, so go back to,
Where do you want me to go?
back to county commission where you were at last week. You're right there. 25 here was put in, this year was to do if you wanted to do a salary survey. I think everybody's decided not to do it right now, even though you've been looking at the salaries all day trying to determine if they're correct.
Yeah.
This 25 was put in potentially because you may want to, and we haven't even got a quote on it, get them to update job descriptions and determination of who's exempt and non-exempt employees before you think about updating your actual.
Do we hire that out, or can we not ask our department heads to fill out those job
Do you
descriptions?
really want them to determine who's exempt and non-exempt?
The department heads or a contract?
Well, I think the contractor may be better because
Do we need?
to
but
pay
we don't-
somebody exempt, there's a couple of things that's gotta happen. They gotta meet one of the exemptions under fair labor standards. You got to pay them a salary, and you got to pay them on a salary basis, which means partial and full day deductions. You've got to follow that even with leave. The other thing you've got to get into is you've actually got to treat them
department.
as an exempt employee.
So
So
we
what
get
I mean
somebody
is
to
right
come
now,
in
we
and write the
have
descriptions?
many exempt, most of your exempt employees are paid hourly, which is the safe move, but there's been questions about it, which way you want to go, because if you look at your personnel policy, there's contradiction. Some place it says you can't pay salary exempt overtime, but it doesn't tell who salary exempt is. It talks about fair labor standards.
Can I ask a question real quick? And this is a probably a legal interpretation question. So tactically, like, I agree that there should be we should have a unified policy that makes sense. However, I'm coming back to all the discussions we had when we removed the HR department, and a big part of the reason we did it was that
Nobody used it.
because of the structure of a county, because of state law, constitutional officers have wide berth with what they can do within their department, right? So like, let me ask this to the law department. If we were to set a exempt, non-exempt status, and let's say Sheriff Craddock was like, well, I'm gonna do it this other way, and if, we believe that these classifications are exempt and these classifications are not exempt at the county level, and Sheriff Craddock was like, well, no, who by law wins that fight?
Well, he's got FLSA to comply with, and at the end of the day, the county is the one that's paying pursuant to a policy and a procedure. So he could attempt to dictate exempt versus non-exempt, but it's still gonna hit a checklist of whether they do or don't. If they don't, we can't shove them in there. And if they do, we need to watch how we're paying them and compensating them for things like overtime and comp time. So the problem we have here is people that would traditionally be considered exempt are also getting comp time and all kinds
Do
of.
we have a lever to
Yes.
stop that with?
Yes, they've still got to comply with an underlying.
Well, I know they have to.
Can you address that we're one employer?
I get that, I understand that, but what can the county do? Like, what lever does the county have to be able to say, you are paying this person, in an exempt person, can we pull the pay?
Can I clarify my question? And mine's a little different than where you're
Mhm.
going. We have one policy right now.
Right.
It has contradictions in it. An employee is offered the better protection of state law, federal law, or policy.
Okay.
Right now, we do not pay any department heads comp or exempt. If you read your policy, you could argue that department heads can earn compensatory time and be paid for it.
Mhm.
We have a compensatory time back in the back of the thing. You have a compensatory agreement to get paid for overtime that almost every employee signing off on. It doesn't say that non-exempt employees are
Yeah, I'm not
out.
talking about
So
the
we
department heads.
really have, well, that's what I'm saying, we really have
They
the
can
main
get it.
policy. We never allowed department heads to earn it, but if you went down the road of your main personnel policy, there's all kinds of contradictions in it. So somebody could argue that they're better protection if they earn overtime. We've not had that argument yet, but it's best to that's what that's best to straighten
Go
out.
ahead.
There are three categories. I'm gonna to my brain. There are three categories, correct? This is the way it is in my
Okay.
day job, is non-exempt,
Mhm.
and then exempt salaried and exempt hourly.
There's really two, but you could treat them that way. In other words,
Well, there's two, and then one
and
is-
fair labor standards, there's exempt that you're not required to pay overtime, but you've got to follow the minimum salary, treat them as salary, and it got to be one of the basically broad four exceptions. There's three more or less, but four they count highly.
And you're talking about here.
But you
Come right
can,
down.
as Dylan's saying, you can take an exempt employee, and all day long I can say, Dylan, I want to pay you so much an hour, you qualify for the exemption, but I'm still treating you as non-salaried, and I'm going to pay you hourly. There's nothing wrong with that. I come the other direction, and Dylan's clearly not a non-exempt employee, and I decide to pay him a salary, then I violated the Fair Labor Standards
Right.
Act. So now you've created three classifications. Broadly,
Right.
there's two. The other issue you get if you're not super careful, Dylan gets the better protection of federal law, state law, or the personnel policy. So your personnel policy needs to be shined up. So my point is, if you're going to shine up your personnel policy with these exempt and non-exempt classifications under your main one, you need to also have the corresponding structure and job descriptions. Otherwise, you're going to run into problems. Right now, we're basically paying everybody hourly, except for department heads and a few that are professionals, such as the staff attorney, the engineer, and I think a few over in sessions that are attorneys. Everybody else, by and large, is being given comp time and overtime. That means once we let them start doing that, they've earned comp time.
From my outside perspective, I'm willing to bet that a lot of those don't technically really need to get that.
I feel that way.
I've had employees, like mine, I've only got 2 employees in my whole office besides me, I'm treated exempt, and that's Dustin and Scott, the 2. Everybody else we treat as hourly, have since they've been hired. We've let them earn comp time, vacation, and then if you look in there too, there's some of mine, like where they were.
But does their job description line up with
We don't
that?
have.
They would meet an exemption under fair labor standards, but they've always been paid hourly, they've always earned it. And if you compare their salary, there's like job levels we did one time, they're making significantly less than ones that's been here less time on the same level. But the overtime makes the difference.
But back,
So there's all that stuff
back to
going on.
what Chairman Schultz said, if you, how are you going to keep the county constitutional officers from saying, I've changed this job?
They can do that to say that they're exempt, or number 2, their policy, they could technically pay the overtime. My concern is the main policy, not the constitution. The general policy has conflicts in it, so you need to straighten out the conflicts. So if you straighten out the conflicts and say you can do this, then it's fine. But if you come back and you say that FSOA exempt employees cannot be paid overtime, then you're going to need to get job descriptions and everything to document that.
I think I want to move on here, I know that, but I've lived with job descriptions in my job for 4 years at the state and the school system. I've lived with job descriptions, but the last time we did them with the county, it cost us over $1 million. And to this day, it amounts to zero. We threw away over $1 million.
For job descriptions?
When we went to job descriptions.
That's why I was wanting to do them internal.
And with that comes what their prospective salary should be.
So I just
with
want to
those job
add,
descriptions.
as far as the constitutional officers all doing their own thing, the Department of Labor, and the lawyer can step in if I'm off base, the Department of Labor looks at us as one employer. The county is one employer, and we have to treat everyone the same. And if we have an employee that wants to take it to court, that is how they will look at it. We have to treat them the same. Any disparities, we're gonna pay everybody that didn't get the same deal, no matter what
So-
constitution you fall under. Am I
So I'm gonna,
off?
No, it's policy driven.
let me
Policy
do that. We do need to move on, but I want to make one comment. Go ahead.
The mayor is working on, Mayor, you're working on putting together a team to work on our personnel policy. Let's don't lose that. In financial management, we determined that it's the mayor's responsibility to work out the personnel policy. That was all those laws and stuff that we read. And you're putting together a team. How are we doing on that? Because that's a big component of this.
Well, we wanted to get through budget first, because I'm gonna be working with David on that.
So that'll be coming.
So here, let me ask some simple questions here. Is the goal to classify for the county, this body, I guess this body, or through this effort, to classify every single job in the county as either exempt or non-exempt?
This is my.
Go back and do reclassifications right here?
We talked about it in financial management. Financial management's concern was, and I think it was maybe brought up by Dr., I can't remember if it was Dr. Langford or one of them, we really don't know which employees are exempt or
Yes.
not exempt. So the question being is, even if the constitutional officers write, hey, it's their determination, as long as somebody qualifies as exempt, I can pay them an exempt, but I don't have to, then yeah, they can do that. But the thing is, they're still gonna have the documentation, so the ones that come to me and say, hey, I wanna pay this particular person's an exempt employee, we're not down there evaluating
I just-
internally. Because if they wanna pay them exempt, they do have to qualify under Fair Labor Standards.
I feel like we're gonna need a vote on this one, but I believe I'm with Mr. Hyde on this, that we're gonna, here's my take on it. You guys are almost certainly technically correct, but I feel like we're trying to solve a problem that may not functionally exist. It exists technically, yes, if, think about the chain, if somebody is upset, if somebody decides to sue, if. But like, we've got several thousand employees and nobody's done it so far, so like, we do this. In order to do what you guys are talking about doing,
We've been sued.
will be another,
We've been sued.
well, but I mean.
I think there's a flip side to this equation, which is you're paying people you probably didn't need to pay.
Yeah. a
That's where I
lot.
think
We
Terry's
can't-
coming from.
Well,
She's
yeah, I mean,
saying
how-
there's a lot of
We
cost
have
savings here that we're leaving on the table.
$90,000 employees that we're paying overtime to.
Why don't,
And-
I
and-
understand, no, I
And we have
understand.
no
that-
idea how much, there's no way of.
What I'm
grabbing
saying
it.
is to do this is gonna be a large expense. And it's gonna be, it's gonna be a large expense and it's gonna be a lot of churn.
Can I mention one thing? Since
Go
the
ahead.
mayor said that me and him would work on it after budget, why don't we
Start there?
work on the policy? And if, when we get the policy done, it's the determination that we should do the exempt versus non-exempt, and it's not defined out for the ones under that policy in particular, which is about
I'm fine
190.
with that.
190, then we come back and say,
I'm
hey,
fine
we
with that.
probably need to evaluate these folks.
I'm fine
But
with
the
that.
thing we don't want to do is being paid people as exempt employees that we've not evaluated. And then the Department of Labor shows up and we're going, well, we thought they were exempt, but they're not, and then we end up paying a lot of money out. That's what I'm trying to avoid, but right now I think step one is to work with the mayor on the policy, try to iron out the problems. And then before you adopt the policy, if we think it's gonna cause an issue, we come back to the budget committee and say, we need to evaluate these job descriptions before we move forward.
If I could say just one additional thing, sometimes what we do creates a bigger problem in a different way, and I understand what Terry's saying, not the importance of it, but there was at one time in this county a very prominent, well-known sheriff who took the county commission several times to the Chancellor Court of Equity. And the commission never won one round with the Court of Equity. It was always the sheriff who won, and Mark very well knows who I'm talking about, several times. And what that created was an environment and a situation where thereafter you just didn't touch that person. That they could do whatever they wanted to. And it empowered rather than created a structure. So I think you always have to keep in your mind that county government, it is strange. It's crazy the way it's organized, but it's very different. And it's like driving a car without a steering wheel.
Or brakes.
It really, or brakes, right.
Because it never goes in reverse either in terms
Or
of timing.
seatbelts.
That's all I.
All right.
So do we want to remove the 25?
I
for
say we
now?
move it for now.
I would remove it.
And mark it yellow and then
Fine.
do the personnel policy and come back.
Yes,
if need be.
that's anything else in your department?
Well, yeah, there's several things.
Yeah, because we hadn't talked about your project manager.
So we're
We haven't
gonna
talked about any of
We're
it
gonna
right
take
now.
25 out?
Let's go
We're gonna take
ahead.
that 25 out, I think.
All right, we need to move a little quick
We
because
are.
we're behind.
Well, let's finish up the county commission if everybody's okay. There's not a lot else in there unless one of the commissioners wants something.
What are the, on the county commission? Just curious.
You've got the commissioners.
No, I mean, there was,
Got
what are the
pages.
dues and memberships? I'm drawing a blank.
There's a whole group of them we didn't bring with you. You've got, it's like the,
GNRC,
I thought we cut
it's
that.
all these.
Okay.
Last year, Mr. Hyde
No, that's
asked for a
fine.
detail and we never really got it.
yeah, I
I
think
think-
we did.
Did we get it?
Yeah, we sent it out to everybody.
Okay.
There's a detail point. Can you
Yeah.
expand that just a little bit, Jesse? This is who everybody's paid. GNRC, Regional Transportation Authority, National Association of Counties, Tennessee County Service Associations, TD County
What do we
Commissioners.
get out of these things?
That's what I was
I
gonna
get a lot of
ask.
emails.
Yeah, I get emails.
Some of them, they help
Um,
lobby things for the counties versus the cities, to the feds.
TCSA, Charlie Curtis answers my call every time I call him.
Who said we cut
I
GNR?
thought
We
we
did
thought
cut
we did, or maybe
GNR.
we,
It was the transportation, wasn't it the one that we had the
It was
dues?
GNR, because I was the one that
cut
proposed
their
that we
master
cut that
plan.
and the regional transportation.
I think we cut the RTA in the nonprofit section last year,
Right,
I
and
think.
And then it came back and they sent up the dues, and I think we asked Mr. Hyde, was determined not to pay them the RTA last year. I don't think we got paid.
So how much of that do we know?
I would have to go pull it upstairs.
It's not a
can
lot.
let's not dwell on this because again, we're on time. Can we just
Yeah.
get an understanding of what we actually paid last year and what, in minutes to see what we actually,
just-
I thought a couple of these we cut.
Print a detailed expense.
Yeah,
account
we
for
can,
next
we can, I
meeting.
don't, again, we can move on, this is a small
Can you
amount,
mark it yellow? 'cause
but
it needs to
we'll
look
come
better.
back to it.
National Association of Counties, what on earth did we get from the National Association?
We
Mine
get that
are- they
little, we
lobby
get that
for the
little
feds, is my
newspaper.
understanding. I don't know anything
Don't you get the little
Like, you were trying to
newspaper?
keep your bonds exempt, and they do a lot of lobbying.
And then I read it and I
I
think,
like those
golly,
people, but I'm not
some
gonna
people
speak-
actually
I
work
mean,
hard
I'm
for
supposed to
the
be the
county.
president of the thing.
And then I put it in my newspaper pile, put my
Let's
mulch.
get-
Well, the thing about them-
What
Well,
they
yeah,
do,
they're
let me
smooth
address,
there.
no, while we're here, I'll just take really quickly. What they do for us is they speak as a national lobbying group to our federal congressmen for our county needs. And they are there lobbying on county behalf at a federal level.
What have we done?
Well, they will lobby for things such as county veteran affairs, to make sure that our veterans are maybe
But we
getting.
pay for that.
You asked what they do, I'm just saying what they've told me
You
they
got a
do.
Veterans Association.
All right, let's move on.
Yes.
One of the few
Let's
parents
move
got-
on to, let's go to your
Before we
personnel.
start talking about personnel, one thing I did want to, Mr. Schultz mentioned it several times, and kind of my same answer. We are using Microsoft Excel. We're pulling tables out of ERP and everything else, but we are using Microsoft Excel to do the budget.
Why?
Nothing's in this budget because we never went to a software package ever.
Need to
It's
buy it.
costly. There's a lot of movement cost.
This is just crazy to me to do a $200 million budget.
I know,
In Excel.
I know, it's nuts.
So the question is, do you want to buy the platforms to get the
Probably
same
we do.
value? You're going to be expensive, and there's a lot of implementation.
Here's the
involved.
thing, I think that we should set aside funding for it, but that whoever the new finance director coming in should
Choose it.
can choose it.
Sure.
Like but we can set aside some funds for it, at least in capital.
So how much would you want to set
I
aside?
mean, $500,000 at least.
At least. Oh,
I mean-
up?
Probably a million.
I think about $1 million is what you're probably, just to be honest, with all the cost of movements,
The implementation of it.
implementation, hooking it back to the
Across the whole- across- I
ERP.
mean, like, to your point,
Yeah,
it's really more like
department
the
after
blue part,
department.
but the integration we gotta do with the schools, it's a $300 million budget that we're gonna be.
Yeah, that's true, we're gonna have
It's
to
a
do that.
$300 million P&L,
In Excel.
and we're.
We need to go
See, I work up there about 134 million of their revenues in Excel, so.
So. look,
And we have a lot of controls to watch it.
Listen, I'll take a vote on it, motion, put $1 million in,
Second.
for an ERP. Motion and a second.
For what?
I'll vote for it.
For a revenue cycle management program, which is
And
what it
budget,
is.
basically a detailed budget. was all
Like, I
it's
mean, there's millions of them out there.
So you're doing payroll by position, you're doing all your revenues in Excel.
Anything from, I mean, I would.
You're doing
recommend
payroll in
people-
Excel?
Yeah.
No, our payroll's on the ERP, where you're budgeting
But
by
you're pulling
position.
it,
You pulling.
Now, let's be honest, it's not gonna be, hey, we're manually doing it. I'm pulling that information from the ERP and telling it to hunt for it. So the Excel's actually hunting a lot of the data.
but look at all
But
the,
it's still
look at all the
Excel.
data transformations that are being done here in all these tabs.
And we
You're
will
gonna
have
have-
better.
No, I mean, this is the sexiest Excel spreadsheet I've ever seen. But
Very complicated.
at the end of the day,
One dude knows it, you know, like.
And that's
well,
why I'm concerned, the
in a
next
few
person ain't
lanes.
gonna wanna take that.
So, all right, so we have a motion and a second to set aside $1 million in capital to replace this and do an implementation. Where the vendor to be determined,
Yeah.
all in favor?
One abstention, I don't know enough about it.
Okay.
Let's just go over to the salary and before, do you wanna do them first and come back to finance?
Let's just do yours, let's finish yours up, and then we'll bump law.
To answer one of Dylan's questions, let's go over to the salary, and then just click like on one of the, pick like me. And Dylan, this kinda answers your question, if you look at all the fields, like click on finance director over there, and then click over here on the salary, and if you look at all those are coming from tables from the.
no, I've been, yeah.
It's not manual, like you would think, but the thing is Excel allows errors, so we spend lots of time error checking and error numbers all over the place.
Right.
And thousands, I think it said it had like 3.8 million.
What
fields in there.
is the, I'm just trying to move on here. Is that 12,558 because the contract?
That's the contract, and mine's based on the house. So if
Okay.
your raises change, what'll
All right,
change?
so I want everyone here, when we do our new contract, we do not put that clause in there.
Correct.
That is awful.
Yeah, it's sweet for you, but you're
You've
the only
benefited
one.
greatly.
Yeah, you
but,
did.
But we gotta get that clause
We're not
out.
gonna do that
What's
again.
that clause?
It basically gave him the highest of any.
The highest raise in the county.
Well, it's capped at
Every
Well, look,
year.
it wasn't initially until we capped it.
Well,
Every year.
the original salary negotiations were in here for my last contract.
By percentage.
It could have been
not
more
by-
money, there's more money offered,
We don't need to
or,
waste time. We're
and I
just
said,
not
well, I'll
gonna
take
do
Yeah,
the
we just
less,
gotta
but
make
it's
sure
up
that
to
new
We gotta
contract.
fix it.
Hey, the sound system in that Jeep is expensive.
All right.
Me and David will play.
David's getting.
The next line on there is based on your personnel policy, which is the vacation payout. At the end of this year, I'll have 6 weeks. If I stay next year, I'll earn 3, and I'll be prorated in the other ones. It'll be 4. I'm taking vacation for one of them in June.
Let's scroll down, so all these.
Everybody else on-
Whoa, pause, back up. You're wanting payout for all of your vacation time?
Yeah, it's by our policy, yeah. And I'm, you know.
Policy that we need to.
And my policy and my contract ties back to the policy that was in place.
So even if you're not here the whole year, you still.
Oh, no, I don't if I'm not here, if I stay through June, that's what I'm saying. At the end of this year, I'll have 6 weeks, okay? It'll carry over. And then I'll earn 3 in March and another prorated so if I stay to the end of the year, I'll have that's the max.
They all.
That's the max I stay the whole
vacation on a
year.
different schedule.
Right.
Some of them get it up front before they even work, some get it by the month, some get it by
Mine
the
get
year.
it by, you earn
It's
it.
all over the place, that's why we need to fix
So
it.
basically, I earn it on my
Sounds like we need
anniversary.
an HR department.
No, I'll earn it on, well, it's pretty normal that you do a 6-week carryover.
Do you realize
Then I
that
earn it on
everyone-
March, my anniversary date, and then you prorate whatever between there and the next year, which is a quarter of the year. So it ended up with 10 weeks is where it ends up at on the policy.
Let's scroll
That's what
down.
everybody's
I
always
want-
been paid
There's
out on.
one position here that I'm gonna advocate for.
There's two positions I got here, and I'll show you, and I'll explain both of them.
Yeah, explain those numbers, pause on these.
The one's a finance director for 90 days. Let's just go to the next one. One's a general bookkeeper. We're running massive amounts of overtime. It's been going on for months, for years. We really need to try to get it under control. The workload's just increased, and stuff's coming in like crazy. You can talk to any of the staff. We're just asking for a general low-level accountant that can do things like minutes. We've got more and more minutes, more and more meetings for minutes, more and more agendas. It's just grown over the years. Number 2 is the project manager. We took it in-house. There's several things we're looking at. One of the big things that's taking a lot of your project manager time is Title VI. According to the committee that's over Title VI, TDOT and TDEC, we've checked, every single employee in the county has to have some kind of training for Title VI, so we've got to figure out how to do that. That's one of the drivers.
Have we ever done it?
No. But I don't want to really, that's what they're telling us.
That's 70,000. What is that? So if we cut that to 60 days or 30 days or whatever.
Oh, you're
honestly,
talking about
that's-
68,000? Yeah, it'll go down.
Okay.
So if you want to do an overlap for 60, because you got to think there's only about 20 work days in a month. So that 90 days isn't 90 days, it's 90 work days. Yours 130 in a whole half a year.
Oh, that's what I was.
So my question is, what I'm saying is anywhere I
90
went,
days seems like a very long time.
anywhere I went before, I've gotten 0. I'll be honest with you.
Not for what he does.
I know, that's.
No, because he's dealing with this Excel spreadsheet
And
that's
this
47
is
pages
only
long.
one of the spreadsheets. The revenue
Listen,
sheet is even bigger.
Whoever is gonna be the
Yeah, there's a
next
lot of
budget
stuff.
chair, because I'm gonna hopefully not be
You
having.
ain't getting out of this one, homeboy.
You like-
I'm excited already.
Question
We'll go ahead and
is-
take that vote, Matt's the next
But
budget chair.
this,
I think they have-
look, you want 90 days of overlap,
Yeah,
I think.
Dylan, I think there was a
Hey,
discussion,
look,
financial
here's the
management.
deal, we can do this in workshop, we got here, folks here waiting.
Okay.
Bottom line.
2-second answer for him though. There's hoping we get some projects on it. That's a
Yeah, hey, look, I'm gonna advocate hard for the project manager. I don't care where the project manager sits. I know there's some fighting between where it goes. All I'm saying is, you said this earlier.
No, yeah.
$300 million organization, one project manager is not crazy.
And we want to provide more assistance, and that's kind of the issue we've got right now. Just like the judge the other day, he's wanting the new construction, he's wanting it
Yeah.
every bit done by the project manager. We're gonna need to pull it in, and we're gonna need more if we're gonna do that.
All right, let's move on, and, Mr. Sittler, we are a little bit behind. Did you have anything else? I'm sorry.
Click on the regular and see if I put anything else in, because I know we had to do the computers, but I don't think I really,
It's not you.
I asked for a whole lot, we go through it on the workshop.
All right, let's go ahead and just.
There is 60,000 for some implementation on the ERP but it's less than this year.
We'll figure that out. That's one times fee.
Do you want to come back and see?
Let's go ahead and do the, law director, and we're 10 minutes behind, Mr. Sittler, so if you could help catch us up.
Yeah, I'll start with risk management.
What page?
It's on
man?
page 44 on the main budget and 810 for the appendix.
Wanna look at the payroll or the regular?
There's only, I believe COLA's the only addition payroll-wise, and that is a ship manned by one person, which is Miss White. And I did bring her down here because somebody asked that they may have some OJI questions about how we're working that, but I think this is a good time to say that a lot of her lines are also filled in by finance based on what comes back from insurance bids and how we're running as far as OJI and other liability-related claims from the prior year.
I can talk about those lines if you need me to really quick.
I mean, I'm good, but I don't know if anybody else has any.
They're made up of two things. There's amount transferred to your self-insurance fund and amount to, on this line, external policies for such as reinsurance, and then there's also the surety bond. The surety bond's much less because it's only high during election years and that was a trustee. But those are pretty clear items there. Unless somebody has any questions. They're still out for bid, so they may change.
Any other questions for our law director?
That's just risk management, right?
That's just risk management, yes. All right, thank you, Ms. White. Next, we'll do a probation.
Page 56 on the main document and A24 on your appendix.
And just for a quick history lesson, I inherited this about 4 months ago after there was a conflict and a judicial ethics opinion.
Yeah.
And so I'm walking into some stuff I'm unaware of. I've got Justin here, who is now, after the retirement of the prior supervisor, he is the new supervisor at probation. You come on up here.
What is it, A what?
A24.
And I do not believe there were any significant changes as far as payroll. Did we have any? No, I didn't think so. I have him here because he might be able to shed a little bit of light on a question I had from finance, which was a line from last year that got either created or inflated.
Is it the revenues?
It was
The probation fee.
yeah, the CASP, the data processing fee probation. We had a $250,000 increase on that line from last year. I have no idea why that increase occurred, other than the purpose that I found out was to bring in another employee, yet we never received any of the income, which brings us to a collateral issue I've got with probation, which I'll get into after we've gone through this one item.
Well, I
Which
think.
line are we on?
Well, he's talking about the revenues.
Oh, the
It was brought
revenues.
up from 600-some thousand to 850-some thousand. The discussion last year was they were gonna bring in and increase the fees, there's additional fees, and they were getting additional employees because there is in-house probation and there's out-of-house probation. My understanding was they were gonna bring more of the probation in-house than at the. Right now, looking at your revenues, you're about, and maybe slightly lower than you were the year before, so you actually didn't pick up any of the 250 that I can determine.
Correct.
But that was the discussion at the budget hearing last year, and $250,000 of revenue and an employee was added last year.
Yes, and as far as the revenue goes, the courts are currently using the county probation system and third-party vendors to get the work done that I'm not 100% sure why they're not using or maximizing the use of the county probation department. So I don't have an answer for that, and to be perfectly honest, I'm not sure how to get one, since that's usually comes out of some sort of court order from the judges themselves. But there is, I believe, missed income. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
There's missed revenue because third parties are receiving allocations and defendants for supervisory needs. And unless you have any questions, that's pretty much the status of probation.
I've got a question on the A24. What's the, I mean, there's an additional 3184,
What is the balance? Is that?
Yeah,
but like where does that?
it's just carried over, isn't it?
I think when he hired a new employee, because he had just received this, when some of the hiring was going on, an employee was hired in higher than the budget. See, Eric didn't have it the whole year, and there was some hiring with Eric and without Eric, so during the year, there was an employee that was promised more than what was in here, and the employee's already making that much.
Yes, that's what, when he left, it created a vacancy, and the filling of that vacancy took that bridge to,
Who made the promise?
There was moving around between the judge and.
But if I'm
not
looking
really
at
sure.
if I'm looking at the sheet right, then it looks like row 6 is probably making $53,000 right now, $53,100 right now. Is that fair?
Is that where you think it's going?
That's, well, I don't know why it's a grade. So like, if you add the 50,008 and the 3,092, it's 53,100. And so it looks like his new salary coming up is, $2,000 lower. So I just want to make sure I understand what I'm looking at and make sure that we've got this balanced. 'Cause I doubt we're gonna lower his salary.
You're talking here?
Yeah,
So 50,000?
like the 3,092 that's also in gray.
Right.
My assumption is that salary, instead of 50,008, it's actually 53,100. Now, maybe that's just a wrong assumption.
He was adding these two together.
Correct.
It was probably, for the other person, it's in gray because somebody quit, it was vacant and somebody replaced somebody.
So,
else.
I mean, so the point
Yeah, it's
is,
March
But is the
25.
salary 53,000 currently or
No, it's-
47,000?
Was any of it Joyce's,
It would be 50. There would be 50 right now, but if you look, because
But-
the reason it's gray is we had to have all our requests by March 1, so we went and added that because of changes. It's after March 1, it was a change we added. Notice the employee started March 25, that would have been after the request date, so if you send us a request and then because of turnover employees, we notice there's an obvious error, then we'll adjust the document, that's why it's gray.
so,
we made it
so
after
is
March
that,
1
is
change.
this salary 47,000 or is it 50,000 or is it 53,000?
Click on that, Miss Allison, I can tell you, because it'll have a, click on the one below it. So that one's manually entered because they came after the tables were done. We can verify, my understanding is they're 50,008, but we can verify that.
Yeah, now I understand your question.
My understanding is 50.
But there are other items in there like that balance, that budget balance in our other departments. too.
I'm just mainly want to make sure this, whoever that employee
Is this person gonna make 50,000 or are they gonna make 53,000 next year?
They're gonna make the 51,508.
They're gonna
51,508.
they're gonna make 51,508, so this
Right, so
is
what,
already included over here?
okay, this number right
Got
here,
it.
It's nothing to do with anything.
this number right here comes back to the original budget. When all the hirings were happening here, because people get hired during the year and we flagged them, these people are more than what's in the budget, so they didn't need that much to make it up. So these people were hired, this person right here was hired in.
Okay.
More
so-
than was available.
So this and this are not related. This is spread out over here for some adjustments.
And the reason it was
Okay.
gray is because that they
Well, why were those wrong?
they picked up the wrong number and that's what somebody was
We-
hired.
we
I mean, it's
shuff-
not a ton of money, it's just,
Three employees were shuffled at the same time
and so there were just discrepancies between what was being
between the
tracked.
shifts, because we went from a new supervisor, that created a new vacancy, and then that vacancy created another
And y'all,
one.
I'm assuming you gave the employees the benefit of the doubt.
Yes.
And got whatever they came in under the assumption that they were gonna get 51,000 as opposed to 50,000.
In line with the
51,000.
others, yes.
What's the 3184? Can you click in that cell? Yellow 3184?
It's just to zero that out. It's to zero that line out, where it won't be in your budget next year. But if you look.
But it's asking for more money. I mean, in theory, it's
Yeah.
asking for that much more.
It is, but if you click right here and you show the, no, I'm sorry, right there. If you look, those are all pulled by tables from our actual salary tables. This person was hired March 2025. We pulled those tables back in February, so that's why it was gray. It's a manual entry. We don't want it to stay in the dock and then make it error next year.
All right.
So
And-
if you can grade that back, because that.
I'm not gonna ask for an answer, but I just wanna say, with this problem that you're saying we're missing revenue, are you gonna be coming back with an idea to fix that?
He and I are working on how to get the
Okay.
judges in the
I
loop.
just wanna make sure that we didn't say this.
So
Because
we're-
there's a bunch of
That's good, and
toes
I
on
won't
there.
take up time,
No,
I just
I
wanna make sure there's
understand.
an answer coming.
We brought it down in next year's.
We're,
Okay.
we think we have at least some understanding of this. Anything else for, law director over, regarding probation? Okay. We
Thank
done
you.
your actual office yet? I don't think we have.
No, sir.
Page 35 and A3 and place starts with salaries. I think there's anything.
The only thing I did on salaries
He's up for
was,
that there's like zero additional requests.
Okay.
I
So-
pulled up one of the employees up to basically what the data entry person's making over at the sheriff's department, so I think it was a $5,000 bump if you included, COLA. So I included COLA as part of the
So
$5,000
you
bump.
got, so you, 3 plus 2%.
Yes, so what I'm asking here is if 3% COLA doesn't,
So you're asking for 1589 or,
if we get the 3%, if not, I want that line to come up to
I get it.
50.
Let me mention something. If you notice, it says 52.5. He was allocated 52.5 per position, but he's, like me, sometimes I'm allocated it, but I'll hire somebody in and I may do a 6-month and a year
Got it.
probation.
That's exactly
And I'll
what that
pay- I'll
is.
pay him less, so that's why he's got that
So
extra
it's-
money,
it's
he's
just-
paying him.
It's a carryover in a way.
Well, basically, he paid him less than what he's budgeted. He
Right.
hired him in a cheaper amount to give
So
him,
you're, it's
and I was
carryover.
saying 6 months because I'll give you a
That makes
raise
sense.
if it works out.
What I was asking planning to do.
Mr. Lambert?
Eric, the only thing I just wanna make sure it's not a typo on data processing equipment, it's because it goes down 13,000.
Yes, last year you all gave me a capital improvement basically because we were using a standalone IT service that was becoming very problematic with backups and getting assistance. So I wanted to merge with our IT and that all got done, so I pulled the line back
I just
down.
wanna make sure it wasn't a typo, because all the other departments have gone up. So
Mr.
thank you.
Harrison?
Yeah, the only question on this one that I have is on the other contracted services. Looks like in '23, we used 43,673, '24, 839. This year, today, $10,000, but we're budgeting $100,000 for the next 2 years.
Where?
I think this
Right,
year's
kind
budget's
of
Under
in the middle.
contracted
Oh, there's-
Oh, I
services.
see.
Yeah.
Can you unhide the way Mr. Harris can see? Can you hit the plus, Jessica, and see what it was the year before?
What page is this?
I don't know if that's,
What it's talking about right now?
The second.
yeah, we wanna see the history too,
Appendix.
for the way you
Oh,
can see
Yes,
it.
A3.
Because I think they brought that line down because if this is the way to get by that, wait, just a second. Just highlight C through H and hide those, because we're not gonna be looking at them. That way when you unhide it next time, we can see them. And then hide I and J, or that's I, I'm sorry, real quick. 'Cause there feels we never filled in, we said that enough time, okay. Now go back and find the one that Commissioner Harris.
Other contract.
Yeah, find it and let him see all the history, that way he can get a better.
It's 35 and A3.
It's under maintenance and
It's
repair.
other contracted.
There it is.
There it is.
Yes, so
So it jumps up and
179.
down. So 44,000, then down to $74, then nothing.
Are you under
Thanks, Jeff
him?
Rosen.
No, she's under some.
I think you're under some, another one too, Jessica, and for your pains.
No, she's under the right one.
But I got
Other
it under my
contract.
pain, hang on.
So how much has been spent this fiscal year?
And is that, is that just an estimate for what you're gonna be looking at this year? Where do you get that number from?
That number is what I use for, if I have to bring in any kind of contracted service and to facilitate a case. It could be from,
So I see that there's variance, right? I mean, it goes.
Yeah,
nothing, nothing,
yeah,
nothing,
there
big
is.
move.
We just never have really approached 100. That's why I was asking
Yeah.
the question.
I've been using that because that's what my predecessors have used.
So is that getting used every year and then when the actual
No,
comes in?
most of that money ends up coming back.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You use that as a holder, a placeholder, and then when the
Yes.
actuals come in, so you just set it
Yes.
aside, but then it comes in at $75.
Because I could have a
Okay.
wicked year.
I
And,
get it.
and that 61 back then, I think that's when they were outsourcing part of the tax
Tax
sales. too.
sales, yes.
And I think Eric and Steve's been doing the tax sale stuff. haven't
Yeah,
they?
we did all that
To Mark's
in-house.
point, could we lower it to 50?
That's actually where I was going.
I mean, it looks like we, except for that 1 year, we've never hit that.
Except I'm
Well,
worried
that 1 year
about the
was
library
taxable.
policy and the ACLU.
I mean,
Yeah.
maybe, but if we're trying to,
I mean, if y'all wanna make a motion for it, I mean, I'm not.
I mean, that's a whole person's salary. If we cut
Yeah.
50,000,
I mean, is it gonna be,
that
if something
makes
crazy
up
happens,
that
it's not
salary.
like
So-
we
I
can
mean,
come
yeah,
back.
they could always come back.
Yeah.
I know, that's what
I'm
I'm
fine with
saying.
50.
I see that we're probably
I'll
gonna
make
need it,
a
but I'm
motion.
good to go.
All right.
I'll second.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, move to 50.
So,
Salary.
so, question, and I'm,
Know what?
We have one no.
Yes.
so where is the, like, when you,
Most of the cases come out.
when there's, I guess, too many cases going on that you can't handle internally, where's where you go outside?
There's, Jerry, this right here would be where he does outside for his office.
So
And it used to
last
be
year was
tax-
$830.
And it used to be tax sales, but we also have, an on-the-job injury and liability fund, so there's attorney fees in it, but that's.
Or have to
for-
get an accountant or a CPA to come in and audit a board, or.
But we
it's-
do have.
It's not
attorney-
case-specific stuff.
But he's asking where is that?
We do have
Yeah, like,
attorney's
where
fees.
is that in the budget?
It'd be under the self-insurance fund.
Oh.
You wanna go to it and look, or look at it later?
Yeah,
That's
we
the
look at
one
that
where,
later.
for
Okay,
instance,
we got folks here.
Okay,
Like I
yeah,
said,
yeah, that's
we're
fine.
behind schedule.
That's fine.
Yeah. All right, any other questions for Law?
but it's actually been going down the last couple of years too.
Yeah, I was just
Okay.
curious, because I know that number was low.
All right, thank you.
I'll make a note about it.
We are 10 minutes behind, volunteer fire departments.
They are on page number 63.
So I think,
Guess they're going.
how do we want to do this? Do as a group, I know we're having late meals.
Well, the thing is, I think there was a lot of confusion. Some of them seemed like a big block for everybody. Some had different amounts, some had nothing. So we weren't exactly sure what to put in
So
there.
let's look, what were we at? I don't know if you guys want to, if y'all have a representative who wants to speak.
There's two of us.
Okay, then we'll give them time to speak.
You want us?
Yeah.
You go there.
We, as a group, we talked to you guys before about a funding formula. So we decided as a group to use that funding formula as the basis for our request. And yes, some of the applications got the wrong numbers put in.
So what is your total request?
$1,149,318.
Some of it's not in there
So-
because
so-
if they didn't turn in an
so you-
application till after March 1, I didn't.
So you
include
asked,
it.
so we're tracking 866,401, and you asked for how much?
1,149,318.
1,149,318.
318.
Okay, got it. Wait, 1,149,000.
318.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's
right.
using that formula based off of property assessment.
Got it.
And and also that allows it to be split up between departments in different ways.
Got it.
You want a copy of that spreadsheet?
Okay. And what was provided last year?
Last year, you gave them an extra 200,000 one time was the discussion. So it was 68,633,
But that was.
That included a one-time too, so it's really 480,
480, so last year for recurring was
480, 433.
Oh,
Okay. Was 480, 483, recurring. And then one time was 200,000. Okay.
So the 1.15, do we need to put that in that
Um,
spreadsheet somehow?
I mean, if you want, you can just add it somewhere.
Put it under the one-time, the difference.
Yeah, put it under the one time.
Click there and just
That way
put
it can just-
plus whatever minus 866.
Yeah, that
What's
way
the
it's-
total amount?
And then make that.
What's the total
No,
amount?
on road,
1,149,318.
on road 2011.
And then, yeah, so add that to the one time, and then at least we have the full number that they're asking for. Not saying we're gonna get it, I'm just saying put it in there, so everyone's got it.
Just paste
I like you
special.
be able to visualize it.
Hey, Jeff.
Makes it feel better.
Yes, it
What?
is. Just copy paste special, just undo and you can put the number right there. Again, just copy paste special value and get it up there. The value.
Okay,
Yeah.
so what is we've got this track now, I guess, maybe continue, and there will probably be
Can we
questions.
make that yellow too, if you don't mind?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I guess what the basis of all the requests are for, you said it was a
Okay,
formula, but like, what extra is what's being done? What's the basis, beyond the formula, like for any?
Takes it, the big factor is property assessment values. And then there's money allocated for your ISO rating, how many square miles the department covers, how many stations the department has, whether the station's owned by the department or it's owned by the county. There's like eight 8 factors total?
There's quite a few. The reason and this is the same formula that's often been presented for 4 years at least now. We're not really changing anything except for the amounts a little bit. The reason we came up with the formula was to make it a little bit more fair. Right now, we're getting paid per station. There's some departments that have one station that has $1 billion worth of homes that they're covering in a population that's incredibly large. You have some that have 3 stations and a very sparse population. Some that have 4 square miles, some that have 50 square miles. And so the per station basis is difficult for us. So we came up with a formula that was approved by CTASC. It actually came from them. We made it fit the county and then submitted that for the past couple of years. I think Commissioner Mansfield thought it was a little bit too convoluted, and he decided he wanted to do the per station basis again at a higher amount. Honestly, either way, we're okay. We're not going to complain. Some people come out better one way, some people come out better the other. We're looking for an increase of funding no matter what. However, we get the number there. There's NFPA regulations that we're not following because we can't afford it. There's recruitment and retention we can't do because we can't afford it. We're running to more calls every year. Everything we're doing is going up. And so we have got to get more funding to get our stuff done and in compliance with the government. Because if something was to happen, they're going to ask for records, and we've got to, if a hose blows up on scene from too much pressure, and it's a 30-year-old hose, NFPA is going to come in and investigate. Why haven't you tested these in 3 years? Well, we haven't been able to afford to test it. The equipment's expensive, or this truck is over 30 years old that we're using. And to replace it, it costs now up to $600,000, $700,000, $800,000 for some of these apparatuses. So we're the best at making dollars stretch. We can make a little bit into a lot, but we're just stretched out. And we really appreciate the funding last year. The $200,000 was a great help, and it did help a lot. But it's honestly, for a lot of departments, it's just not enough. And again, we come to you not only for the increase in funding, but also some type of long-term agreement. That whatever we decide on this year, hopefully again it's with an increase. But no matter what, we need some type of agreement that will last for at least a couple years. Because when we're trying to, I'm going to use Highland for an example. Highland has just finally, after years and years, been able to afford to buy a new station. They bought their own property, they've done everything themselves, they didn't come to the county for this kind of money. But to finance it, they had to go through all kinds of red tape because there's no funding guaranteed yearly. So they had to jump through a million different hoops to where if we had, just say, a 5-year contract, because we know we're getting funding, y'all are not going to cut our funding, I would assume not at least. So if we say this year we're going to quit fighting, and for 4 years you're going to give us the same amount of money every year, it's continuity for you, it's easier to budget for. Plus, we can go to the USDA and say, hey, listen, for the next couple of years, it looks like we're going to have a guaranteed amount of this much money, and so how can you help us finance this? And they're much more apt to do that.
Brad?
Yes, sir.
Can you highlight the correlation between equipment, ISO, and health insurance rates?
Absolutely. And one of the things that's going to help you too is when we can afford better equipment and we're not using 30-year-old equipment, the ISO rates will drop. If we can get some of these ISO rates from 7s and 8s down to 5s and 6s, it doesn't sound like a big number, but it'll actually save our people in our zones millions collectively. So we're actually going to save the taxpayers lots of money by you funding us a little better, because I know there's always a question about tax rates. We don't want to increase taxes to do this, but if you do fund us and we're able to get better equipment, better ratings, better bookkeeping in that information, our ISO levels will drop. People will save bunches of money. I can speak for in my zone in White House Community. I'm wearing the wrong shirt today, apologize. But in White House Community, we were able to drop our ISO rates 7 or 8 years ago because of Robertson County funding from a 7 to a 5. The number on that, when we tried to run the math, the best we could get was we saved about $1.2 million in our square mileage, 55 square miles that we covered. So it's a really big savings to the homeowner.
Another of our major problems is water supply. We have to run tankers out in the county. White House Utility District won't put in fire hydrants. If you guys would do something and force White House Utility District to install fire hydrants, that would be a big help for us. It wouldn't cost us anything, and it wouldn't cost the county anything except your time to force them to do it.
Unfortunately, I don't think we have that authority. Mr. Hyde, I think that,
I just want to make one statement. I could never, of course, I'm in a city, but I could never support a formula or a contract, because we're not in a position as a budget committee, as I see it, to be tied down to something when we may have to make budget cuts or adjustments or whatever. I just can't see that ever happening. I would never support that.
Well, right, I understand that, but
That's
we can.
unfortunate.
That is unfortunate, but if you see, like in the years past, we went for the same amount of money for a long time.
It'd be more unfortunate if we don't have the money to give to anybody.
It'd be more unfortunate if we didn't have a volunteer fire department.
That's true, volunteer. And we're in a position here where we have to have a number of support agencies. And if we make contracts with all of the agencies that are nonprofit that we do business with, we're in big trouble.
Are there any other agencies, nonprofit agencies, asking for contracts like we are?
here's the,
No, and they will. Exactly. Now, I'm not saying that your money should be cut. I might be for giving you more.
You wanted to buy us fire trucks at one time.
Joe,
We're-
don't do that.
we're starting to go down that path.
I'm saying that I will never support a formula or a contract. I will support more money if it's appropriate, but I will not support it that way.
You're talking about like a multi-year contract.
Absolutely, and the funding is the most important thing. Of course, if we've got a little bit more money, we can make things work. I mean, we can take that, but that's also something we would need.
Mr. Klein.
As far as fire hydrants go, there's 2 water projects in the county right now, Swift and Swig, that'll help to improve that. Plus, the planning commission is requiring all new developments to have fire hydrants at every 1,000 feet.
Oh, that'd be a big help.
So
Thank you
we
for
are stepping forward.
And we're
there.
doing the best, but we can't, we're
Absolutely.
doing the best we can within that was part of, some rezoning changes that we put in place that, we've got some heat for, but it was the right thing to do, in my opinion.
Well, you've also slowed down the growth as well with the larger
That's right.
lots,
And
and
again-
that'll help as well.
But we do not have the ability to force a municipality to do anything really outside of those things where we might have a joint agreement.
Well, Mr.
White
Klein
House-
actually hit on it.
White House is a private entity anyway, they're not even White House
We can't.
City.
So-
Well, you did exactly what we needed. If you're saying that with all new buildings gonna have 1,000 foot, that's exactly what we need.
What qualifies as a development? Is it 3 houses or 30
That's a
houses?
good question.
Anything that goes through the planning commission is usually 2 or more.
Okay.
So,
That's wonderful.
any other question on Ms. Boyd? And
So
then-
I have 2 comments. I would be opposed to any kind of contract. I've spoken to some people at the state, they're looking at some new, I know we don't like it, they're gonna push down some new stuff for volunteer fire departments in the upcoming years. It's in the works.
What do you know, what are those?
It's gonna hurt us.
Or do great things.
Like a requirement?
I don't know.
I mean, it's gonna hurt the well, yeah.
It's gonna hurt the budget.
It's gonna hurt the budget, but it's probably needed. I'll say that,
What-
but it's coming and we don't know what it's
is-
gonna look like.
Could you give us an overview?
It's gonna be looking kinda like when they brought in EMS, it was first voluntary, and now we have to provide it.
Be a fire tax.
It will be a fire tax, and it is coming, and it's in the works, and they're working on
So
the.
the state
and-
is going to
Yes.
mandate,
Well, that's the word.
It's kind of already mandated because of the fact that the
And then-
firefighters are the ones who run the vehicle extrications, and the county has to provide vehicle extrications. So if they're not
So-
doing it, it's a lawsuit.
So for right now, I would be totally against any type of contract
yeah, I mean, if the
until
state's
we
gonna
see what
force a.
is coming.
If the state's
And
gonna
then-
make a change that we're gonna have
Yeah, there's a
to-
change coming, and I don't know when, but I've been assured it's coming
Well,
sooner than later.
What is the state saying about this, that the county residents outside city limits will have this fire tax?
They're not real, they're
Or
just saying it's going to,
everybody.
the person talking to me said it's gonna look like how EMS came in. First, we hope you do it, we hope you do it, we hope you do it, now do it.
so here's what
and
I'm
they're-
hearing.
And, they're still working through
I
it.
mean, here's what I'm hearing, and this is what I love about the state. the state's like,
Yeah,
we're
exactly.
gonna help you and help you and help you, and then we're not gonna help you, and then you are gonna get
Exactly.
stuck with any tax increase.
I just wanna lay this
that
on the
is-
table for any type of
So I don't-
contract, I would be
this kind
totally
of stuff
against it
from
if
the
this is
state,
coming.
man,
Second is from the city point of view. When we put this money on here and we give it to them out of our full county budget, this hits all of our county
That's right.
residents. I'm all for volunteer fire department. I live in the city of Galton. I already pay for fire. The county needs to pay for fire from volunteer.
Second.
So it's got to, if whoever wanted
Well,
more
are
money,
you-
it's
are
a.
But you
you
also
it's a-
pay for
Are you
police
suggesting
force,
a- are
and then
you-
you turn around and pay for sheriff
are you
too, so
putting
I
a-
don't know if that's completely equitable argument.
Well, let's
And,
look.
and the
But
highway
there's-
I
department.
mean, I think at some point, we're gonna have to shift from a voluntary mindset to this is its own
But for right now, I'm
department.
double taxed. Well, I guess you're saying
But
I'm
you're
double
double taxed
taxed.
from
Wait,
one
wait,
and
all
you
right,
also
so,
use
all right, any
other.
other questions for the volunteer fire
I have
department?
one.
All right, we have one question for the volunteer fire department, then we.
Does the formula that you guys are proposing include ISO ratings?
Yes.
So the
it's
way
at
to
the
make
bottom.
you guys accountable would be to drop those ISO ratings.
Right.
Because when I talk to my insurance carrier, you guys are driving my insurance quite
Yeah.
a bit up out in the county.
And there is an insurance representative here for that. They can address
But,
that.
cause I compared it to say, you'd think a house in Florida would be because a hurricane's much more expensive. But when I was looking at one time, they told me my house insurance here was expensive. And they said it was because of the ISO ratings were, for their word, and it was a carrier, don't take it as me. They said they were horrible.
It is, and that's what we're trying to fix.
All right.
And all it has to do with
Yeah.
fire trucks and apparatus.
And just one comment again, Brad, is that when I found out the difference in ISO, I almost doubled my annual from 300 to 500.
Yes.
Because I realized how valuable it is. I've still not seen a mailer come from Southeast, which is my area, where they explain how important that is. I really think if you educate the people, you know, we talked about this, Kurt, you'd have money flying in.
I don't think so.
The chief at Southeast has told me twice that he has called you and you haven't returned his calls.
I have returned
All right,
his call.
we got, we're going, all right, here's the thing, do we have any other, we're here to do business, do we have any other,
Monday morning, there was a car wreck right in front of our fire station.
Okay.
Took out her sign, her flagpole. The lady was from Goodlettsville. She did not live in the county, to your point.
When the courthouse caught fire, we were there.
Yeah,
Volunteers. Tornadoes were there, we're there.
Okay,
And I'm all about being there. I just want where the money comes from.
I'm just saying that everybody takes advantage.
well, okay, Oak Grove in number one, apparently we were late in submitting our budget. Or we were. Do we need to appeal that, or are we gonna be
no,
included?
no,
We
what
put
we've
you in.
done is, we put it all in there, and that's why we added that in. Again, I'm not saying you're gonna get it, I'm just saying that like, if, we are considering it as though it came in on time.
Okay,
That was it.
I didn't
We
hear
made
that. I just
We
wanted to-
made that calculation.
They're considering the formula amount because I think some of them ask for more than the formula amount.
Well, we just wanna be, Oak Grove wants to make sure we're in
It's,
there.
it's included in that 280 or whatever we added. All right,
Some ask for more than the formula.
any other questions for the volunteer firm? Yes,
May I make a couple statements?
go ahead.
Hi, Jessica.
Yeah.
Thank you for getting us in there. I apologize for being late. So I'm the chief of number one fire department. That's Cage's Bend, Douglas Bend area here in the county. I just want to touch on a couple things real quick, just for some points of clarification and a little more from that. So, state constitution mandates a sheriff and an EMS. However the county gets it done, it's fine. The fire department is not included in that. What they're looking at is a constitutional amendment to say fire is something you have to provide. That's something I've spearheaded with my state representative. I don't know who's leading the charge up there, but anytime I get an audience, that's something I talk about. So, yeah, you're right, that's coming down, but it's going to be a constitutional amendment to the state. So, second point, ISO ratings. You're right. Our ISO ratings are determined by a whole litany of things. A lot is within our control with funding, a lot is not. Hydrant networks are a big part of that. Commercial buildings, the equipment we carry, population we serve, things like that. We at number one, we're fortunate, we have a 4. So, case in point, we have a attorney that lives in our zone. You probably know him if I said his name. Really big house, really big chunk of property. in discussions with them, their home insurance bill is lower for that property than their horse farm. It's just a barn and some property in Orlando. That's heavily driven by ISO. So yes, we do highlight that in our communications. So the biggest thing we can do short-term is equipment. Because when ISO comes down, they see one almost new apparatus in my bay. They're happy about that. They see one 23-year-old apparatus in my bay. That's my biggest goal, is to get that other apparatus updated. That's going to make a direct effect. We're within striking distance of a 3. That's going to save my residents money. Final point. What did we cover? I got with all that.
It was, this discussion has at least passed through, I know 2 committees, with ad hoc being one. The volunteer ad hoc studied all this. They studied the fire tax solution. They studied funding. They studied a lot that Mr. Harrison was on. And this funding formula was passed, and that's what we tried to push on through the HES committee approved the need for that formula and pass it on to here. So that's a big thing.
Okay, so you just, ma'am in the red shirt, you discussed being a resident of the city of Gallatin, and there's lots of that because you have county schools, you have the county sheriff who's still working within the cities from time to time for DUI checkpoints, serving warrants, things like that. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Sheriff. One thing that is very important to note is no matter if it's Portland, Hendersonville, Gallatin, Millersville, Westmoreland, every one of those depends on volunteer departments at some point. He mentioned the courthouse fire, but since we're in between cities of Hendersonville and Gallatin, it is pretty common for us to go into each one of their zones to back them up. Hendersonville's a 7-station fire department, Gallatin's a 5-station fire department. One Rocking House fire is going to pull every bit of their resources into that, so we are the next step, which is pretty common. It's not uncommon how that works, so I understand when you're thinking about your residents, okay, this is double tax. But I live in the city of Hendersonville. I pay county tax, city tax. I mean, that's just part of living somewhere, so I understand that. I don't really see it as an issue as a taxpayer within this county of the last 30-some years. So
I understand your point.
Yeah. Really appreciate you guys doing your part to look for us. If a contract is not something doable, at least we can go back and show lenders, look at the increase in funding we've seen, and hopefully that'll get us where we need to be for equipment purchases.
Any other notes or questions for volunteer fire department?
Can I have one more statement, please?
Go ahead.
You're talking about double tax and fire tax. Oak Grove does send out a mailer every year that costs us $3,000 to produce for the 3,800 addresses that we serve in the 74 square miles that we do. Of the 3,800, we do ask a $60 membership for every household. Most people give 60, some give 100, some give 500, some give 10, because that's all they have. But of the 100% that I nail out, I get back 20%. So I get about $20,000 every year. I don't believe that the people in the area will be opposed to, you're fired, you need to pay $60 a year for each house. I mean, I'm just saying, I don't think pushback for a fire tax is going to be, if you don't say tax. Fire service would be better to be served to the
Well,
community.
I do know, ma'am, that there was and I actually was potentially in support of this, and I think it was Mr. Mansfield who suggested a subscription model. But anyway,
I just wanted to state that there's a lot of people that are proactive with paying extra for that. That's all.
Anybody else? Thank you, ma'am.
So-
Anybody else? Go ahead.
Just for our workshop and our talk, Wilson County, and y'all can help me out if I'm wrong. Wilson County takes their county sales tax off of the county so sales tax that's obtained in the county goes to their volunteer. It's a certain model. There's a word for it. It's escaping me.
Are we able to do that? I thought?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So I just want y'all to know that that's also a thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and you know, I think there's a good case study all the way around because obviously Sumner County is a little different. We have all range of socioeconomic circumstances. We have a lot of square mileage, so to sit there and say what's good for one is not necessarily the other. So I recommend a holistic approach. Robertson County is where this funding model came from that we proposed, but you know, Cheatham County, all of them are experiencing the growth Sumner County's experiencing, so they're seeing the same issues. And not to point out, but to point out, we are way behind as far as fire service in Sumner County compared to anywhere else around us. So everybody else is seeming to figure it out. I really hope that we can too.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? All right, here's what we're gonna do. I know we're close to lunch. One more 5-minute break, and then we're gonna finish up. We'll be here at, now just a little bit ahead of time. 10:55 we'll start, and then we'll finish the next 3 before lunch. Ready break.
So, Mr. Hyde.
I'm sorry. Check the chair for you. Have a chauffeur.
We need to stop, right?
I think the next one is regional transportation.
RTA. Hello?
My CFO, Amanda, and my controller, my boss weren't able to attend, so they asked me. I'm Jeff Bursick. I'm the Regional Transportation Grants Administrator. I was just, I'm the one that filled out the application for the $55,000. That's the annual subsidy to run the bus service through to your Enterprise Drive location and the location off of New Shackleton Road in Hendersonville to downtown Nashville. That is the service cost is $55,597, and then the additional amount was for the board membership dues, and I think that is $6,000. Let's see what I put on the application. Yeah, the membership dues are based on the census, the latest census, and it's $6,124.
What's your yearly ridership from those locations?
For Sumner, I would have to get back with you on that. I had that information in my office, but I don't have my laptop with me.
Do you have a ballpark?
Yeah, for the full year for all of our services, it's about 20-some-odd thousand riders, I think, for everybody. That would include Murfreesboro.
So all of it?
Yeah, all of it. I would have to look at yours to see. Might be 200,000. I'm sorry, I don't know.
Okay, that's okay.
I don't know that answer. I should have prepared for that. This was the last minute. I was just told yesterday.
Do we just have that one location at Ball State?
Yes, you used to have 2 other locations, but because of the cost and the ridership and the people that were boarding, it's no longer at the farmer's market and at Walmart. We're just doing Enterprise Drive for Gallatin right now.
But nothing in Hendersonville?
And Hendersonville is there by New Shackleton Road.
They pick them up on the way back?
Yes.
And how much do y'all charge for your, how does that work? I want to go to Nashville on your bus. It's not free.
No, the ticket price it varies. I don't know that. I don't know that figure either.
Well, I guess.
I can call my boss and have her.
Yeah, no, that's fine. My question is, so it looks like the current year, there's $0. So was there just no, we cut it?
You cut it last year.
You guys cut it.
I think the discussion was that some of the subsidies used for, isn't it for some of the lower income to lower the fees in that part of it?
That was the
That is
discussion
part
last
of
year.
it, and then also some of the subsidies go into a reserve for if the service does go away and you guys decide you do not want it, that will be a wind down period, that we could still run the service and tell the, the riders that, we're going to cut the service off by such and such date. You do have some reserves built up over the past several years.
What do those reserves do?
The reserves are actually just sitting aside. Like if your service, we're requesting the $55,597 for the service. Like this year, the actual service cost is only $34,000 some odd dollars. So the difference is going into a reserve, and then that is your money, and that's what we used to pay for the services last year, because you did not contribute the $55,000 $100,000 last year. We just tapped into the reserves that you had left over that,
So, I think this was the question, and I think this is maybe why we cut it, because I don't fully recall the conversation. I do remember recalling the conversation. And what, these two things tie together. If the rider is, if a person is paying for the service, what is the county subsidizing it for? I mean, I'm not trying to press, I'm not,
You're trying to understand.
I'm trying to understand,
Yes.
like, you know, if I'm a person and I'm paying you to get in, I mean, why is that business model, where it's not being accounted for, that you need the county funds for?
well, the actual, for all of the services, let me see if I've got that information for you guys.
I would be curious what our reserve balance is.
That's what I wanted to know. I thought I missed it.
You're
from
curious
the-
for the ridership information?
The reserve.
No, I mean,
Oh,
the
reserve
ridership is
balance,
good,
you have
but
that. Your reserve balance currently is $224,616 that have been built up over the last several years. $224,000.
So you would tap into it if we didn't provide?
Yes, if you
tap into it again.
choose not to contribute the $55,597, which part of that does go into reserve, and if you choose not to cover just the service cost, which is $34,000, then we would tap into the reserve and take the $34,000 out.
so
to pay for
in
it.
theory, if we did not fund it, we could run off reserves for 5 to 6 years.
Correct. Depending on the service cost every year, they have. We've just gone out and got a new contract with a new bus service, so we're dropping the current one and we're transitioning it to someone else because they're a little bit lower.
Okay.
So instead of 35 or 36,000 this year, we're able to go down to 34.
I thought part of
6 to 10 years.
4 was to subsidize the rates for, on an income scale and for the elderly last year, wasn't that part of it too? Like the 34, in other words, if the ticket's on like 20 numbers and you get a discount, wasn't the counties for like low income and elderly, wasn't it used to?
That is part of it.
That's part of that money. So in other words, if you're below a certain income or elderly.
So we subsidize
some of the tickets.
But do you drive back and forth all day long, or do you drive one
Yes, there's,
loop in the morning and one loop back home at night?
yes, there are four trips in the morning and 4 trips in the evening.
But
you have
nothing,
8
so
trips
it's not all
altogether.
day long, so if I have a doctor's appointment at
Correct.
2 o'clock, I can't just go down there and wait and get on and come back.
Correct.
So basically the subsidization is for the working poor,
Correct.
who would work from
Yes.
here, there.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm really interested in the numbers. I'm at Fall State all the time. For the last 3 years, I've had kids there, so I drive past your parking lot for the WeGo. And I can tell you, in 3 years, I usually see maybe 15 to 20 cars there in that parking lot. So I'm really interested in what kind of numbers you show, because that's what I've visually observed in the last 3 years.
Okay. I can get that
My neighbor
information.
used it years ago, and she wasn't the working poor, she just they dropped it right off the state building, so,
It was convenient for her.
yeah, it kept her, she didn't have to drive in traffic.
What
Saves parking.
Excuse me?
Well, parking wasn't an issue 20
The
years
board
ago.
dues is where
You know, it was
you
$25
guys
a
are
month.
able to sit on the board with the whole region for all of
Yeah.
everyone that has a bus subsidy service, whether it's the bus or the train. You can sit on the board and listen to all the other counties and all the other cities.
Pay to sit on the board.
Yes,
Who's our board
that
member?
is based on the census on per capita for your area. So if Portland pays a certain amount, Westmoreland pays a certain amount, and then all of that is subtracted from the Sumner County total. That's how we get like 6,000, because you get like 61,000 people once you take those cities out. So it's based on 10 cents per person for what you represent, and you come to the board and vote on the issues. Mayor Isbell, Mayor. Yeah, he's the
So you're gonna get
he's able to
6,000?
go to the.
Pardon me?
You're on the board?
Are you getting the 6,000?
Yeah, found me out.
What are they giving you guys for it?
Well, last year you didn't pay, they didn't pay the 6,000 board membership either, so.
That's when we called you Mr.
Kick
Hyde.
him
We
off.
didn't pay it. I sat in the audience. I can list the name that's on board. I did attend the meeting.
We are called out in their little thingy as being the only one in Middle Tennessee.
To dumb, really?
Is it bad to be
Belong
here
to
for
a
that?
board. I can't-
Do we
Everybody
care?
else is still in this, sit on the board.
All right, any other
Sometimes
questions
that's
for,
good. It's like a-
any other questions for RTA? Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for your time. Okay, Tennessee Rehabilitation Center.
What do we do?
Chris Slater, I'm the career training coordinator for the TRC Gallup. We provide services for vocational rehabilitation customers.
Here, just 1 second there, finding the.
Page 71 in your main doc.
What was the
Oh,
last
it's not
one?
down here in contra.
David,
oh, we're
what was-
somewhere else.
Should say page 71.
RTA?
Yes, that was the last one.
Was
RTA.
Yes, sir, it was on page 80, I believe I'm on it.
It's,
80?
yeah, under contributions.
Then page 71 is where your Tennessee Rehabilitation Center is at.
Go ahead.
Sorry about that. No, it's not my fault. But we're a part of vocational rehabilitation. We work with VR customers, which are individuals with disabilities, to help them get the skills and the opportunity to get and keep a job.
You're the one that used to be at the TSR, the building that the elections is in. You're the one that got kicked out.
Yes, ma'am.
You do have a home now?
We've got,
That's who they are.
at the American Job Center.
Yeah, that's.
Yes, okay. I was just trying to figure out who you were.
Yes, ma'am. The way the TRCs used to work, we had a workshop, they did set piece pay work, but the federal law that provides the funding was changed 2015, I think. And the workshops nationwide, because this was a nationwide thing, the workshops were closed down.
Same question that for the previous with, ridership. What's your annual number of folks you serve? Do you have any metrics on, folks that you've had intake, successful transition to job?
I was trying to look at those numbers this morning. Unfortunately, they changed our part of the case management file system in February. So I can tell you that since, let's just say January, TRC specifically has provided services for roughly 50 VR customers.
Since this January?
Since January, yes.
Okay, so 10 a month, 12 a month.
At least, yes. The problem is, it's gonna depend on what services they need. We have some individuals that we may have to work with for a period of months before they move on to the next part of their VR process. Some individuals, it might be a single meeting before they move on.
Do you have any outcomes? Those are
I do know of at least 5, and I know that sounds low, but I do know of at least 5 that have had a successful closure, which according to the VR rules, a successful closure is 90 days of competitive integrated employment.
Okay.
I do know of 5 right off the top of my head. Others are in various parts of the VR process.
What's the
vocational rehabilitation.
So my husband worked at the TRC in Smyrna.
Yes.
And do you, that was for quadriplegics, and he worked in the therapy section. So once they finish their in-house rehab in Smyrna, are any of them then fed through your office here in Sumner County?
I have had a couple that
Okay.
have already, most of the time, we will meet with them before they go to TRC Smyrna, if that's part of their employment plan. But if not, I have met with a few afterwards to help with reinforcing things like interview skills.
Right, because they have brain injuries. That TRC in Smyrna deals with a lot of brain injuries.
So I was gonna say, what's
Spinal
the range of folks you're assisting here?
We will work with anyone that has anything that's considered a disability that could impact their ability to get or keep a job. So it can be physical, it can be developmental, it can be, I've got a lot of, probably most of my customers are people on the autism spectrum, for example. But I am currently working with someone who had received I believe it was a back injury at work, and now has more limited use of their hands, and
So do you guys, like, are you guys actively like helping them navigate the job market, going out and finding them roles, or do you have partnerships?
We'll just say we don't take part in what we'll call job creation, as in trying to.
It's just purely a skills thing?
Well, it's helping them. The goal of, and this once again goes back to the change in the federal law, the goal is competitive integrated employment. We want them to be able to get a job at a business where they're not only hiring people for, only hiring people with disabilities, for example.
Got it.
That's not considered a successful outcome. Or if they, and there have been some businesses in the past that did this, basically had an area sectioned off, where, okay, here's where the people we hire with disabilities, we're gonna have them work here. That's not considered a successful outcome.
All right.
They have to be with the general population, they have to be earning a competitive pay to anybody else that would be serving in that time.
Mr. Klein?
How big is your staff here in Young?
Well, for the TRC part, it's me and the career training specialist, so two full-times.
Any other, Mr.
Are you, just to clarify, are you a state function or are you a federal function?
Okay.
And how does the state and the federal money, and how much state and federal money is wrapping into you?
Okay, this was actually asked a couple of years ago, and it kind of threw me off, but I do have the answer for that. First of all, it's a 30-70 federal match, so 30% comes from local, 70% comes from federal match.
So we're the 30 and then the federal the 70. And what about the state? They do anything?
For this particular, for the TRC, the state is granted the money from the federal government and distributes it. Just like with the school system.
Oh, yes.
The paycheck says Sumner County Board of Education, even though the majority of the money is coming
So
from
we
the
give
state.
you 56 and they're gonna, that's the 30% and they're gonna match, they're gonna come in. If we give you nothing, they're not gonna come in.
If you give us nothing, then the federal government has nothing to pay.
That's important for us to hear.
I'm not saying that we won't keep trying to provide services, we certainly will,
Yeah.
but eventually that's.
I thought that was the way, I just wanted to clarify.
Mr. Lambert?
Have you talked about the increase, the 1,500 increase?
We were asked to request a 3% increase
You
over
just
previous.
applied the COLA?
I'm sorry?
You just applied the COLA, the 3%?
More or less, it's,
Okay.
but I'm not gonna lie, hey, if y'all wanna keep it at the original amount, I have no problem with that at all.
So, you just took the COLA, all right. Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Thank you for what you do.
Appreciate it.
All right, Ashland's Place.
Are they in there? I think they were all late.
They are like some metal limit.
Yeah, but I didn't.
Okay.
Well, first of all, I owe the table an apology for my lateness in getting our grant submitted. I think usually I'm probably the first one to have that submitted. I don't know, somewhere when I got my 2025 calendar ready and transition dates, somehow June 1st is when that, and it got put into my calendar. But regardless, I could give 10,000 excuses, it doesn't matter, that falls on me. I take full accountability for that. We are not asking for an increase. I don't know, probably everybody's a little aware of what we do. As the Child Advocacy Center, we are the only agency that can provide a forensic interviewer, where those children can be interviewed in a child-friendly environment. Those recorded interviews can be used in various different court proceedings to assist with the prosecution to help kids get through that system. We are also providing wraparound services as far as trauma-focused therapy, ongoing victim advocacy, helping families get linked with various resources they may need, even outside of our agency, filing for victims' compensation, et cetera. And kind of just really the coordinating agent for those severe child abuse investigations, working with all of our law enforcements across the county, our district attorney's office, Department of Children's Services, and coordinating that effort for that kind of multidisciplinary team approach to how we handle those severe investigations.
Okay. Any questions for Ashland's Place? All right, Thank you, ma'am. Oh, wait, go ahead.
We heard some disturbing things yesterday in one of the people that came forward about the age groups of I guess, federal offenses, right? Yeah, Judge Howard, I imagine you work with him. How many, can you quantify how many children or families you deal with on an annual basis?
On an annual basis, Sumner County, our last ending fiscal year, I believe we had 599 severe child abuse investigations. Now, as a child advocacy center, we are only getting the stuff classified as severe. So that is going to be all child sex abuse allegations, child deaths, severe physical abuse, kind of loosely defined, if it requires medical attention when we're looking at shaken baby, broken bones, burns, those types of things. And then also some drug exposed as well. Probably 90% of what we're getting at the Child Advocacy Center and working with is going to be child sex abuse. That's a very small drop in the bucket for what DCS is seeing as a county. Their numbers routinely are well into like 1,700 referrals a year for our county. So when we look at like juvenile court, they're going to be working with a lot of those other cases, the severe and the non-severe.
Do you, now you're dealing with victims, do you deal with any child perpetrators?
We do from the standpoint of, it depends on the age of the child. If we've got, say, a child under the age of 13, kind of roughly, we're not typically interested in charging that child from a law enforcement standpoint. It's more of a service base. So we're going to interview that child who's the initiator to see where have they learned that behavior and what services do they need. And so when we talk about that multidisciplinary team, obviously law enforcement's responsible for charges and if there's a crime and what that is. DCS is involved and they're responsible for child safety. So we may do the interviews, may provide therapy. DCS may be involved in input other in-home services and just kind of a case-by-case basis.
So we're providing 7,000 in this request. Where does the rest of your money come from?
We've got 2 contracts with Department of Children's Services that hopefully are going to be increased this next fiscal year. We have federal VOCA money that covers our family advocate position, Memorial Foundation, Emmy Lee Tompkins, just a variety of different foundations and contracts and grants.
What size is your staff?
We have got 3 employees and 1 contract. Our therapist we contract with, but she sees our kids and families on site at our center.
And I'm looking at your yearly statement here. It's your 990. So you have total revenues of $326,000, about $200. Sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
And that funds how many? What is that fund?
3 employees.
3 employees and then 1 contract, which are all providing direct services. Now, some of that, and it's on our budget, we had.
So your overhead, I always ask for nonprofit what your overhead ratio is. So all of those guys are direct support.
Yes, we have no like admin.
You don't have anybody out there whose sole job is like money raising?
No.
Okay. All right.
And the building you're in is paid for as well?
It's owned by the city. We are there rent-free, so we are responsible for maintenance. So our budget had a pretty hefty increase over the last couple of years that money is done. It was one-time state appropriations spread out over three years.
This is what we need to do with the Winchester.
And so that we've used that to do building improvements because it was unrestricted, where a lot of our foundational training is restricted to therapy services, direct services, where this allowed us to do some building improvements. We worked out with the city and all of that.
Do you find it a problem that you're in the building in Gallatin? We're hearing, we have a similar property and we've been told that we can't do the arrangement that you're doing because it would inhibit your ability to get grants and revenue. Have you run into any problems?
We have not ran into any problems. Now, that's kind of a unique situation with that building. It was left to the city in a trust that they have to let somebody be there rent-free as long as they have something to do with children. So they're kind of limited on what they can do with it. It's kind of a really weird deal.
A condition.
We've not had that be an issue with our federal grants, our state grants, or of course our local stuff like Memorial Foundation and whatnot. But that doesn't mean it couldn't come up in the future.
Are you asking for the 7,000 again, or is?
Yes, we're just,
okay.
yeah, we're not asking for an increase.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. We have one thing, just a note here, Dave, just asked for.
Hey,
us, we'll break-
Real
quick.
quick, I gotta, before we change topics,
Yeah.
when we're looking at this page,
I don't see it on there, I don't think it is.
well, it wasn't on, yeah, it's the
They-
7,000.
Jessica's gonna put
It's
it
the
on
very
there.
last page, but I'm curious, does the resource authority not ask?
No.
No,
I can
Okay.
speak to that because I was there when that changed, if you
Okay.
wanna know, but we don't, they voted that we don't have to pay that. That was $100,000 that we paid to bring all our garbage, but then what we found out was we were still paying outside vendors to pick it up and pay full price.
for this building.
So we just said, we don't wanna pay for the all we can bring, cause we're not bringing it.
Yeah, we only bring like about $1,000 a year and pay
Yeah,
100.
so when I dig out the numbers, we weren't bringing it, and I was like, why we do this? And so, when I was still on it, I got them to vote to
They told us
not
not to
charge
pay
us.
it, so.
Cool.
I made us
And then-
100,000.
Thank you.
99.
And what about the Cumberland Crisis Pregnancy Center?
They're in the charitable.
They're yours.
They're moving, well, right here, they're separate, so.
Huh?
I'm looking on the last page, B.
Are they in fiscal year 26? Do they have an amount?
They have fiscal year 25.
Right.
That's who you're in right now.
So you're saying
He's asking.
they're
did they
going to
not?
be in the other one?
Like, so, go ahead.
What we do is we stick one flat amount in the budget, and then you guys come back as a commission after it goes through your committee, and we distribute it, so it'll stay zero until it's adjusted during the year. So you have that, like, say, flat $100,000 that
Oh, I
shows
see.
up right now. Gotcha.
But that 105 though still shows as one line of
Right, you'll have to
105.
vote, and remember, y'all
Yeah,
work on how to distribute that amount, you know.
But
Yeah,
that's,
I'm just
that's a
trying to-
conversation I'm trying to have with Matt.
Did we already give Ashley's place 7,000? Did we give them twice?
see what I'm saying?
No.
I was gonna say,
No.
because we've given them,
We didn't give them during, not.
No,
like-
so what-
They don't, that's what Gary and I were just talking about. That's
It's
the
so
confusion we
confusing.
had. We do not run it through there, but they used to, but we do not, because
Why do we
that's something
not?
that the courts have to use because of what she was saying, and so because we have to pay
It's
it, they
not
got
a
moved into.
charitable-
It's not a,
It's not-
all these other charitables are we do or we do not.
This is a
one
have
is a
to.
have to because of
Huh?
In
the
2000.
skills or
They
whatever.
provide a service that we would have to
Jared,
do.
anything else?
No.
All right, David, go ahead.
The bids that came back for the health department has came back in under bid fairly good amount, so it will not need to be back on the agenda for budget.
That's
So
good.
Things that came back better than we were concerned.
All
There we
right,
go.
Excellent.
break to lunch.
Good for news.
You want to pause till the moment.
Okay, so that makes more sense. So is that why some of the others, yes,
Wait a
sir?
minute, for 2000.
Can you switch us back on? Flip pages.
I won't pick it.
All right,
Sounds like
we
a
are pulling us back into order here. I know we've kind of been skipping on the rules a bit, just to have people in and out. So we've got time. Mid-Cumberland is up next, and that's at 1 o'clock. So we've got a bit of time to work. We could, yeah, let's go ahead. And y'all want to take a chop at EMS? And
Sure.
And that's another big chunk we can bring down.
Salaries probably.
Did you say take a chop?
Chunk.
Chunk.
Junk out of EMS.
Yeah.
Does it say chunk out of EMS? Is that what you're
Yeah, I mean, let's
What
not think
page
of
was
other big
that?
places to take it from.
69.
Okay, so they asked for
69.
all those new personnel. I mean, there's, how much is
Okay, these, make sure we get it right. These right here were moved, if you look, paramedic moved from AMS, so those aren't new right here.
No, I understand that, starting at 119.
That's
But
it
they're
right here.
promotions, right? I mean,
Yeah,
we're moving into.
Well, let me say something here. To run a ALS, which is advanced life support, versus a BLS, you've gotta have at least one paramedic. So if you don't have one paramedic, you're gonna be running only a basic life support. So if they're down to their bare minimum, they're gonna have an issue. So they give a promotion amount to go from, EMT to a paramedic. So even though that is a promotion, that's probably one you want to encourage because there's not a whole bunch of available,
Yeah.
just to speak, there's not a whole bunch of available paramedics out there. So that's one you
So
may want
to your
to,
point,
may want to support.
These make sense, these new ones are different.
Those are different, but just tell her that they did come from paramedics that do make less, but you need I'm sorry, EMTs, but you do need spare paramedics because if somebody calls in sick and you don't have enough.
Do we have
So
any?
up above, we have
That's why he's getting more
empty ones?
paramedics versus, yeah, he moved there's blanked out positions that
Up
were.
above, the same
This is
amount?
all ones that have become a paramedic.
And they were.
No, it's the next section.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's down.
Right.
many of
Like if you go
them?
down, Terry,
So
on the
there's
page,
six,
on the
six,
second page, there's,
What number page?
Can you scroll down?
it's all under A29.
Oh, so that's.
It starts 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well,
I only
don't
see
know about EMTs, I
five.
don't know.
And to be honest, it
Yeah.
is less money, but the same thing, you do need paramedic, extra paramedics.
It's only about a $4,000 swing.
Not huge.
If we took out what?
So what I'm not saying we do it, I just wanna see if we took out all the new hire paramedics and new hire EMTs.
Oh, if we can, that'd be, how much are they? a
Grab
piece?
these.
Right, yeah, you grab those.
Huh?
I just hit delete.
Oh, you want me to go
We can
ahead and
see
do
that
it, I'm
do
sorry.
Hit delete, then go there, hit the FT sign, it'll get rid of it. Should get rid of other benefits.
Are there any more on like line 125?
Yeah,
Did we get 'em
there's
all?
amounts for overtime.
And then if we
Okay.
go up to EMTs, let's get rid of the new EMTs too.
New hire EMTs, and then you got overtime too.
Yeah.
But are these the people that he said we were paying for to go to school? That will
Are
come out?
they're not replacement EMTs?
No, these are new hires.
No, those are
These are all
the
new
ones the paramedic moved from ALS. to
Those we left alone.
EMT.
What's in the A?
No, but right, but they,
Ambulatory emergency medical.
but they left,
Advanced.
they
And there's
left,
something should be
they
said
left
overtime
that
just if
to
you don't
become
have-
paramedics.
Yes.
And so do we not
Should
need
be
to
their-
replace?
I see what you're saying.
Should be probably on I'm not sure.
I'd like to hear what he had to say about that first though, because he talks about having such trouble finding paramedics.
Can we, and this
These
is
are,
maybe,
these are the
this,
brand new ones.
this may be the wrong
These are
time.
additional.
So tell me, can we maybe look at giving him 2 instead of none?
Yeah, I'm just getting an idea.
We were just
Okay.
saying.
I just wanna
I
take
just
them
didn't know,
all out.
I didn't know if you start here and
No,
go
no,
back
no,
up, or if you
I just
start.
wanted to see.
We can
what
hit
the-
undo.
Yeah, I just wanted to see what the total amount we could potentially.
How big a
how
number he
big a
can
number we
get?
could even get out of this.
So is that about, what was the
It's
other
just
problem?
harder to go back up.
Just hit undo.
She'll hit undo.
I know, but it's harder to, once you see that big sexy number, you're not gonna wanna go
Well,
back.
actually,
Everything's just
hey, that's
sexy
not as
today.
big. I mean, so what did you say? We were at 8.3, I think we're at.
Well, let's see
talked
what we're
about that
saving
here
right
once,
now.
Terry.
So let's
Calendar, that's
find
a
your
hard number.
difference number on the hard copy
What
for
month do you
EMS and
want?
see what you got up there.
You going for December?
On my page.
That's the
Yeah,
best.
Fully closed.
I'm taking stuff apart way too much. 'Cause I don't know where I'm at. We have a.
While he's looking for that, do we
Yeah,
know
look.
capital, how much we need to come down?
We don't need to come back.
It was,
Wait, say that again?
We don't need to in terms of dollars. Well, outside of that 3 that we took out, remember?
Outside of my stuff.
Outside of that 3. I mean, in terms of dollars, I don't think we need to come down.
Yeah, I need to-
I'm
What's
still
the total
concerned
sum?
about
I'm not
schools.
saying
The
we don't
difference.
want to.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm still wanting to see what
1.8.
schools are wanting.
Okay.
because we're going to have to do that.
93663.
Haven't asked for
936.
But we've already
Not
given
yet.
them their money, or their
No,
number.
no, I
their
mean-
number, right?
Are they expecting a new school in 2
Okay,
years?
where do we
That's-
go?
Go up to where you.
Because we're going to, I mean, let's don't spend everything because we know we gotta build a new school.
Then just come to the
I
side.
mean,
and we'll decide.
They've got a reserve
always-
fund for a lot of that school.
But they don't have to use it for our school, do
Right
they?
there. So
We're
put it
gonna
right
build
here.
a school
put
in
that number
2
up
years.
They-
1893.
I don't think so either, but we'll have to plan.
663.
You don't wanna,
Minus that number.
I don't know.
It'd be 5 years for
Oh,
it.
I think there's, I think
Do they
there's,
need more? I know that the high school on the east side of Gallatin.
You cut $988,000.
I think that would be
So
the
that's
next
another
location
million.
out near Meta, that
Well,
area.
so, do we
Mhm, but
wanna-
we start with like
do we
an
wanna
element,
plus up
will
one
we do a
each?
full campus?
One be at one,
That's the
let's
model
add
now.
one AEMT in and one paramedic in.
Alright, let me go back.
And then,
And which station are they needing those at?
Let me help you put it
Is
back.
this to take care of
Because I'll have to
vacation?
take
I
out-
mean, you know,
hit one more time.
need 3 sets for a team.
no, this isn't a team,
This
this is
isn't-
just a, this is not talking about
we're
their.
not adding,
We're not adding an ambulance.
we're not adding that ambulance. No, we can't.
Yeah, that little more
We
time.
don't have it.
Okay.
What I do
It's
think,
still one.
I
they
agree.
don't have the location for it. I do think we should spend some money in capital potentially to start
There you
building that out. In 3 years, maybe we plan for
So
it.
how many do you want to keep, Matt? Two?
One apiece.
I want a piece. Look, they're gonna get a chance to come and rebut, right? And like,
But why would you not, and this is just asking, why would you not go ahead and just say, oh, well, never mind, because they said they do 3 a year.
yeah.
Okay.
You're talking about ambulances?
Yes.
They need a
Yes.
different color.
So we've already got in here to do 3 this year. He was just asking for 4?
No, he's asking for 2 this year.
2 this year.
So he put them in, if we just count everything that's in the pipeline, we're just gonna start going, like we would go, start going 2, 2, 2.
We're basically catching up, so we're at 3, 3, 3, but we backed it up from last
See,
year.
I don't know that we're catching
Then the
up, because the
overtime,
ARPA
we
was,
gotta
let's
look
buy
at
the
it.
next 2 years.
What do you wanna do about the overtime?
But I guess that's just
Oh,
to
that's
get us
calculated.
caught up
Who
with
calculated?
supply line.
I guess I'm asking, are we about,
Divide that
I don't want
by-
to cut it
Divide
so
by
much
6
where
times
we're
2.
back to where we are, where we
Are we
were.
not giving, did he say he didn't wanna give any ambulances?
That's what I was trying to,
Yeah,
no ambulances?
No.
we wanna buy
We're gonna do the
ambulances.
ambulance, we're not dealing with capital, that's capital.
No, that-
We're
just
just
one
doing,
now,
so just again,
This
this now 6 million or something we need to cut, this is recurring. We're not even dealing with capital, we're just dealing with salaries right now.
Divided by.
Wait, where were the 2 million?
Yes, ma'am.
What's that?
I thought we had 8 million or 9 million.
We've come down some.
Well, that was like,
The
We've already
sheriffs
cut
and what
some
we've done
from
here.
sheriff,
we're
we
down to
cut
6.
some from.
Well, that's not gonna be a full million.
And Jordan
Yeah.
making these.
when it hit
really
Benny's, it
late,
got
so
Yeah, they're
we'll-
trying to
a lot
figure
It
out.
more.
was like, it was
Okay.
like almost $1 million when, and then we added those 2 back, it's like 800,000.
So let's go back to that side and we can find out what the total cut is now.
So it's a pretty good cut.
If you go back to that,
the Benny's really
no, I'll read
add
you
up.
out the number
What's that?
again.
Sure.
I haven't-
Right here.
I missed the numbers.
I think he
last
moved,
year.
he was up there.
I think we cut the rest
Is
out.
there a way, David, can,
Oh,
I
I
mean, this is
deleted
kinda.
that.
Out of what?
Sorry.
Y'all can
Yeah,
log
yeah,
in.
He's not even listening.
Okay.
But he's
Close
listening
that
more,
number.
he just.
One-
Wait, what was that?
180.
I was making a joke down here.
663 minus.
Wait a minute,
Check that dollar.
yeah.
Just erase that. You just erase that dollar. Minus the one beside it, you'll see that. Okay.
So 750.
So
I'd leave that formula.
I have a proposal that we put in cell B4, we put our number that we're aiming for and let it continue to decline as we go through it, and it's up there
That's already
frozen.
happened.
Yeah,
But we
that's
can't see it all the time. I
You're not,
want,
you're not
Oh,
gonna
I
be
see.
able to, you're still not gonna be able to, because.
yeah, we could. If we
If you
just
switch
switch it there.
pages.
Oh, it won't stay there.
No, yeah.
Can you scroll, let's just scroll down and look at it, because you had said.
It really doesn't take that long, but I mean, when
Look,
it.
so it's right here, so I thought you said that was. is there a
Remember, we
way-
said we was probably gonna leave it 1 million more than it was last year, so that's gonna put you at 688 right now.
And 6.8 left.
I need to-
Let's just quit talking about the
I'll be
fudge
right
factor of
back.
$1 million.
I'll be right back.
I mean,
Well,
I'm worried
you
about
got
the
floating
numbers.
in out revenue, so
I
yeah.
know, but we got revenue projections in trouble too.
There's something y'all wanna
Potentially for
look
sales
at?
tax don't affect this fund.
Well, Matt's
Wanna go
gone,
down
he's the
each-
one doing all
So
the
is that
decisions.
cut
I don't know if we
enough?
can do anything.
So we're fully funding volunteer fire is what we just decided.
No, we need to.
For what?
So, hey,
Fully
actually, I think
funded
the one to talk
volunteer
about next, if.
We decided, we took a vote, sorry, vice
I
chair
did not
stepped
do that.
in and.
Hey.
Do we want to talk about do we want to talk about the steps, or do we want to talk about?
Oh, yeah.
I think.
Yeah, let's talk.
Do we want to, that's a big, like, I would
I think
like
we need to remove steps from everybody.
to do all of it.
Done.
And I'll vote.
Well, what's the total?
Call for a
number?
vote.
All right, I'll call for a
The
vote.
extra.
I want to, before we go, I would like to see what that number is going to be. I just want to see what
That's
the.
fine.
impact
No, I
is.
don't even care.
I don't
I'd like a
think-
vote.
I don't think
Well, we
it
can do
Concerns
it.
us.
Because you
I
know
do,
what,
but I
it
wanna
doesn't
see
matter what the
I wanna see
number
the
is,
number.
because it's
Oh,
going to
I'm
grow
happy to
into
see
our
it.
other
It's
departments.
the truth.
It will
It's
grow
the
into our
truth.
other
So the
What
best
if-
thing to
wait.
do is just,
It's a mistake.
What if, throwing this out there, you cut steps, but instead of COLA at 4?
Well, I
Well,
mean,
then, why don't everybody get
Then
it?
everybody would
But then everybody would get
Yeah, but
it.
then we
Everybody
might end
get
up even
4.
worse.
then why cut the
It
steps?
might be, but it may not be.
So,
No,
but
Because
let's-
then everybody's on the same page.
Let's look at
We're
the-
not
Well,
looking at different
everybody is
departments.
if everybody
I
gets
just
3.
want to look at the, can we just, I just want to see what the impacts are going first.
maybe a lower.
They say you're
Between this and the sheriff's, can you add up what the impact is if we remove all the steps?
Where does it say steps?
Yeah.
All of that,
Anything in yellow.
anything in yellow.
Well, not anything, because some of that's
So
new
that's
hires.
some of that
Well,
new hires.
any small number.
Yeah.
How do you know what's step
Okay,
there?
I could do a formula.
Again, it
like that
doesn't
one
matter.
for-
Go ahead, start
I
deleting.
know, but
We're,
What do we do?
You know, if we had a new software, not Excel, we could probably
I mean,
just.
just as a.
And have it.
Get $1 million for that.
Okay, just delete.
Just because I'm just trying to get.
Delete
around.
here.
What?
Delete.
That's your pet thing.
No, don't delete that, because that's delete that one.
Just looking at your.
Go grab all
Listen, it's
that.
crazy that we do cash flow. That I have to manually
click the gears and change it. Yeah, keep going. I'll make sure there's nothing else buried.
Why don't you just copy and paste it right there?
What's the,
You're changing.
Let's get under that budget balance.
I'm getting thrown off by this negative budget.
Okay, keep going down now.
But then you have to
Shift that all.
This
That's to get rid of those transferred up.
But I got just you did one, you've done it.
I like my sisters.
Stop.
Jessica, you're going to the plus.
Leave the grays, Jessica.
You don't need to get those. Right there.
Yeah, don't get the blues.
Oh,
Yeah.
Get those right
I
there.
worked in the hair salon.
Yeah, just the yellows.
You start right there. Pull down. Right there.
I got it.
It messes it up when you print
So we got hair brushes there to fix it.
They have to have
Like sewing in.
all right, we got to the new hire.
I think there's some down here in there over.
No, I'm saying they will.
All these, there's a lot more you think. 'Cause
Oh, wait,
don't get
there's a
that
new
one.
one.
No, but you know, I mean.
Hang on, not the four, I can't look at
I was
you
trying to
and,
show you if you see the
Okay.
screen. There you go. Delete.
not that one, right?
Yep,
Okay.
down to here.
Down to the 43,000.
Nick?
I'll
Back
go
out.
up to,
Go up there.
I'm trying to,
Just the small numbers.
You don't
She's
have
looking
more
on the screen,
eyeballs?
there's a lot.
I'm looking at y'all and looking at,
Yeah,
yeah,
you
I
get
know not to
the lead.
remove those.
Keep
Okay.
going, keep going, keep going down. Look out here, you got all of the captions.
This,
No.
What is that?
What is that?
That's where he's asking for $80,000
Additional
for part-time
part-time.
money.
New part-time, is that like one part-time person?
That's a
Five?
bunch of part-time.
I think that's
Or
not
two?
one.
You wanna leave it or take it?
Well, let's look at total, I mean, Mr. Klein, do you have an org chart?
well, wait, before we do that, let's do one thing at a time.
I guess do one, leave that
Let's,
there.
time out, guys, let's do one thing at a time. We're looking at, leave that for now.
Leave that
because
for
What
now.
we're looking at is.
Make that
the
red,
step
just so
stuff.
they won't forget.
What we're trying to figure out is what the total impact of the
And
steps are.
you know what?
There you go.
We had the conversation with other departments want steps, and it didn't take 1 hour for another department to be in here wanting steps.
So, we're just trying to,
That's good.
Terry,
Just hit the lead.
So how many part-time do you think that is? Oh, that's a,
it's a big.
These are overtime.
That's
these
the
people for
sheriff's-
Steps.
this is EMS.
Oh, this is EMS. Yeah, the EMS is very, he didn't even.
What is that? You need to see what that is.
See, there's-
Okay, you delete those, but don't delete these two
Full-time
16s.
people making
yeah,
18,000.
That's 16.
there's a lot of those 16,000.
Well, that's what they were transferred from paramedic.
Oh,
Oh.
I see, but those are the ones we want to see.
You wanna keep those.
Wait, can I-
Keep.
So we have, so these
That is
EMTs
his
only
budget
make
balance.
$16,000 a year?
No, that is to bump them up from, an AMT to paramedic.
That's their whole overtime amount, the total.
Oh, you're in overtime.
Yeah.
Right, those, your paramedics
Sorry.
and EMTs have a guaranteed amount of overtime they have to work, so there's overtime matches.
Gotcha. Okay.
Go
Okay.
keep going down, let's see what we got.
there, well.
So add it together,
That makes sense.
43 plus 16.
I thought we were just that well
Oh, we're good.
under, or that under.
Yeah.
I guess go back to the front.
Hey,
page
real
and
quick.
See how much we changed. now.
Can you go up just a little bit, please?
Oh, you want me to go back?
No, I just want to,
We may have
This
captured
is,
something we should
this
have.
doesn't work without numbers in
I
it.
know.
But see, here's the thing.
Here, let me, did
I
y'all?
just,
Scroll
I'm
down
not,
to where we were
I'm
just
not
looking
saying
at,
one
the
way or the other, but
16,000.
go back to that bottom line.
Hold on a
number,
second.
how much we need to cut. the
not yet, I'm asking.
Sorry,
you.
I was trying to do this for Terry.
You're right,
Okay.
right there.
Which one?
Okay, I'm good, all right, thanks.
So we did all that and it didn't really remove that much.
Go back up to EMS and see, we were at 8 something, it probably removed. Is it?
I don't know that the
No,
number,
'cause we had
that
already
number
removed-
bumped about 300,000, I think.
No,
Did
it was
it even-
750.
I think it bumped you about 250.
250, well, 220.
About $220,000 worth of it.
Just
Just
on that
What are
department.
we gonna do? Are we gonna cut steps out of one department but
Well,
not another?
what the
We
suggestion was
just
to cut
hadn't got
steps
there.
out of all departments.
I don't think you can.
Yes, why not?
I mean, can you tell Carolyn that she can't give steps?
She's not giving steps.
But, what does she choose to do?
She gets promotions.
I think they mean they're not gonna fund
Here's
steps.
what-
They're not gonna fund.
What they're
the
saying,
steps,
Mr. Hyde, is that the people can, the officers can do whatever they want, it's just what are we gonna pay for here? They could do the steps, but they would have to find it.
Cut it from somewhere else.
Somewhere else in their budget.
Carolyn
And
has
when it's
3
not
clerks.
there, What does that leave?
Well, like Carolyn, she
The
has
chance.
3 clerks, 1, 2, and 3, and they all make different amounts. And when a clerk 2 quits, she moves one into it and hires a new one at the lower level. She rotates through like that instead of like this.
Because they still haven't looked at overtime on EMS, that extra part-time.
So it's basically
We're
a
still doing
longevity
COLA,
bond.
just not the
I mean,
step.
here's
Can I ask, what is the longevity again?
It's, when first year's 200, after that 75.
Here's what
I think after about
Tops off at
10 or 15, it goes to 150, tops off at 2100.
I have something.
What is, like, where does it,
Based on number of years.
It's a.
is it like a retirement thing?
No, it's over here.
Where's
No,
the
it's
flag
just an
you
extra-
stay and work
it's like a
at?
bonus year.
So hey, I have a
It's
suggestion.
a one-time
Like getting a
payment.
bonus
you get a
in
year.
Alright.
your, every
You get
anniversary.
it, you
Yeah.
get a check for
Well,
Just
X
because
number,
you
just
stay at
because you're
work,
here.
you
The
worked one
state
more
does
year.
it.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Let me
Yeah.
make a suggestion. Because, so this is hovering around a couple different things. Mr. Hyde and I had a similar issue earlier when we were talking about what to do with, like, whether we set a policy. The step thing kind of gets into this, right? Just hear me out. And the question is, when we're doing this line item by line item, we're effectively, you could argue that we're deciding for the different departments what they're doing. Or you could say, hey, the other side of it, which Jerry, I think was your argument, is that like, hey, if we're doing steps for some and not for the others, then that's not fair. Here's a suggestion I have for that I think does both. And it's not about how much money we put into it, I just mean structurally. With each department has a step or some sort of longevity pool. So we no longer have to get into the business of doing all of these percentage and having people, we basically say, hey, each department, this year, we can make it a percentage, we can do whatever, but this is your bonus pool. Or this is your
3%,
step
here it
pool,
is, do it.
here's what it is. And then we know, like, the sheriff no longer has to come in and fill out each of these, they get a pool that they can do, we don't have to get into it, and then we also don't run into the worry that, you know, we're denying something, right? We're setting aside for each department some amount.
But
Now,
remember, if I'm understanding it correctly, a step is a reoccurring, where a longevity would be a bonus.
But what we're doing is we're giving a certain amount to each department, and that department can figure out how much, they set the steps, and they can set that however they want within it, but they get a bucket, they get a pool.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying if Eric, and I'm gonna pick on you because you're right here. If say he gives deputy chief in line 10 a step increase this year.
Yep.
That means his new salary is based off of that, where deputy chief in line 11 may not get that same step. And so he's gonna start having variances instead of everybody at the same.
Yeah, because it would roll into the base salary for the next year. I mean,
That's why,
you're
from
right.
a management standpoint,
You're
from a
right.
company standpoint, it's always better to give bonuses than recurring steps or
You're right.
raises.
What?
Some of these steps though may be in departments like this, where it's very difficult to find an EMT. And you need to give steps to retain them, because he gave a figure one time several years ago about how many part-time Metro EMT people were coming up here working a second job.
So I would say
as
that
our EMTs.
the
No, you're correct,
longevity is in AB.
but I think
Look
you're
at
gonna
their
hear that on
longevity.
everybody, because I was talking to the librarians yesterday, and they're having problems because their pay is so low. I mean, granted, it's not nearly as skilled as a deputy chief, but their problem is, how do I take somebody away from their family for
$28,000.
$20,000 a year?
But if we look at how long they've been there and whether they're gonna leave, if you look at column AB, you'll see the 21,000 there on line 9. That means that employee has been there for over 21 years. So if we're gonna talk about they're gonna leave,
$2,100.
That longevity.
But it shows when
Yeah,
they started
that's a
May of
21 year. So
1995.
I don't think they're gonna leave.
They
The
started
argument
in
that
May
they're
of
leaving.
They may not be leaving because they are getting the money.
The valid date is
guess I'm
they
used to
started.
the steps, because the teacher's salary schedule is built on the basis of steps.
All of your-
We got an increase every year And that's
But
what
everybody did, right?
Everybody is on a step. And every year, you got a step increase.
Step and COLA?
In addition to whatever.
And COLA.
Yeah, we
But
just
it's
are
all
not set
in the
up.
calculation of the COLA's low to make it.
The COLA would be coming in at about 1%.
Which goes to what Jerry was saying earlier, of, like, if we're gonna do it, we just need to do all or nothing, not some departments, no departments. Especially because to your point, like you said earlier, you've got some archives and librarians that are very different departments, but
Very similar.
very similar
My
jobs.
point on this is that it's not actually, like, we just did that, it was 240, and, you know, I don't know what the sheriff's would be, maybe another.
But it's reoccurring.
But as budget chair, is it easier for you if we know that we have steps and we have 1 through 25? Is it easier to budget
It would
because
be-
those jobs are gonna have the same?
It would be much simpler if we had and I'm arguing against myself, from my point of view, it would be much simpler if we had a unified system, just like you did in like the federal system.
Yes.
Which is like, you are a GS-10 step 5, and it's across the county.
And that would be great, but it's gonna cost $1.2
It's gonna
million.
cost them, but now but again, I argued against that earlier because we
just
could
asking.
put that
I
in
know.
place, and then the sheriff is a constitutional officer. I mean, he could be like, that's great, that's what you're trying to inflict on me, but I'm gonna do it different, and so like.
And it's up and down. The lady that spoke to us from Davison County on how they're in the scales and the steps and how they hate it because it limits to where they can go.
Oh,
Remember
yes,
that lady?
So
That's what they're doing.
To
I mean,
answer-
in finance.
To answer your question, and this was Mr. Hyde's point, the way I would do it is
them a
very
bucket.
different than what we probably by law can do, but according to the county. That's why this is such a pain.
Because of the county
Because it's
officers.
just the way it's
through
structured.
that. Yes, I read the
These
legislation.
schedules within the line item are only worksheets. They're only let you determine what's in there, so the sheriff, whomever, can pay
You have to
within
be here,
those.
so.
They're just worksheets to help you get to your benefits and your numbers.
So, look, if you want to remove the steps, I mean, we can take a vote on how to do this. I'm a little reticent to do it. What I would rather do before we do this is to go through everything else and try to, because what I'm trying to get to is a balancing point, and these numbers are not, they're not massive yet, so like.
If we want to do it, I would rather raise, if we're gonna take a department, I'd rather raise their cost of living or give them, and instead of setting a standard that we're gonna hear in 3 years, well, we've done step for 3 years, we must all do it again.
Well,
I mean, it's just going to evolve.
Let's just take a vote on it. So we have a vote in a second. What is that?
It's gonna become beastly.
Oh, sorry, we have a motion on the floor, which is to remove the steps from all departments. We had a second on that. Do you want to make an amendment to it?
Before we vote on this, I know, Jessica, tell me if this is gonna be a bear. What would a 4% versus 3% COLA look like?
We can do that because we have a sheet where it's got your COLAs, you just update them.
Are you saying 4% for everybody?
He's just throwing that out.
I'm just throwing that out there, like, hey, we're gonna get rid of the steps,
We can-
we're doing another percent.
If we put the steps back in or vice versa, we can go in, remove the steps, see what it is right now, then we can go over another sheet. It'll probably take like 5 minutes, we can change, or less, we can change it to 4%.
Because it sounds like everybody wants to get everybody on the same page.
Yeah.
But my thing is, we're trying to find, say, $8 million right now.
Yeah.
And you take out 300 of steps and put in 300 of cost, you're not really
You're not doing
doing
it.
any work.
But if we keep the
Yes, you,
steps in.
to me, you are.
You're
I
making-
mean, not on the dollar amount, no, but I am from a policy standpoint.
I got you.
I don't think working at changing steps or anything else is an appropriate time now. That should be a study all in
But it's not
itself.
something we've been doing. It just came about.
So, well, here, we have a
Just
motion, we have a
started. We
motion.
haven't been doing it.
Dylan, do you want them to go through that exercise before we take the vote, or do we want to just take that vote?
Take the vote.
Play it out and see where it goes, and we can always come and add it later. I mean, it's up to how y'all want to do it. Do we want to take the vote? All right, we have a motion on the
My
floor.
prediction is, let me say this one thing, my prediction is that if you do too much with a person's pocketbook, you're gonna have an uprising.
We're
I'm
looking
trying
at
to give
giving them
everybody
more
more
money.
money.
We're looking at fairly
So I-
giving everybody more money.
The whole step concept, to my knowledge, is, I mean, it's been in the school side, but it hasn't been on the county side, unless my understanding's wrong.
It probably hasn't, but what I keep coming back to is we need to tread with caution, because let's remove the steps, let's take it out of the budget. But if the Register of Deeds wants to do a step in her office and reinstitutes that into her salary schedule and says, hey, because you're here, we won't call it a step, I'm giving you more money next year, there's no control.
Well, they can do that.
Where's she gonna get the money from?
They can pay it, and then when they run out of money, shut their office down and have us in court.
Oh, I see what you're
So
saying.
Take it from
just like
something
the
else. I'm just
election
being- I'm
commission.
being
You're playing out
hypothetical.
the
trying to do.
scenario.
It's
Well, here's the
leading us
thing.
to the wrong
My
spot.
take on it is that we did this last year, and we went round and round and round over some money with the sheriff's department. It ended up being, and we spent like 2 days on it, it ended up being like $100,000 difference that we then went back and did. So look, if we want to take it out and see what the numbers play out, I will probably vote against it, but that's okay. We can always go back. What I'm
And I
trying
don't
to
have
get
that
to,
history and experience. so
what I'm
that's
trying to
fair.
get at is to balance it. And this is not going to be so, I don't think it's going to be so massive it's going to make that big a difference.
You wanna see
Let's
what
take
it
the
does?
vote.
But we
can
did
do
it
it
last
like
year,
that.
Sheriff's Department did steps last
We
year,
do it
and now we
during
have
break.
EMA,
We do it during
EMS
break,
wants
or sometimes
steps,
just here.
it's just going to grow.
Well,
Let's put the money in their cost.
let's take the vote real quick. So the motion on the floor was to remove steps for everybody. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? No. I think, just because I'm worried about what you said. Okay, override it. Let's remove and see how it plays
We're
out.
already out of that one,
So do the sheriffs.
let me go and make sure we don't grab anything extra by accident.
And look, there are things
And
we
then,
can do in between.
Instead of like, how about this, instead of like adding to the cost of living, we give them a bucket, and they can do how they want.
That's what I just
Yes,
said.
but not in steps, but
Well,
not in
look,
steps.
let's play all this out. We made the vote.
Longevity.
Okay, let's go with the money.
Let's play it out, and let's just try to get to a balanced budget, and then we can have this argument later.
Well, to me, it's not just a balanced budget, it's kicking down the road what we're gonna do in policy.
Well, I get that, but the first thing we gotta get to.
Then
is a
can't that
balanced
be
budget,
part
and then
of
we
the
can-
personnel policy?
Oh,
No, that wouldn't be a personnel.
I think Shannon
You would
just
be
volunteered to be
satisfied.
on the policy making team.
John's
I
gonna
would
deal
love
with
to be
that.
on the policy making team. I hate.
She is
poor
not
policy.
illiterate, I can tell you
Hey,
that.
let me speak to the
I'm
longevity,
not
what I've seen in
illiterate.
other counties as far as that
illiterate.
longevity. So,
I'm watching the sheriff back there, just like, okay.
Well, let's see what that is, part-time detective. That's
Actually,
not-
no, I know someone better
This
to
is
make the
part-time, I don't
policy.
think-
But it should be in a part-time line item, but, okay, so.
Just leave it for now?
Yeah, because we straighten that up later.
But would it-
6,000 for these?
Miss Boyd, wouldn't you do, if you were gonna do a countywide step program or something to that
No, it's
effect,
just not
wouldn't
gonna be
that
that much
fall
money.
under the personnel
It's not gonna be
policy?
worth the
It's
trouble.
not-
Each
you
department
should
has
see
a-
the Rutherford one that we got when we were doing the sheriff's thing, it's beautiful. It tells you exactly what every person's gonna get for the rest of their longevity. And once you're, like, if you were Carolyn's clerk one,
Yeah, but I was gonna ask.
you would be a clerk one until she gave you a promotion into another line.
Well, we didn't put
And
the,
that
we did the original,
promotion
and go, we changed it.
would bring your step,
Is that
not
what it was,
another.
Sheriff? 77?
That was all it
All
was.
of the clerical.
Is this gonna pile on to my already hate level from that other issue we've had? Yeah, I'm not calling you to my house, I'm calling PD.
You can call me.
We have, there's
I said
another
I
thing
wanted to be a
that
warlord.
I'm not, yeah.
You can call me. I said I wanted to be a warlord.
You can
so
come
there you
over.
go.
I think you've got that, I think she's got it now. She's figured out that the big ones.
Yeah, the big stuff is
But I
staying.
have found a
Well, no,
benefit
there's
that your
a lot of
office
money.
doesn't have that I'm looking at getting you.
Yeah, we already,
Can't tell you right now. But it's a very important one, and it's gonna cost the county money, but it's gonna be good.
She's wearing red. She's Mrs. Santa Claus.
No, no, this is something he's gonna give you.
$14,000 on the corrections.
No, this is something y'all need.
Surprise.
What is that?
Yeah, that's a
Is that an
big,
increase? I think it is.
that's a
I don't
big
think that's a step.
That's something.
We need to ask Eric what that is exactly.
14,000 for that correction?
Probably get back to this.
Bringing it in line.
Yeah.
Can we-
bring it in
How did he
line.
get so far?
Mr. Craddock.
There's 12 from there.
What's
I
that?
think you probably wanna leave that one, because it's gonna be,
Okay.
Okay,
We're gonna leave it.
that's fine.
I think you should, because it's gonna make him way or her way off.
Because I think they're currently are way off, based on that sheet.
There's some on the bottom that need to be moved.
But
up.
again, we don't need to worry about that because
one
they
here.
get to put
That
them at every
one, I
level they
don't think
want.
so. I think that's just-
Yeah, but that was like $14,000 difference.
God, you know, when you look at them all separate, they're not.
I guess that one is
Yeah, all that.
You should have seen them 3 years ago when we put those SRO grant on them.
But to be clear, when we say we're gonna give 3%
Can you go up a little
COLA,
bit and see what that is? Yeah, I think you know.
Like, I think.
they assign that money themselves.
Well, that's my point, like,
I don't
this
know
is,
if they
this
do
So
is.
not.
sometimes they get 2%, sometimes one might get
I
4%.
don't know if they do that.
What, well,
Does it
I've got, this is,
automatically just go lump onto their paychecks?
Jerry, where I wanna get to is what you said, like, give them some amount and say this, and you can do the steps however you want to
Yeah.
within
Mhm,
it.
yeah.
So you can do the COLA and then you can give it like some pool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just say, stay in there.
Correct.
And that comes with
But all I'm
incentive,
saying is
like,
that this
good
is just
job.
not that much money.
Yeah, I know.
It's not gonna save us much, and so we're gonna spend really hard on it. Just cause I've seen this happen before. I mean, maybe it's more than I think.
Well, I think part of it, I mean, at least for me, I'm not coming at it from a spin perspective, I'm coming at it from a policy perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I get it,
Yeah.
but I'm just,
Honestly, like I said, I would like to see what 3.5% or 4%, like I would like
Yeah.
to see, I'm not trying to take people money out of their
After-
pocket.
after
What'd you
this-
call it, a pocketbook?
Bucket.
Meryl?
pocketbook.
Oh,
Pocketbook,
he
is that what you
did, he
said?
did say pocket.
Well-
Yeah.
I'm not trying to take money out of that, I'm trying to give them money.
I know what you're saying.
And I'm with that.
We're kinda out of our lane.
Yeah, a little.
We're a
No, you're
budget
fair,
committee,
that's fair.
And we're out of our lane.
Did
But if
anybody,
we would
That-
go,
that's
what
the
about all the
responsibility
extra, like,
of,
if we're going to do steps,
Much
let's go
better
back.
off.
to
So
What's our total amount that
We're
we're?
much better off giving a pool.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
then they figure out what
You're
they
at
want to do.
7.3 now.
And
You're
then
there.
in
Next
future
time.
years, we
So
can
here's
pull
what I-
back
Between
on
those two, you're
that.
down about $1 million.
So here's what I wanna do,
What'd you say, Dave?
That, down, you're down to 7.3.
well, we were at 7.7 before, it was under 8. It was,
Yes, it's about 400.
You know, here's another thing to think about. If I'm an employee and I'm looking at having the most valuable person work on me if I've had a heart attack, I'd like to have a well-paid 21-year veteran versus the first person out of EMT school. I'm a valuable person, you know, if I'm pulling up in that ambulance. That's just an example, one example, but
Yeah.
So here's what I'm gonna do, look, we've taken the vote, this is the number is where it is now. I don't think we're gonna get where we need to get without moving. I'm happy to take a vote, I'll make a motion if we need to, or we can do it. I think we need to move 3 pennies from capital into the general fund. Now, let me explain, and David, you can pull up our long-term planning if we need to. Earlier yesterday, I spoke about this funnel, that we can move money between debt service and capital. And because that's one-time funds, that we're effectively overspending in debt service, which is great, that's what we want. We want that, that's a cushion that we have. So what we do in order to avoid arbitrage is we move pennies over to capital in one time. That keeps everything nice and clean, because we still have that as a cushion. So when I suggest, I want to be super clear, when I suggest moving 3 pennies from capital to the general fund, that's gonna be recurring, so that reduces our overall cushion. However, and David, I think you have better numbers than me, we have about 14 total pennies, and it's about 14 pennies of cushion, if you wanna call it now, that we're paying toward debt service, that if we put it all over there, we would hit a massive amount of arbitrage, right? So we've got 14 pennies to play with. You need to account for a little bit of growth, but we're also gonna pick up some on our, I assume we're gonna pick up some growth on our sales tax. With all that said, let's cut that down to 12. Let's say we've got 12 pennies, which I think is pretty conservative. Would you agree? Yeah. So 12 pennies, I think if we did 3 pennies a year, that's 4 years before we're even getting close to any kind of deficit spending. That's 3 pennies each year. I think, if we did 3 pennies this year and shot for 2 the next few years, we're doing even better. So my point is, I wanted to give everybody and, have it out there for for the public, with moving 3 pennies, you were talking about, if you look at your trajectory, you're not worried about the tax increase for at least 4 years, probably longer. So I mean, you get past 5 years, you're past long-term planning, you can't go forever. So I'm very comfortable, I'm making an argument here that I believe that we can be very comfortable moving 3 pennies from capital into general fund, understanding that's recurring. We're gonna whittle away a little bit of our cushion, but we can handle it. And David, please correct me if any of my figures are off.
You said 3 penny, that would be
What's it,
3.3 million.
3.3.
If we make debt service break even today, there would still be about an extra 14.8 million more dollars than you put in the past, going in reoccurring into capital projects. So what that's really for is a couple of things. One, if you need some debt issuance in the future, growth in capital or new operational. So if you take that, you're gonna come in about 13 pennies. Today, 4 years, about 4 years, you should be good. It's gonna get you by 5
So
years.
let's see what it looks like with increasing COLA by $1 million.
Whoa,
for
whoa, whoa,
everybody.
first we need to move the pennies. Let's move.
Well, I mean,
I'll
that
take-
will
I'm
just,
gonna-
all that will do right now is make our number go.
Well, let's go ahead and make it go in half. So I'm gonna, hold on. So I wanna make a vote. I'm gonna make a motion. We have a motion and a second to move 3 pennies over and to go ahead and do it in here so that we have the numbers. We have a motion second, all in favor?
Hold on, hold on.
Aye. Oh,
I'm gonna abstain, I haven't looked at the numbers.
what did you?
Is it, I just wanna understand, is this for the exercise or
Yeah,
just like
it's
we're doing it?
Just like we did before. Just like we did,
Now,
just
he's
like.
saying, is this a final vote or are we?
No, it's just for the exercise.
Okay,
Just
I'm
for the
good with
exercise.
that.
Just, I'll take the vote again.
I'm not telling you what to do, but just like for the minutes, like, could you just not make a motion until it's your final? Just because,
Yeah, that's
like,
what- yeah,
it's
that's
just
what I-
a lot
That's,
of.
that would be
that's
clear.
fine, that's
Okay,
fine.
I mean,
that's
do
fair.
what you want to.
I just wanted, some of these, most of them are.
I agree with you.
It's all
I agree with you, most of them
Yeah.
are not cantankerous, some of these
Oh,
are.
okay,
Click on this,
You just
click on
move
this and I'll
it.
show you how to make it look that
Okay.
way. Click right here.
okay.
Go up to current property tax, which will be at the top. So we're not gonna do all the distributions, I'm just gonna stick the gross effect of all property tax changes in the top number here, and the top number on capital, so it'll give you the ending result, but we'll, if you decide to stay there, we'll correct it. So make that yellow the way we know what we've done. Go to the end of that string where it says work, if you click up there, the string of the formula box, just click it.
Huh?
You
Oh,
click at the-
at the end, I'm sorry,
Yes.
okay, yeah,
Just click on it.
okay,
You hit plus,
okay.
1126367.
How many days do we want that
Times three.
shadow for him?
Okay. Now go.
So it's just won't bring that up right now.
At least 2 weeks.
What did it do?
At least.
Okay, Jessica, what did you do that? Hit okay, I'll look at it.
What was the question? I was just
Oh, hit
asking them
escape.
to revisit in their mind, just how
Okay,
much
hit
shadow we
F2.
want for David.
Or click up there, one in the box, anyone can do it. Hit plus,
Oh, there's your, is that yours?
1126367 times 3. Okay, hit escape, and we're gonna have to just fudge it in, so just hit escape again. Hit copy, paste special value, we'll fix this later. Already put the formula? Okay. Now go put a plus in the front of that number over there. And then hit a plus, and then the same number again, 1126367 times 3. Hit enter. Now go over here to capital, make sure we don't forget to do it. Go to the revenue, go to the very top number over here. Copy and paste special again, because it won't take the formula. Okay. Put a plus on the beginning, and then plus, and I'll give you the number again. I'm sorry, minus, I said plus minus. 1126367 times 3.
Okay.
Now let's go back to the general fund summary into that bottom.
All right, so we're at 4 million. Okay.
Or 3 million.
3 million.
Between 3 and 4 million.
Between 3 and 4 million. Well, look, we're doing better. Okay.
Could I say one thing?
Yes, sir.
Are we comfortable with telling the citizens of Sumner County, we have a plan that in 5 years is gonna cause a tax increase for you? That's what we're saying.
Well,
The
Mr.
money runs out in 5 years.
Or on
And
new
you're
school.
going to be paying taxes to fix something that I just think about it.
Well, I mean, Mr. Hyde, here's the thing, and I agree with you. But we just argued, you and I both were on the same side of arguing for the legal step increases alone. So the way this works, you know this better than me, is that the amount of that we have on property tax is a flat number. It does not grow. It is a number. So, however many million it is, we get a revenue neutral rate. And so it does not account for inflation. It doesn't account for any growth whatsoever. So at some juncture, it doesn't matter what we do. It's 5 years, 10 years. At some juncture in the future, we're gonna have one of the following options. You raise property taxes, or you tell everybody, tell the citizens, hey, there will be no taxing, where there will be no raises for our personnel, there will be no increases for any recurring expenses whatsoever because of the way it's structured. I mean, it's.
Basically, though, we would be telling someone else that we were advising, be it our children or whoever, live within your means. And I tell people all the time that there's no reason for a tax increase because you are getting money. You're getting an increase in revenue every year. You're getting increased sales tax. You have property tax coming on schedule every year. Everything is increasing.
But the property tax is not. The property tax is not.
But how much new property tax do we have this year?
I would have to look at it, but it's about a 4%.
How much?
I think it was about a 3 or 4% total. That's because of new
development.
property.
Yes, well, you've got 3 or 4%, that's what I'm saying. You have
If we
property
stay
coming
within,
on.
if we keep expenses within growth, I think is where you're at.
But those are-
We
yeah.
keep our
Here's-
expenses limited to our growth,
That-
then we don't have to increase the burden of increased taxes.
Here's the growth you've got to think about it if you start.
And this is a big jump above growth in income.
Say if for every citizen in the county, it takes $3,000 to provide service. That new growth you're talking about has a new citizen for $3,000. It has $3,000 coming in. Each year, especially this last year, your cost has went up 5%. So if you're gonna compound the cost on top of that, your property tax, because of the reappraisal cycle, does not capture those 5%. That's where you end up with problems. So
And in
I
fact, we
think
lose money because of reappraisal.
But I think we're saying two different things. These
Yes, we
particular
do.
pennies you're talking about moving, if you take inflation out and keep it static, they're reoccurring pennies. They're not reserve pennies.
No, that's right.
Make sure we're not saying that. We're
I
not
wanna be
saying
clear,
take
we're not
reserve.
burning reserves. We're not burning reserves. I'm just changing the trajectory of the spend slightly.
If you stop
You in?
increasing, say right now, we left it as is, these are permanent pennies, and say we're gonna do nothing in the future, not move any more pennies or raises, it would keep going indefinitely.
Mid-come going.
It's not creating a delta or hold these on. So what Matt's saying, if you keep on your current trajectory and we're moving pennies over, at some point you gotta quit moving pennies over. So that means at that point you're gonna have to start slowing the decreasing or to nothing or
Basically
pick up the
nothing.
difference, right?
I mean,
It is what he's really looking
you
at.
could. I mean, listen, we could get you, and we'll get to mid-come. At the end of the day, Mr. Ryan, we could get, in no way, even in 5 years, do we need deficit spending. So we could do in 5 years, and at that point, you could just say, all right, it's the overall, you could keep it at maintenance of effort, you could keep it at maintenance of effort at plus 0.5%. You absolutely could. But it's a matter of do we take COLA down to 2% now and spread 2% over 8 years? Or do 3% for the next 5 years, and then you get to 5 years and you're at 1%? At some juncture, at the end of the day, and I've heard this before, but it's true, in terms of taxation, growth does not pay for itself at all. Your average, when we get a new home in, We get what's the average, per
Dollar in,
rooftop?
$1.25 car.
It's 25% difference.
It
Not
doesn't
accounted.
pay for itself. I mean, one child, it'll take $15,000
That's right. So
to
there's-
educate a child that comes with that house. You're not getting that in property
and
tax.
that's-
But I understand that.
Well, and the infrastructure for that child is about 55 or 60,000.
Yeah,
Think about your wheel tax.
We'll get Mr. Harrison, and then we've got, Midcomer.
Think about your wheel tax is a good one. You get it per car, right? The more they drive on that road, the more roads you have to have, the quicker it's gonna wear out. How much has that wheel tax been? And it's not changed for, it was done by referendum, but it's been many years. So sales tax, yes, will capture inflation.
We are capturing it there.
Your court fees and the rest of them are all that.
I do think there's a different way to say this, and I'm not trying to spin it, but I do think it's important to say it. You're not telling them that there's gonna be a tax increase in 5 years. What you say is, the budget committee is trying to plan as best we can to put off for at least 5 years any opportunity to raise taxes. I think that's the way you say it.
And the reality.
But then again, we could have a catastrophe come through this county, a tornado blow down this building, we might have to raise taxes to build it.
You're
So I mean, there's all kinds of things that can happen that could cause it, that are extraneous
You're
from
right.
what our planning.
So you're
was.
correct, and I've got to say one more thing here. Would anybody on this table argue that we should be using 1850s dollars for our pricing today? Well, that is how,
That's what we're talking about.
I mean, that's what we're talking about here. We're just talking about the time period. So like, look, nobody sitting in this role or this role there's a reason that you have a minimum of 3 years, and we try to look out 5 years for a long term. I'm continuously looking to put off any tax increase potential, and I'm not saying it absolutely has to happen, beyond the window in which we can reasonably look. And that's all you can do. It's all you can do. And what I'm saying is that the tax increase, if it does happen, and it doesn't have to happen, is beyond the window of where we're gonna look.
Another measure for you
That's
guys
what you do.
is your tax rate. You guys have got a good tax rate, you're still doing this, so you are being effective because you got a good tax rate.
We have the fifth lowest in the state?
You're 142 point. And that's the other kind, your tax rate's good.
Here's the thing I keep thinking about as we're going through these numbers and stuff. We're given a COLA of 3%. I don't know that the public is getting a 3%.
No, they're not this year. Last year they were.
And so I understand when Sheriff Craddock says, hey, in order to keep these people, or Chief Hawes says, in order to keep these people, we gotta get the price up. But the people who are paying that are the people who are not getting a COLA.
I get it. And that's, we are charged with balancing those two things.
I know.
And so anyway, look, we're gonna get back to workshop. We're gonna have more discussion about this.
Yeah.
I think we have, Mid-Cumberland.
Yep, that's me.
Oh, go ahead.
I was enjoying y'all's discussion though.
What page?
I'm sorry, let me pull my sheet back up here.
I think it's on 8.
B1. Thank you.
And by the way, while he's doing that, if somebody wants to beat me up online for saying we may possibly have a tax rate that would struggle in 5 years, by all means, because I'd like to see somebody do it further out from that. So, anyhow.
It's hitting me.
What page?
Yeah, he's hitting under the
I
table,
know.
there's like a
I
reflection.
understand it. I
Yeah,
know.
he's lasering me from the.
What page?
I'm sorry, it's page 80.
All right.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm Sherry McDaniel with Mid-Cumberland Human Resource Agency. I'm here to talk about the dues. As part of the HRA system across the state, we are allowed to ask for dues, and the dues go for any number of things that we do in the agency. And just kind of give you, this is not in here, but to give you an idea of the value of all of our programs to Sumner County, it's over $21 million. So we ask very little for, I think, what we're giving back. If you're familiar, we do your corrections out here, your misdemeanors, Meals on Wheels, in-home services, transportation is probably our biggest ones out here, but it is worth over 21 million to the community,
To Sumner County.
to Sumner County.
Yes, ma'am. Does anybody have any questions?
I do.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
With all of the things with Gen Ops and the archive building and stuff, this is just a question. If you had to vacate the parking lot with your.
Y'all ask me this every time, and
What would
I
you
know. Well, that is kind of above me, and probably needs to go to our transportation director, Anna. I mean, surely somebody would find us a place if we had to vacate.
I'm not saying it's happening, I'm just, it constantly.
I know, because I think y'all asked me pretty sure, I'm like, I'm not
I think
sure.
it finished about 2011, I think, is when they started using the parking lot.
Yeah, but.
Give or take a year, I can't
I
remember.
think they had 5
How many
vans,
spots
and
they
now
use?
they've got like.
I
don't either.
Yeah, well,
I think it was
Anna's our
2011
transportation
when they
director, so
started
if it ever comes to
How many
that, she would be the
spots?
one that needs to be involved, and probably our executive director, Jane.
They
So
started
I don't
making-
have a good answer for you, but I'm sure we would find a home somewhere, somebody would be willing to take us in.
Okay.
I don't think we've ever been homeless yet in any of our counties.
For clarity.
Yeah.
Do your bus drivers park here and then drive the buses out? So it's a switcheroo?
No, they're
Oh, okay.
picking up a client and then usually taking them to Nashville.
No, but I mean, they come here to get the bus,
Yes,
right?
yes.
So they put their car here.
Correct.
And take the bus
Correct.
out,
Yes,
come
we
back.
don't, they don't
Okay,
take the
yeah.
vans home, yes.
And
How
there
many
was a-
spots are you using back here?
I'm not really sure, honestly. That's once again an Anna question I have to ask her.
I was
I'm
just
glad to get the answer and forward it back
25
to
to
Jessica.
Well, we can count this afternoon.
Yeah, it's no problem to get the answer for you. I'll just,
No, I was just curious.
Any other questions? All right.
Thank you
ma'am.
all.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. All right, tourism.
Hello, this is, tourism,
So I think we're missing some requests
page
here.
79, and he's in for 350 right now, which is the minimum amount under the private act. Did not meet the March 1 deadline. I think he's new and he wasn't aware of it,
Yes, that won't happen again.
but he does have his report.
Did you say there's a supplemental page, David, or just 79?
I'm sorry, it's the one right there. It's on page 79 in the main budget. And then he does have his supplemental stuff to pass out.
Yeah, I wanted to talk a little bit about occupancy tax and trends and what's happening, because they are down slightly this year, and I don't want anybody to panic. So if you look at page 1 there, you'll see the graph of how it's proceeding. These are the latest numbers in occupancy tax. That comes from the data model that we have there that we use. This is part of a cyclical thing that happens every time there's an election, a national election. Every 4 years, you're gonna see occupancies drop in the hospitality industry. That's not a surprise.
It doesn't matter?
It doesn't matter who or what, that's just the trend. It's the
Why?
unknown. I don't know why, I don't write these books.
So
But
after election,
I've been at it for 40 years, I can tell you it's happened to me 10 times.
What point around the election, because it's still down right now compared to last year?
It's picking up though, if you look at the
Yeah,
trend.
I think it'll pick back up
It's
by
that
next year.
unknown, yeah. So that's part of it, and of course, we all know about the economy. The economy has tightened somewhat, and what you're seeing is the high end, what's called the luxury market, is doing very well. So downtown Nashville has seen an increase year over year. But our properties in this county are mid-scale, or what they call select service, which are the economy hotels. And that's the lower end, the lower incomes that occupy those hotels. And those are the ones that get hit the hardest when the economy starts to tighten. So people don't travel as far, they stay for less time, and all these factors. And if you look on the third line down below, Wilson, Robertson, Putnam, and Williamson, and Rutherford all are down year over year in lodging. We actually are doing better than most of them. We're about in the middle of that list.
Can you tell me what the occupancy rate for hotels is in Gallatin?
I don't know that number off the top of my head.
You mean the percentage or the amount charged?
The percentage.
It's probably around 70 to 75%.
Is it that high?
Yeah. Yeah, it should be. That's a nationwide.
Jessica, can you hide unhide those other roads where they can kind of see the tax? 'Cause based on what he's telling them, they want to bring the tax up some. If you can hide those other ones, you just,
Yeah.
if you do that.
So if you move on to page 2.
Well, I brought it down based on this year's collections, 'cause if you look, there's kind of the trend.
so you think we might do better?
Well, that's based on what he's telling us now, about the capture a little revenue.
But with our sales? Anyway.
It's where I froze the sales.
That way you can see the history. I've got it down next year based on current, but he's saying on his best projection right now is maybe that the temporary sway is gonna be gone by next year.
Yeah, there's a lot of factors there, we gotta watch.
Okay, here's kind of show 16, we were at 640 and keep going across, keep kind of showing the trend. So you got the up and down like in,
COVID.
2019-20, which was COVID, then we got a climb here, we started to keep going across.
Seriously?
Climb, okay, here we go. We really flattened out between 23 and 24 if you look. If you look at 21, 22, great climb, the year before somewhat. Then it's pretty much flat between 23 and 24. This year, we're way down. So that's what I thought we were gonna bring in conservatively, and that's what I conservatively put next year. But based on what you're telling me, I think that we may be looking to go back into the 1.5 range. So what's kind of your feeling on that?
I think that is a fairly safe assumption. I can't guarantee it because there's a lot going on at the national level. I mean, in the
World
public.
level.
I don't wanna program.
You may want to put it back the same as I had budgeted originally this year. I mean, I've got it down, but he's saying because of the election, he thinks that 1.4 is temporary.
Suppressed temporarily.
Yeah.
Along
If
that
it is,
way,
we probably need to bring it
along
back
your
up.
line, you picked up extra hotels, right? We pulled a couple more hotels online.
Yes, that's what's real.
Is that what happened in 2022? Did we get it?
Well, you gotta think,
2020.
That was before my time, but I believe.
one year
What
we,
happened is,
But you get
if
COVID.
you had an
what year
eclipse.
what year was the tornado? Was it 22, right?
What was the year of the eclipse? We had a bunch of people that year.
17.
Night,
So-
oh, was it
I thought
seven?
It was before, I think it was 17, 18 year. See, if you see it's 9/24 had suddenly hopped. And we thought that was gonna be temporary because we had an eclipse, so I think it actually straddled those 2 years. And then you had COVID, which killed 20 and 21, so we picked back up to normal in 22. And then 23 and 24 was what we think is a normal growth year, taking out eclipses and presidential elections
And Taylor Swift concert brought us a lot of money in
These
24.
hotels down on the other side of Belvedere.
We just need to call her. Help us out with the budget.
Probably, there's 2 there and 2 more came in.
Yeah, those are.
Now, if you go on over, if you look this year.
Is column S, is that actuals year to date, or is
Oh, which one are you looking at, Jerry?
S.
Yeah, that's what I take
Estimate.
this year, like if I take last year for the same month, the percentage change for each month through the year to date, apply that to last year's, that's where we come out. And we've got about a month or 2 lag. So it may be improved a little bit, could be a little worse. But looking at this, if we take the presidential back out and there's no eclipses, don't expect another COVID, then we may more reasonably expect, even with all the other stuff going on,
Yeah.
that we should be going across a little bit, Jessica. Instead of this number, we may expect something, that number slightly higher. So I would think, based on what he's telling us, we may want to take this number here and make it that number, bring it up.
Yeah.
I think what we're told right now, I think
Because of
we-
these tax numbers.
I feel like we wanna leave it alone for now. I'd like
I
to
feel
stay
safe.
conservative.
Like it
That,
is.
that affects them, it doesn't affect us, does it?
No, that affects you.
That affects us.
Everything
That's
over.
That's $100,000 that we wouldn't have to find.
200, yeah, about 150, yeah.
But if we don't.
I think
get
you're
it, then
reasonably
we're in
safe
trouble.
on the number, it's not that material, I think.
That's our sales.
That's our,
Or that's our occupancy tax.
And 2 things I
Yes.
think you're reasonably safe on that, it's not material, based on the presidential point he just now pointed out, you may want to bring it up.
Yeah, but there is the risk of a recession. Everybody keeps talking about if that were to happen, again, our hotels are gonna be the first ones hit.
8 times when we had the last one, and we've been saying that for,
Yeah, 'cause-
that's why we picked up millions of dollars, we've been talking about recessions for years.
We're on the lower end of, we're not downtown Nashville.
Right. The next graph here, I just wanted to show you that lodging, even though that's our occupancy tax, that's our source of revenues, that's only 8% of direct visitor spending that comes into the county. And so we need you to recognize that when tourism is making efforts, that we're not just looking at occupancy tax. That is one measurement, but it's actually a very small measurement when we look at the overall picture. And I pulled some numbers from the State Department of Revenue, and because the only whole year that we have from tourism is 2023. But if you look on the next page, 2024, we actually, even though occupancy tax has dropped, we are up in tourism-based revenues. It's over like 1.5 million that we're up year over year. And most of that has been made up through food and beverage and recreation and other areas in the county. So there's still some sales tax increases coming as a result of tourism. It's not a decrease year over year overall in that sense. You're just gonna notice an occupancy tax. So I've got all those numbers there for you to look at. But basically, I've just talked about that as a county, we're in a good position because the trend is that people are moving away from the cities, they're trying to get out into the countrysides. Tourism is increasing across the nation in that sense, and that's what we're marketing. We're marketing to the strongest areas of demand, which right now is food and beverage and recreation. And so that's where we're focusing a lot of our efforts to make sure we capitalize on those demands so that we don't miss out on it. So I've thrown a lot of numbers at you. Then we have the snapshot that came from tourism. This is 2023 numbers. As a county, we did move up one in the ranking from number 15 to number 14, so we're moving up. I don't know if we'll ever overtake Sevier County, but we're working at it. And, yeah. But on the very last
We'll
page.
need a Buc-ee's.
We need a Buc-ee's.
Can you work on that?
I need a Buc-ee's.
Mayor, can you work on a Buc-ee's for Portland?
And a water park.
So,
Yeah. Could you make
So
that your
we're-
number one
I'm trying for
priority?
so is this your
I don't think that's a good idea,
No,
but Portland
my
would be
request
great.
was
I like Northville.
I don't know.
So you
I
want
want
to,
Buc-ee's off of 65.
so you're requesting
Close to
the extra
Nashville.
381 million, or 300.
I mean, they're out in the middle
Yeah, I'm
of nowhere.
requesting on that from fiscal year 2025. No increase.
shit together.
Well,
And again, a reminder, we still have,
right?
Was it the minimum because
No,
they
that-
were.
They were late, that's what I'm saying.
Matt.
So that would be a
Last
net
page.
effect of 381,
Yeah.
680.
There's also a capital.
Right.
Most of the.
yeah. we
Oh,
can
he's
talk
asking
about
for
it.
753, 880.
Oh, I
So
see.
he's asking for more.
You
Well, we
mean,
can talk
We
about
have
that.
you mean
repairs.
Rogers Group isn't gonna do these house repairs?
Well, the way our lease is written,
Mayor, have we gotten an answer on that?
My apologies, what?
The mayor's working on that now.
we are obligated.
Matt wants to know about the 22,000 for the
22,000
Homer
repairs
House
of Comer House.
from the Rogers
Comer House
Group.
repair, non-recurring.
You don't know? I thought.
Okay,
I've got a phone call out to Rogers Group.
so you are asking, okay, so you're asking for the same as last year,
Yes.
plus that 22.
And a reminder, with our funds coming through the state, we have to stay at least flat. We can't drop the
So
budget,
you-
or you're gonna lose the remainder of the ARP
Is
funds.
that the ARPA?
This is the last year for
Did
that.
they determine we were okay on the earlier years?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
You want me to add it?
Somebody explain.
You do know.
Well, they've got ARPA money they have to.
I do.
know what you're talking about.
Every now and then.
They've got an ARPA grant and it's based on you give them the same amount as a base year, whatever it was, which is.
Same as last year,
731,680.
same as last year, Dave.
Can that 22 come from capital?
Can the 381 come from capital? That's what I wanna know.
They're a nonprofit.
No.
Rogers Group had always been, I know that the last large expense that they had had prior to Mr. Efra's joining
We'll,
was the HVAC unit, and Rogers had paid for that.
how much will you lose if how much do you lose from that 731 to 350? How much would you lose from the state?
All of it.
How much is all of it?
The remainder now, I think around 180,000.
Okay, got it. Okay, any other?
So do we need to go ahead and move that to the 731,
Well, just to be
680?
fair, I mean, because we got it with everybody else, I think we need to put it in there. I mean, I don't know where we're gonna get that from, to be honest, but when you make that red,
It's the difference on the right.
yeah, it's
Oh,
just
yeah,
the
that-
plus 381,
Yeah,
680,
680.
Excuse Mike.
and then make it red. Because we just,
Yellow.
just to be clear,
Yeah.
that's about the same as we say by cutting all of those.
I'm aware, but,
All the step increases changes.
Do you want to evaluate those revenues too?
I'm not saying we should, I'm just saying that like,
Do you want to evaluate the revenue too? Based on what we're hearing, we may just want to bring the revenue up to the last year's too.
let's
That's where I'm
just.
at.
Yeah, I agree.
Their
I think it
revenue?
makes sense.
I don't think you got a choice.
All right.
Yeah.
Do we want to do that? I mean, we can do that, that's
Yeah.
Do you know of any,
Yes, somebody
are there any like major
Copy
sporting?
paste special.
Because I know,
And then they have the.
what do you call them? Not festivals.
Tournaments?
Tournaments, thank you.
Yeah.
It makes
Yeah, there's
long
one
2
right
days.
now, but I think it's being delayed.
I would
No, I
like
mean,
to-
but are there any major ones coming in throughout the year?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
For this,
We
I
have
guess would be
them all
this
summer.
next year.
We've got quite a few all through the summer.
Okay.
I would like
Perfect.
to ask about if we could monetize your website and start bringing in some money through that and to relieve our tax burden. You
How would you
understand what I'm
monetize?
saying? Do y'all understand what I'm saying?
No.
So right now, we have on the
Selling
tourism,
that space.
yeah, basically, we're advertising for all these businesses for free.
Oh.
Are we? Did I say it
Yeah,
right?
for free.
For free?
Yeah.
And I'd like to monetize that.
So it's not like
And
the
then we could
chambers where you
offset
pay a fee and
this.
then.
We could offset this with what they're, and can we, is that something you're working on, or?
It's something that's being discussed. I need some legal opinion
I
on
think
what
I'm-
I can do as a 501c6.
I gotta say, I think I'm a little bit against this. Because
Monetizing?
It's a principle on this. It's like, you know.
We're not a
gov-
membership-based
Government is,
organization.
if,
But they're not government. So
yeah,
maybe-
but it's quasi.
So you don't want them
I mean, look, they can do what they're gonna do, but.
to? I'm just trying to make money for you, you know.
I
to take care of this.
know, but it's like, I mean, somebody,
You have to monitor
somebody
how many
earlier
hits you're
today
getting on the
suggested
website.
I hope in jest, suggested a subscription fee to the sheriff's department. And,
That was not me.
Not me neither.
it was, no, I won't call out the person on the table who suggested that.
We can eliminate.
But, you know, there's a point where I feel like government is for the general social good.
Do tourism in other counties monetize
No,
these
but
things?
we sell advertisements.
Is this a
and
way out
other
idea?
things. Tourism sells
Some
other
do, but it's very
advertisements.
slight, because all they're doing is basically taking the things that's already on the website and
We
prioritizing it to the top of
advertise
the page.
Got it.
They
So
come
it's
to
not a
us
big
to
deal.
advertise, and then we,
So, I mean, it's something that y'all can look into. All right, we've got the numbers here. Is there any other questions for tourism? Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time. Okay, small business development. Oh, sorry, I skipped the
Shane, who's gonna
museum.
go on the list? The county or
I talked to the mayor, Anthony Holt signed the lease, and you're
Can I get a
responsible for all of
subscription
that
fee? Sure,
repair.
credit.
How you doing?
Yes. Not even including tourism. If we do, then that'd be a discussion.
Well, we've been paying
My
for
understanding is
stuff.
that sublease.
It's a we're the sublease.
Still lease, let's do stuff.
Yeah, well, we're
What
on the same
page?
people. It's
What
all the
page,
county.
David?
It's the
It's
same
all the
thing.
county.
All right, your floor, sir.
What page?
80.
Ryan Baker, Director, Sumner County Museum. I just want to thank this group for the support in previous years. We've asked for the same number this year as we received last year. We did not ask for an increase. The museum does run very lean. We have 2 full-time employees, 1 part-time employees. We offer programs that reach every elementary school in the county, which is our traveling trunk program that goes before all the kindergartners and 5th graders. It's about 5,000 students. Take the museum to them. And then we have a program in the summer, the Hidden History Passport. It takes about 500 children and their families throughout Sumner County to learn about the history of the county. This is our 50th anniversary, so if y'all would like to give us $50,000 instead of the requested amount, we would greatly appreciate that. But if
It's a
anybody
good
would
thing we
like a
have that
copy
amount laying
of our
around.
guide,
Civil War.
You get one?
uh,
The Civil War was the Declaration.
I think last year I told y'all some stories about Sumner County history, and so I want to let you know about a project that we're actually working on right now that is related to tourism. You can see this poster, and I'll kind of come around. The bottom group was Dr. Humphrey Bate and his augmented orchestra, later to be named Dr. Humphrey Bate and his possum hunters. Now, they're all from Castellian Springs, and they just happened to be the first.
Is that David Klein down there?
They happened to be the first band to ever perform on the Grand Ole Opry.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
In fact, it wasn't even called the Grand Ole Opry yet, it was called Barn Dance, and it was on WSN Radio in 1925. They changed the name to the Grand Ole Opry in 1927, and Sumner County has the claim of the first band to perform on the Opry. Now, they opened the Opry every Saturday night from 1925 to about 1938, when Dr. Bate passed away. So, to honor this milestone, we have partnered with a local string band called the Lugnuts, who 2 of their band members are actually direct descendants from the original possum
Oh,
hunters.
that's so cool.
We're working with Ball State. We've actually finished all the recording. We're putting out a record that will have 14 of the Possum Hunter songs, all performed by the Lugnuts. We are also putting it on the Doc record label, which was a label that originated in Gallatin and was known across the country and other places. Yes, sir. Yeah. So these are the kind of things that the museum is offering to the community. We're also probably only one of the nonprofits that actually brings in occupancy tax through our historic Airbnb that we have. We generate about $10,000 a year with that. It comes back to the county for tourism purposes.
How many visitors does the museum get each month on average?
Each month?
Or however timeframe you have?
Each year COVID had really kind of threw us a curve, but it's picked back up somewhere between 2,000 and 5,000, just depending.
Per year?
That's in the building behind the Trousdale House, right?
Yes, sir. And that's museum visitors. Then we also have events that are off-site that bring in a lot of people. And then
Does 2,000 and 5,000, does that include like if elementary schools do field trips or anything like that?
that would include field trips. That does not include us going to the schools, but just visitors coming in.
If you've never been, it's a really fascinating building, exhibits, what they've got there, and learned a lot. Twice that I've been there.
Any other questions? Thank you for your time, sir, and thank you for this. And the
Thank you.
story, that's cool.
Yes, sir.
All righty, Tennessee Small Business Development Center.
Rolling right under them.
Well, we may be a bit ahead of time.
18.
It's on page 80. Page 80 of the document, I want to see it.
Well, I used to go.
You at the dentist's office?
It does, it looks like it's a
Oh
children's
my God,
thing.
what is this? I found one that works.
It's above me, I'll pass that on.
We did Ranger Rick, it was
It's like business.
liberal, these things.
Okay, we ready, guys? Floor's yours, sir.
Good afternoon, folks. Charles Alexander, Director of the Small Business Development Center right down the road at Ball State Community College. What we do is 2 things, only 2 things, but we're really good at our 2 things. First and foremost, we offer free one-on-one business coaching consulting for any small business owner within our community. And my community is largely Sumner County with a couple of adjacent counties. We also help startups as well. And the other thing we do is offer free or low-cost workshops geared toward helping small business owners succeed. And I say we a lot. We is me. There are several of these small business owners, small business development centers all over the state. We are the smallest one, but I managed to get a lot done with the funding we are appropriated. What I'm giving you is a stakeholders report. One side, very simple to understand, is our economic impact. And when I say economic impact, ours is truly tracked. I know there's, not to take away from anybody else that tracks economic impact, but ours has to be triple verified, which means it's probably underreported because a lot of times after working with someone, they may not remember me anymore. We go back to follow up, check on how they're doing. But last year met with 170 plus different entrepreneurs, had almost 600 come to workshops. That's not the important part. Had a dozen or so that started well over $2 million in capital formation to help create 35 plus jobs. Even though what we do is confidential, the reverse side, I did get a couple of smiling folks that will let me brag on them about what they're out in the community doing. Compass Pediatrics here in Gallatin, the Collab in Hendersonville, and New and Goose Creek Coffee that recently opened us. The funding that we get helps match what we get from the federal government. And for anybody asks, I'm sure y'all have asked everybody up here today, or maybe I'm answering a question y'all aren't asking. We're getting federal funding. We have no issues with getting it. Has been approved, we'll live with no problem. They ask that we match what the federal government gives us with local donor. So I do this about 15 times every spring. Lots of local city, county, and chamber, and banks, and utility districts, and IDBs to match what the federal funding gives, and it basically covers the cost of personnel and a little bit of gas money. But everything else is now handled just with one-on-one coaching. A lot of it now is virtual, which is great. Keeps people from having to drive all over the county or cross counties, and these are the results I get. So what kind of questions do we have?
How many businesses have you helped start up in the last year? Do you have any idea?
Yes, sir. 12.
12. Oh, right there.
In the highlights.
That was
I
great.
have an-
That is.
We gotta let it sit down after that, come on. Ms. Boyd, go ahead.
I have a question, and I wish the tourism director had not left, because I listened to tourism last month, and they were talking about wanting to grow ag tourism.
Right.
And I thought that and I was gonna call them and tell them that they should call you, because maybe you could help them find some small businesses that could turn their llama farm into a business of tourism to get some of those Taylor Swift fans up here.
Sure.
Llama yoga.
Yes, is that something you could help them with, or?
Yes, ma'am.
To grow our ag tourism?
Yes, and off and on, I've been doing this right at 18 years, which is the entire length of a person. But we've partnered off and on with all different types of other entities and organizations. Yes, that is something that helps me.
Just wondering. Could you hook them up with tourism? You're on tourism.
Oh, absolutely. Just, yeah.
Delegating.
Well, he
I
was just here a
I would
minute.
like, does anyone else have questions? I'm
Go
not
ahead.
the chairman, but I have a comment. So, one of the co-owners of the collab is neighbors to us through marriage. Anyway, we had
Your neighbors, their marriage.
it's our neighbor's
Like the house is over
daughter-in-law.
there and they
I know
married
their
the house.
grandkids, and I've spoken with her anyway. I'm
Anyways.
telling you this to say thank you, because some of our constituents,
It's
she
going
moved her
to-
tutoring from a library over there to the collab, and she says that it is a fabulous environment. The kids have done wonderfully well. I've never been in the collab, but since they're one of your poster people, other people who use that business are very pleased with it as well. So I wanted to shout out. Yeah, so she's in my neighbors through marriage.
I want to thank you.
No.
Similar, I already think, we take our kids to Compass Pediatrics and a lady I go to church with, her daughter is getting treated with brain cancer right now, only because High Tink was in the area and caught it when 4 other doctors just said it was not being able to see a headache. So had you not done what you did and got them in this area, that little girl would be here.
Yes, so thank you.
I don't know if I can take all that credit, but I appreciate it very much.
Are all 12 businesses homegrown? I mean, they all come from here, or were they recruited from somewhere?
No, these are homegrown.
Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. You know, that's for our investment.
That's awesome.
That's 1,000. Well, actually, we only gave you, 10,000.
Anybody have any other questions?
I got
Oh, go ahead.
well, just a question about the program. Do you work with, and you may be able to point me to it, but,
Yeah, look before you.
Read your packet, Jerry.
but if there's already a small business that's in place but needs questions, so like you help those two, or is it only ones that
No,
they
yes,
haven't
I've
started?
done a terrible job of branding over the past 18 years. 70% of the businesses we work with are in business.
Okay.
And I need to really clarify, because that's obviously the ones who are making the economy pump and grow to begin with. Startups, as you guys know, the success rate is a little more tenuous. But yes, most of the people I work with are in business.
He
They're
helps
hard to
people
tell those
write
stories
business plans for,
sometimes.
like, in my day job, I have
And-
to have certain things for a business, and I've directed them to him so he can help them get financing established.
And it's free.
Yes, ma'am. Well, free, you're paid by most everybody's tax dollars, but yes.
Well, but if I
But
knock
yes.
on your door
I'm not
and I'm a
joking.
struggling business owner, all I know is I'm needing
That's right.
free help.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Yeah.
That is 100% correct. Great way to put it.
And we got a lot of people in Sumner County we need to put to work rather than sending outside the campus. So I agree.
Anything else?
Appreciate it, sir.
Thank you for your time, sir.
Appreciate it.
Okay, we are now at General Sessions Judge 3.
Didn't we do that?
Quite a bit of.
We did that, didn't we?
No, that was
No.
key.
We did too.
That's right. That's
She was
right.
here
you're
yesterday
right,
for
you're right.
for mental health.
But she did it.
She
through
said,
hers.
I'm on another day.
You're a bit ahead of schedule, you might want to take a break.
We'll do a 5-minute break. 5-minute break.
I need some water.
Yeah, 5-minute break.
Look at that sandwich.
I would like it. I don't need
Get the
it, but I
videos
would really
off.
like it.
We got a lot of cutting to do.
There's a,
If it's on.
Carrie's got theirs if you want. It depends on what I want to capture.
Matt will
All the
start the
work we
meeting
did on
without
the
me
steps.
coming back down here and done.
You ain't even got to my VFD.
Hey, David.
We gonna argue on that one.
Grab those. Will you grab those
The red light.
switches?
There's red this one.
Grab the switches.
The red lights.
Suggested it's the sheriff's department.
Did we get the owl?
Eric, did we get the owl?
I mean, he's just trying to get me.
What?
Is it all?
It is.
Is that all?
Yes.
I don't know, he's gonna ask.
No, I don't know.
You don't have anything else going on today?
That amendment was thrown in at
For the record, I did not say that here. You make sure we don't cut everything.
Oh, yeah, there's.
So, the vote went the way it was, so all people pull on. But he's got to work to space, and that's where I think we overlap. So I fully plan as vice chair, general director, to kind of get him in the meetings, asking whether to spend $4.5 million to do the whole thing. Same goes with, this EMS station, either it's Bethel or well, we're still with Millersville. Because I know between architectural and construction, if they just let us stay in those two bedrooms, if we get that, we can get those things fixed for
My younger one, not just go, you would get an additional. Never even have to do all. You can. That's how.
One of the reasons they need that is because the back of their city hall is violating code. They didn't even get permits. The previous mayor, he built that all without any code compliance at all. The mayor of the city of Millersville built an extension onto their city hall without following code. No, it was not Tommy Long. It was the guy before Tommy Long.
So he's got a Sunday morning ago, he says.
I don't remember if Jeremy was here. But, so I just asked Brad, I said,
That's full, that'll be 11.
back area
Then you got a Monday night.
of the city hall to make that fire station. And he said, yeah. He said, I'm working with code compliance on it right now. It's something that needs to be.
Then he does.
That changes everything. Number two, they've never had overnight stays of fire on Bethel Road. And they're counting on the fact that there's a tract of homes being built kind of across the street.
Anytime
They need to have around the soccer or basketball or whatever. Well, do they? I mean, and if they do, fine. We should find a
business supply chain.
I don't know how you feel.
went into it with the business was forward toward it.
Marry that up, it keeps everybody honest.
Well, number one, it's on the same acre parcel.
Which areas is voted for.
When they decided.
No, that's right.
Chain's been pretty much my local.
It's 70,000 square feet for two people in an ambulance. How big is your home?
Come in summer.
I mean, that kitchen is 20 by 20. That's
They'll make it go a little bit more.
what are they gonna be making Thanksgiving or Christmas dinner?
I'm assuming
Well, they're gonna go to the
if he does well there, then it's
like the seating area is 600 square feet. He said the seating is 900.
he's doing
Kitchen's 42 square feet. They've got 4 bedrooms with 4 beds in each bedroom.
but he's got time.
I don't know how to do
But today's my 25-year service. Today is
take care of orphanages for one ambulance. You know, teams of 2.
You mean this whole?
And so, I figure
The results
is unnecessary. At least at this point in time. And that's why I asked them, I said, you know, it's not the intent of emergency services to have as many locations as possible.
So you got 22-year-old.
How do you have 2 ambulances in one location? When for less money or the same money, we could have 2 separate ambulances on the opposite side of town. It doesn't make any sense. I could tell from, he was stuck. So we gotta have 2 ambulances.
What's your 22-year-old?
So he works in hospital.
A little bit. Not as bad as I was yesterday.
More than halfway there. A lot of money to maintain.
I was really tired this morning.
He is extremely.
Yeah, I was yesterday. I was so
My younger one, I was
I'm still tired, but I'm as tired as I was.
the older one is always
That's awesome. That was a good idea. Is there any way we can spend capital on doing instead of?
There's an attitude in Sumner County like that.
What it is.
This is what our
Well, it's hardwired. It's wired.
It was a
We don't have
it was done here on the.
Yeah, that's it.
We're doing it at other people's buildings.
Called the Taj Mahal. I don't know.
Unless we had a lease in the hall.
But I can tell you, beyond the shadow of a court, it makes me mad.
But no one gets one.
Every time.
At least someone.
And so, you know,
Lewis has been a friend of ours.
who?
Well, we'll talk about that, because I don't want to do.
All of us too.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot.
My wife and I too. Private school. It blew my mind.
All right, everybody back. Actually, you know what? I'm going to my car to check.
Is it melted?
No, I did that. I want to make sure. Last year I swung it, but yesterday I swung it everywhere.
That thing's still recording.
Says, yeah, it is.
On our workshop, right now we have Judge McCormick.
Page 49 and appendix A17.
Ma'am, your floor.
All right, so I'm gonna be super simple. I gave myself 5 minutes, even though you gave me 15, so let's see if we can make it. All right, so I think I only had, 4 particular line items, maybe 5 that we asked for increase. The 2 that are more significant was the travel. I I asked for an increase in travel based on conferences. Judge Glenn and I, as you know, are kind of bookends in what we do. His budget is significantly higher than mine in travel, primarily because I think my judge, which was Judge Carter, and I inherited his budget, was not able to travel based on his health to attend those conferences. So I found that we've been almost deficient each year in that area, so I just asked, I'm requesting for that travel line item to move to 2,000. I think Judge Blanton's is currently at 2,500. The other one was the more significant one, which was the data processing equipment. That's because we got the email from IT that our computers are kind of dinosaurs and will no longer be able to be serviced. And so we have to have new courtrooms for the courtroom and for our office suite. So that's where my expense came from. I didn't see that one coming until I got the nice memo. And so that's essentially what I'm asking for.
You're not the only one, ma'am.
Okay.
Everybody, and that's probably the least amount.
Okay, I was gonna say, and we don't have a whole bunch, but that was basically it. The other things were just small, like 150 here or whatever, because we learned that our BIS equipment, I think that contract, that cost increased. And other stuff was just minor things that were based on just small inflation things.
Ms. Boyd?
So this
Were you finished, ma'am?
I am.
Ms. Boyd?
This has nothing to do with like where you're at with your computers. I'm just wondering, when you got into the new courthouse, did you get a new computer then?
No.
No, you brought, just to
We
clarify
haven't
for
had new
everybody.
computers since 2000. We got COVID computers. And so I got a computer when I came on, but it was in 2022, but that was from the same COVID staff that we got from the AOC.
Yes.
At that time. So we haven't had new.
That's what I
computers.
thought. I just want to clarify. We did not buy, did anybody get new computers?
I don't recall anybody getting a new.
So that was not
new
in the
computer.
100 million?
No, not at all.
All right.
We brought all of our same equipment. In fact, we moved our own equipment.
Yes, I remember.
So you have a total staff of 3.
Can you click on the second issue?
Yeah.
It's her and 2 others.
Yes.
And they're
they
rock
are
stars.
dynamic, and we do it all in just that small staff.
Yeah, I guess.
Question, I'm not questioning the salary, but I'm trying to remember, are y'all salaries set by, like, is it a state level?
They are.
Okay.
You can't cut it, Jerry.
Ours is statutory.
It's based on the CPI average over 2 years. And it's certified by the court.
And that's like every county, or is it different by county?
No, it's the same.
So-
It was 2 point, it's an odd amount this year, 2.9, I believe.
Man, if y'all take.
I think the letter's actually down there.
Is the percent that, or the actual
So
salary?
our salaries are based on, it's also
Based on
based on statutory as well as public act and all of that, our salary ranges are the same. And then I think the COLA is recommended by the Supreme Court, and that comes down every year by the letter that Ms. Hahn was speaking of.
Okay.
It's state statute, and they recommended it comes down from them what it actually is. They calculate it.
Yeah.
So not, other than, I mean, honestly, other than the travel and
The travel and
the
computers.
IT, which we were making them do, there's nothing.
I don't have any.
The reason everybody's doing that, they're going to Windows 11, there's no patches.
No, I understand.
So it's a security issue.
Appreciate it.
It is what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, that was 5
That's
minutes.
all
All right.
Had a girl.
Unless
EMA,
I can do.
okay, we don't have EMA. All right, so let's go back to
That's-
cutting.
Let's just cut it.
Here's one I think we can look at. That has, I'm looking at big chunks. Let's go to volunteer fire department.
Okay.
Let's have this battle.
Can we go back to their page number? I'd just like to look at
It's
it.
the way it is.
63.
11.
Go back to your perspective.
No, Windows 11's the.
Oh, no.
Oh,
What?
63.
Page 11?
They said
And
this
I'm
was-
thinking, I'm not touching
That
that
shit was
page.
13
I'm not
on
touching
This
that.
comes out of Jim's.
She wants $700.
My agenda's
Every bit of it, yeah.
Okay, we gotta have to.
Where my agenda went.
We're gonna
Page
go-
63?
By the way, I know you don't like us to take votes, so just any votes I take.
No, I didn't.
Well, no,
Why
I'm
don't
just,
you just do show of hands?
I'm just gonna do a show of hands.
That's the
just
same
because
thing as a voice.
All we're
vote.
doing is.
It's easier for the cornbread.
I just don't
Show
want you to have
hands.
to, if these are, I wanna be super clear here.
The cornbread?
Anytime I'm requesting something, if we're going back and forth, this is just for the
walking a
purpose of
fine
the
line.
exercise.
It was a joke
We are
from
not
earlier.
fully taking a vote on whether we're moving or not. We can come back and change
Not
it.
final.
They're not final, so you don't need to record them.
Can we do it like this on the last day, just go down the budget and vote on each budget?
Yes, we'll vote on each one.
As you see it, if you like it.
That's when we're finalizing. Okay, so this, if we were to take them to last year, I just wanna find out, what's the savings?
We're gonna take the $200,000 out.
I wanna take it all down to last year.
Well, the
Leave
200,000 one
leave
time.
the 200, yeah, take it all out with the 200,000.
Well, let's hit undo, we can hit undo, Jessica, before we do that. We can tell them instantly. Go right here, it'll be right here.
Matt, what is the 138? I know what the 200 is, but it's also got rural fire protection appropriation.
That was extra money that you gave to them to spread, and then there's another 200,000 one time that was given to them to spread.
So are we looking at them both as one time?
So it's
No, the
338.
138 we're leaving.
Leave the 138, take out the 200.
Yes.
Oh,
That's all the
I
extra.
see.
Basically, bring them back down to 486.33.
That would bring them down 468,065, that's what I'm saying, you tell me.
All right, and, Mr.
So,
Record?
just so I understand, is the two, I can't, it's off the screen now. Can you scroll down just a little bit? There. Is the 282,917, is that like all these that are blank, did they not submit it or they
Okay.
don't want it?
Can I explain that to
Yes.
him? So, what happened was they submitted this formula on the sheet, I think they brought you one, they was, all of them together was requesting like 1.1 something.
Correct.
Well, like, okay, the ones that are blank, they didn't get it to me on time by March 1, so I didn't include it in the budget. But the 248 was to make it what they actually requested,
Okay.
so that's what they, yeah.
Okay, so none of them, if they had gotten in on time, none of them would have been blank.
Well, if they,
There'd
this
have
is
been
the ones
different
that got it
amounts
on
that would have
time.
added up to the 282.
Based on that.
Yeah,
Right.
that's correct. Then we rolled them all up so we didn't have to spend 10 minutes.
Can we look at more
Gotcha.
history?
Thank you.
I'm interested in like a little bit more history. Is that possible?
Ask Merrill Hyde.
They were
The panels
$14,000, 14.
So what's the total? Can you scroll up a little more so we can see what we gave them in total?
You mean down?
Down, I'm sorry, yeah. And what are we at, like 2016 at J?
We went from 168 over to,
When did we,
Keep
what
going
column
over,
M?
keep
What's
going
column
over.
M? What year?
What year is M?
that's when you did the.
I know that, but what year?
So 22. Let her freeze.
I need to freeze
That brings
panes.
the things again.
But Jessica, do this, hide those ones that are blank.
2019.
And then use that little expansion box on the top, that little plus, it won't do that. There's a little plus box up there. If that makes sense.
So column
Yeah.
M is 2019.
No, no.
Your head's under
I
the
know,
TV.
I accidentally hit that, I'm sorry.
You have to expand it out and then hide those. And
No shade. No, it's okay, girl.
it'll make your life much easier. And then hide
On the
those.
front row all my life, I get it.
Then next time, just use that little plus bar.
I was so excited when I got to the second row. And then I
You gotta remember, also added in there was the cost of the new, countywide radio system that was, when the county commission originally approved that, the understanding was that all entities, including fire departments, were gonna pay their own. The following year, about 2 years later, the volunteer fire departments did not have the money, so it was appropriated extra to pay for that too.
So
That's
this
where that
nine,
came from.
this was a, what was this? This was a,
That's where you actually, I think there's construction.
There's
Go
like
up.
a piece
There it
of
is,
it.
that construction right there is that building.
yeah. So
That-
No, no, sorry, not construction, that's a fire
that was
truck.
a fire truck that had been.
The construction's
That
over
was
in
that
Capitol.
fight that had previously been.
Yes.
We made it.
No shed to put it in.
The
Yeah.
fire department.
No,
was in
Ralph,
Capitol.
Bottom line,
No.
bottom line, if we take that out, just take that out, that's a little bit of an outlier.
Yeah, take the outliers. So
And-
Well, we can take it out.
Oh, yeah, don't take it out, but.
No, but I
it's-
mean.
No,
just
it's there.
Know that that is an outlier. Scroll down.
Just show them the totals, Jess.
So yeah, look at the totals. You're going from,
Going over to
you know, it's
168.
about this 460 is.
168 back in 16.
Yeah, and then it goes up, and then it gets to 437, and then it stays around 450 even through us.
It's 680 last year, 200.
Well, with the 200, but if we were to remove the
24.
480.
I wonder how much they've been getting in grants, each of them, because some of them get significant money.
Well,
So you're
That's the
saying
combat
since
grant.
2020, they've basically stayed flat?
Take out the outliers.
That tanker truck for,
This year.
yeah, but I'm saying if you take out like big purchases like that, they're mostly flat.
Right, it's fine.
Remind me where the 200 came from last year. What was the
Capital.
logic?
We gave a,
You gave them a one-time appropriate, you just gave them one time.
They had a list of things last year. So they came with that same, request for a agreement, which I, personally, I wouldn't support. We didn't support it last year. I don't know that we're gonna support it this year, but they had a list of things that they needed, and so we gave them that additional for, it was various equipment purchases at the end of the day. I mean, look, nothing that they're asking for is crazy. It's just, you know, it is a nature of this thing. It's a volunteer fire department. How do we want to handle it? And right now, we're funding it as though it is a volunteer fire department, not a county entity. And if we want it to not be, if you want it to, this is like Matt's opinion, if you want it to be a county entity, well, that's a whole different discussion. So I'm of the opinion we bring it back down, at least for now, we bring it back down to that 460, or if you. 486, 32, and.
Copy last year.
And we go, just do it from what we're doing from last year minus the 200, just to, because I'm trying to get us to a balanced budget, and then we can figure out what we do from there. That's what I'd like to do, unless we want to take action.
I make a motion, give them even 500,000, they can split it up the way they want.
All right, well, all right, well, we're not doing, do we want to do an actual motion here or just hand count?
Are you just, oh, okay, yeah, because
Just so
she had asked not to do that for the
Yes,
minutes sake,
but
so yeah.
Is there any,
So that's an increase of $20,000.
Yeah.
is there any opposition to doing that? Raise your
Yeah,
hand.
I'd like to see it even more.
That's fine.
Which, who wants to do?
I'm not
the-
saying we need to do the 1.1, I mean, that's a large
Who wants to
jump.
do the 500?
So,
Or I would like to do at least the 500.
So we've got no, who wants to do just the 500, exactly?
what do you think? How much?
4 of them.
What if we bumped all of those 24s to 30?
How many are there?
And took the 200 out.
How many?
Just,
I think there's 13 or 14.
how many there
just
is.
on a whim.
15? I thought there's 13 or 14.
I don't think it's.
There's 11 of them.
There's more.
No.
13.
There's 13 of them.
That's 78,000.
There's
78,000, as opposed to
There's 13.
an extra, what?
So what, 30 times what?
30 times 30, 60. 30 times 13, I'm sorry, 390.
39.
390,
No, 39.
No, it's 390,000.
390.
It's 78,000.
Yeah, 39, okay, 390
Yeah.
total.
Okay.
They're gonna.
And then they've always
Okay, fine,
had,
390.
and they've always had that 138. You wanna leave that?
Hey.
That's lower than my
I like that
500.
idea, I like that idea, let's go with 390.
You've given them 138 and
Yeah, that's not a
And you've also given them a mount for those radios every year too.
They're gonna pull it anyway.
Let's do,
Yeah.
look, who wants to, do you want to do that, or do we want to do the five? I'm going to go again, who wants to do the 500,000, exactly 500,000? 1, 2, 3, are you,
Sure.
all right, four carries, put it at 500,000, let's see what our
Do you
numbers
Now,
want to do it each, like, so much?
No,
or
well,
just
I'm
like-
put it in the 200 line.
Yeah, just do
And the
zero,
one time-
0 and then 500.
No, because even they asked for a change, and that was another thing I wrote down. They don't, in discussions, like, they would like to
Yes.
figure it out themselves
Yeah, has
instead of
anybody
us
looked at
telling
their-
us.
Their chart, has anybody?
I have not seen that.
Okay, it's very complicated, and there's all kinds of variables that come to the one.
I'm just at this
Are
juncture
they,
trying to get
are they
to the.
happy splitting it?
So
Who
how do
we
you guys
give-
wanna
Who do we hand it to? We
handle
have to hand it
the
to
radio
one
system?
entity.
They pull it, they've
So
already
So which
said
one
they
do we
pull it.
hand
that
it to?
500,000.
They have a really good, from my understanding, they have a really good
Yeah,
relationship,
that 500,000.
all the chiefs do. And they
So
sit
that's-
together and say like,
Let's
hey,
look into
you need
500,000.
10, you only need 5, we're gonna pull like.
Okay, what's our?
Yeah, they're,
How
So
much?
scroll, let's look at that again. Or
Hang on just a second.
What are we at to cut now? 4.5 million?
I think it's around 3.5.
No, we never voted
So we're at
solely
500.
on
On
the,
any of it?
on, yeah.
You need about 2.5 really.
2.5.
Can you go back, please, to the fire?
To the fire?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Back to the fire.
Yes, please. So those bottom 2 lines, one is the, Mr. Long just asked about the communication stuff, so what was,
They're saying it's 20, click on it, it's 20. Should be 25,386 should be coming in.
So if we wanted to keep it truly at 500 plus, that you'd need to give them to 25,000 plus. I said just put it all in there, but.
You're suggesting add the other 25,000 now?
And then.
Or is
If,
that,
I'm just saying, like, to Mr. Becker's motion was 500,000. If you want this to be a true bump from 480 to 500, you would need to put the 25,000 in for the radios. Because then all you're doing is say, well, now they have to pay for it. So instead of being
Yeah.
480, it's
I
475.
think
One
we
of
should
them's
add
nine,
it.
I'm sorry, one of them's 9,125, there's two.
Yeah, there's two.
9,872 and 25. So
Yeah, I would, my 500
Why did we pick
was
up the 11? What-
Well,
what
separate
was
from those two
different?
line
In
items.
2024, why did
So
we pick up
that.
11,000
So he
for
intended
the
to add those in
software?
there,
yeah.
which I think that.
We've been doing the right.
It was combined in the system, or we started
Okay.
breaking out details.
Yeah, so she's added us back. So yeah, that was my idea right there.
How
Okay,
many
that's
years have
fine.
been doing the radio? 5, 6?
Can we go
It doesn't
to,
matter.
can we go and look at the final number? I think there's around 3.5, 2.5 if you want.
So you probably need to come up with.
3.6.
We got more to go.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so let's go to another big one we can look at is the election commission. Because they asked for that $1 million extra for, the, convenience voting. Now, here's the thing about this. I have totally, I learned something from this last conversation with them. So because their request for convenience voting has always been within their budget and not as a capital request, I have always assumed that it's been a recurring cost. They made it very clear that it was not a recurring cost, and I actually went and spoke with them afterwards to double, triple confirm that that is truly a one-time cost. So I'm not against doing it, but we can't, how would we possibly do that? We need to remove it out of.
Some of that 922 is employees, they ain't gonna talk.
Well, then let's cut what we.
Okay.
She did say the budget was built off of having the extra stations if we did not go with convenience voting.
Yeah, 9%.
What
Yeah,
if, what if we
that's
did
specific
9
questions.
radio work it out this year and look at it next year?
Yeah, she's
We
doubled
got
up on it.
problems.
Well, yeah, but I mean, so.
That's a good
Should have
point.
been two, bud.
I say we get the budget items fixed and figure out what's wrong with next week with the.
See what I'm saying? Like, there's probably, if we do the convenience voting thing, there's that $1 million, yes, but there's some that can get cut out. Cause she factored that in, the staffing and all of
Yeah,
that.
some of the recurring can be.
Yeah, so let's
cut.
All right.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
They're gonna, we're gonna have another meeting, they're gonna need to come back with a separate, they need to break that out, in my opinion.
Two different
Into
budgets.
two different,
Two different
and do two
budgets.
different presentations.
That is probably true.
I feel like, I mean, this is just my.
Because we're gonna,
I feel like
gonna be
she
flying blind
presented
here.
one thing and then
You're right.
talked through and pitched another.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Well, you got that amount in that, about $1 million?
She did.
Union
She
Street,
did an
there's your
either or.
convenience, and then
Yeah.
go to the salaries, there's two new.
But it's not
people.
reflected in the numbers.
Right.
There's two new
Yeah.
employees.
There's two new employees.
So
in there,
here's
too.
what I do, I mean, I think,
That
See,
should.
there's benefits. So that's not one time, all that's not just.
well, let's remove the new employees. Let's set them back where they were, let's set them back where they were last year and and think through, in terms of employees, and think through how could we consider, I'm not saying we do it, but how can we consider doing the.
You said it can't come out of capital?
It can't come out of capital because we're not,
You ain't gonna own any of it.
we don't own it. It's not like we're
Here's
improving
the,
our own
you
building.
don't have a lease
Right.
or nothing. Here's the, you got the two new employees and all these additional raises, that's what you.
So like if we wipe the others out for their additionals, we gotta wipe them out too.
Yes.
Yep,
We
go
got
ahead.
to. So,
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, last year was a big raise year. Wasn't that what we said?
Yes,
Yeah.
we made everybody whole last time. I was not here. Are they considering early voting convenience voting?
No.
Well,
No.
Convenience
that's just-
voting
we
is
would
wherever
still have early
you drive.
Yes.
I'm down in Hendersonville and by your house and I
We
can
don't
vote
need-
there just as much as I can
Well,
vote.
And how many people are gonna, I don't even know.
But apparently it helps with how many stations we have to fund. Like if we did it that way, we wouldn't have to fund as many.
Fewer
places.
And
precincts.
they're saying that they're needing 9 additional precincts, we don't even know where they're gonna get them.
But they can't find buildings for the 9 either.
About 50% of your people already voted out there.
well, okay, so we removed all that. What have we got now for, I mean, I don't think that saved us too much. I
What about
think,
the
but it
Union
made us
Street?
consistent.
um,
Didn't they already relocate? And isn't that still in?
Yeah, why are we,
Why is that
is
there?
that for the full
That's the
relocation?
move to Union Street.
so here's the thing, I think we should, Can we not,
remove that.
can we not kill these two? If we are gonna consider those, can they come out of reserves or something since it's a
Yeah.
one-time?
You
Let's,
could.
let's kill both of these.
You can kill them and then come back and amend the
Because that's,
budget.
doing all of that, that's just saved us, that's just gotten us a lot
You
closer.
can kill it and then come back and amend the budget next year if you want to do convenient. You
Yeah.
can amend, adopt the budget and come back the next month or that month and adopt.
Wait, what are you killing?
So if we wanna do, that's the convenience voting stuff, but we're moving it out of general, and if we wanna consider doing it out of reserves.
So basically, adopt your budget, and if you want to do it out of reserves, you come back and do an amendment afterwards.
But that way it's
kinda
not,
keeps it
that way it's
clear.
not counting against us in general.
What's the relocation? What's that address? Is that the address that they're currently at?
That's the new one, that big,
Yeah,
that big
they're already
building,
there,
that
right?
was
Last year.
They got further people there.
But that's
But
for
why does she need a-
2026.
Why does she?
Yeah, extra $146,000
We
unless
just
they
killed it.
plan on moving the whole office over there.
That's what I'm assuming.
So all of this going over there?
No. I don't know, that'd be something you'd ask her, I'm assuming, but that's all I can do.
We're still working on that.
All I've ever heard is that they're gonna maintain this office here and then all the equipment is.
You want me to go down the hall and see if she's there, and she'll come down here and explain the union and.
Well, let's,
Let's
what I'd
just
like
go
to do is
forward.
try to,
Get going, see if she
like,
can
to
come
the
down
point here, we need, and if we're gonna need to schedule her some time. I think we returned some stuff back with some questions about, to the point, like, she explained one thing, was talking about the benefits of the other, to actually give us both paths, and then we can say, look, here's maybe some
Yeah, I
options.
mean, her budget had both.
Yeah.
Her budget was both.
Very bloated.
Not,
Yeah.
not, it wasn't one, it was.
So look, we just pulled out, I mean, now we're getting under 2 million that we need to,
You're under 2 million.
that we need to deal with here, so we're getting better. All right, those are like the big guns, I feel like, that we fired. So we pulled volunteer, we pulled EC, I mean, that was my number.
We need to, I don't know, I can't recall if there's other areas that had steps or whatever you wanna call them.
Do you wanna just start at the top of the budget and start going down?
Yes.
Yeah, that's all we can do now.
Let's start at the county commission, and we can, when we see something pop up.
Let's give those commissioners a step.
Yeah.
As I'm saying, we put the cost in there several times, but you have to adopt the resolution
Double.
at the end of your term. We had it in the budget to do the cost of living, but they didn't do the resolution last time. It was actually in the budget.
Hey, David, question. Will that 2.9 up there, will that include what money is turned back in?
No.
At the end of the year? So on average, what are we looking at annually? Million?
Well, we already had that disparity, so like, each year we've been kind of planning, you don't know what the economy's gonna look like. We're trying to get back to a disparity of close to where you were at last year. On average, we've been picking up $1 million to $2 million, so you could argue right now that we're pretty close, 900,000 to break even.
But
That's
you want to
based
give
on the
yourself a
economy.
little cushion. I get that.
And we're a little concerned about the economy, so you're probably looking, really, if you get 900,000 to $1 million, you're probably gonna be in fairly good shape right now. If the economy runs great, you may pick up more funds, but we've every year been kind of planning for a downturn, which probably you guys, the bank thinks the same thing,
Oh, yeah.
and the feds have interfered so much, we haven't had one for years, and we still don't know. This tariff could be good, bad, I don't know how they see it gonna respond.
My 401k would argue it's been bad.
Yeah, but it may flip back around once, if you hold it long enough, like you're smart, you're gonna hold it. Assuming it's, something's gonna go.
I would like to suggest.
You're not a short term, is what
I
I'm
would
saying.
like to suggest that we do a step plan for the county commission with a 1.5% for every year.
Are you making that point of motion?
That's longevity, that's longevity.
I'm one person that thinks you definitely deserve it all.
Ben Harris will second that, I bet you.
I bet he would too.
Just knowing the amount that all the commissioners get beat up, I think they deserve it.
Yeah, you could put it longevity, right?
I think they should at least put longevity in it. Make some kind of sense out of it.
They have, that's retirement. Show us the
Their salaries
retirement.
aren't really worth.
Show us the retirement line, there is money there.
That's been there for.
Some of us
Well,
are grandfathered.
Mr. Hyde, for instance, is already retired, so he's a benefit.
So you'll get retirement.
Jerry's
in the retirement money.
Absolutely, get like
He's
$30
gonna-
a month.
You're gonna get 30?
Go
I
to
don't know,
the
something like
subdivision sheet if you don't.
Before tax.
Jessica, if you put,
No, it's more. Is this your second term or third?
Third.
Third. So you'll be
Knock
getting
out every
$300 a month. Yes.
He took a
There's no
phone
way.
call.
Oh,
You were
You're not
talking.
taking it? You do get it. That's how it's worked.
300?
Yeah, Jerry doesn't know his retirement.
yeah, there's
It's
like,
100 for every term.
it's so much a term, we'd have to call people, but you
But that's
do
because
have
I'm
a-
grandfathered in, right? It doesn't, is that active?
Yeah,
Okay,
after 5 years.
bringing it back to
it's
this
a-
year.
Anyway,
Question.
all
At least
right.
if it's
If we did
grandfathered,
200,
you
if we,
earned it.
because you said it hasn't been bumped in how long?
You're the county commission
Many years.
forever.
I think nobody's saying
last time it
Okay.
was 1990.
So if we did it to 200, if we did to 750,
Right.
that would be $6,000 total. Is that
Uh,
my math right?
I'll tell you right
The
now.
people on the resource
count
authority will like it
benefits.
because they can raise theirs.
You're
down.
saying 50 months,
What
right?
benefits do I get?
TCR, and don't they
You
have
gotta get
TCRS?
TCRS. You get
Oh.
TCRS.
Yeah.
After,
Because it's 250
After you've
times
served your
12
50 years.
times
Right, it's
24,
9,000.
72,000 plus times
You're vested.
750.
That they put in, they don't put in for us.
Yeah, so if you serve one term.
somewhere around about
we had our entire
80,
paycheck in
$6,000.
But they don't pay in.
86,000?
You gotta think 250 a month, so you do 250 times 12 times 24 is your first one. 250
What are we doing?
times 12 months times 24 is $72,000, and then you times it by.
That's how much more our,
But mine is, I think it's a very small amount. The only issue, you need to do it the year, put it in the year of election and do the resolution. Was it has to be between terms. So you'll have to do it.
I know that, I'm just trying to figure out the amount.
So it'll be about 80, to go 250 months, gonna be about $86,000 with TCRS there, yeah. Because it's
No, I
actually
think that's
something-
smart. I don't even know if I'm gonna run again, but I do think that it's something that's worth looking into when gas is, I mean, those on the northern end of the county, like, I drive, I mean, 30 minutes round trip, or 30 minutes one way.
You got to be at meetings at 11 o'clock at night, because your commission meetings are just gonna get longer, your big commit county.
And I'm not even worried about that. It's mainly just the gas stuff, and then on top of trying to still be active in the community that you're in also.
I think it would be prudent, the way you could even get commissioners, to look about increasing that over time.
I know it's not popular, but
I mean, it's.
I'm also
in a
trying
way,
to
but
think,
I
I
don't
know
know
how
anybody
hard it
running
is to
for
get people to
commission
run
because
already.
they're gonna make $200 more a
It's
month.
logical, I mean, the rate.
It's very hard to get good people to run already, let alone you don't, you have to say, hey, there's also this financial burden that you know you're gonna have to take on.
And you
Can I
can't make
make a-
everybody happy, that's.
Can
the
I make
big
a
one, so you
request
get
that
beat on.
for next year's budget, you tell us what other counties make? Maybe for, because we're gonna do it, if we were gonna do it, it'd be next budget session, right?
You can get us a
We'll ask-
comparison.
we'll
It's
ask
a fair
they
point. I
can
mean,
do
So-
one.
if it can't go into
I
play
know other
until the
counties-
next cycle,
some
it
Why don't we
doesn't
pull some
matter.
surrounding
In other
counties?
counties,
some
they
comparable-
pay less, but they pay for insurance.
That's a big
You're right, they
benefit.
do.
That's what City of
I'll
Portland
make
does.
You
for
want
us.
insurance?
Oh, wow.
What do they do?
They pay
Yeah, they
like
pay
way
insurance.
lower, like it's like $100, or like $50. I mean, it's very low, but you're
They give
able
you
to get on
benefits, county
that
benefits.
entity's
County benefits.
insurance.
Yeah, health insurance.
And
would be-
retirement county benefits
So
too.
here's, I know we've done a little bit of the workshops, we have TMA here now, so I'd suggest we go ahead and let's knock them out.
He's on page 63 and on page 827, and he has some capital items. And I would probably say look at the salaries first. I don't think he's asking for anything above the 3%. 22%. I don't think he has, but I can't say he didn't.
Did you ask? No, sir. Nothing at all? Oh, just.
No, just the code.
So what,
And then here's his regular budget, whatnot. There is something we do need to get the amounts from him, and we do need to determine who and where we're paying, the system maintenance. Because we've got county entities and inside entities.
How did we do it last year?
Last year, that was for the outside agencies, they reimbursed us and then it's paid through Ken's budget, so I think we need to put the revenue and the expenditure in there. I think it was, if you go back over that note, I think it's $153,000.
Then let's do the same thing. Put all the revenue and all the expenditure in one, it's all centrally
Or
located.
Ken, it should be 24, I don't know what this is. Ken, did it come in different than what you originally thought, or Beth has 25 on there, but she has a note that says it's 24,558 on your, and she's sick today on communications.
On maintenance now.
You don't know why the difference there?
It's not material.
Well, let's enter the amounts on the note, then we'll go
Yeah,
back and
that's
verify
fine.
with
That's
Ken
fine.
before the end of the day. Can you go put that other one in
You
there?
look like you need a smile.
Can we go back to salaries for just a
On the
minute?
next page, on the next line down, you put the amounts in, it says in the note.
Oh,
That one.
Are you gonna ask about that?
Then make it yellow, that way we can get this.
You do.
Okay, you can go back to the,
Around here.
we can go back to the, salaries.
So you see there's a portion in there that is grant funded, and we talked for several years about getting these personnel from that grant funding in case that grant funding ceases, and we haven't taken any action on it. So I would ask if we could get them off of that grant funding and use local funding for that.
The grant end?
I'm
Is the
sorry.
grant over? Is the grant ended?
No,
I mean, we can ask the request, I'm just, this is we're still, I'm just being honest, we're at this point still trying to cut
Sure, yeah.
$2 million. It may not be the year for it.
yeah, well, it's, for 3 years, it hasn't been a year, so,
No, I know.
yeah, and I get it, I understand that, and
If
I just got, I gotta ask.
I
I gotta
understand.
ask, so,
You know, if the grant's still going, I mean, it's,
yeah,
but I understand
Yeah.
looking out for your people, I get it.
yes, sir.
And it's good to keep us aware of that, because it's
Yeah.
coming at some point.
It will come.
And is that 20,000? No.
It's been one down, it's still
Would
on
be at
down.
21,000?
Going down.
The grant.
It's, the grant money,
Yeah.
it's highlighted, and I don't have the
It's
cumulative.
30,107 plus benefits, so go on.
So it's at 30, it's
Yeah, where is that in our
34,000?
sheet?
Go down. and
A,
it's
A
34,912.
72 is his grant money.
Oh,
Oops.
A72.
Where's the grant come from?
It's an EMPG grant, they spend the money and then they get reimbursed for it.
That's all the way.
That comes from the feds through state.
Oh, I see.
Okay. Any other questions?
Just one more question, just for consistency, I had asked about a department earlier under other contracted services. It's a nominal amount, it's $11,000, but it's $224% increase. And over the last 2 or 3 years, doesn't look like we've spent that. I'm just curious as to what that
Click on
Which line?
is. It's other contracted services, it's 4923 this year and asking for 15953 next year,
Where's that take off?
right there.
There's no note.
Is that going away? That's part of a Comcast bill for, we split a bill with the ECC, and we pay for EMS's portion of that, I guess.
That's where the live streaming comes in too.
The live stream.
Drone
Oh,
and
okay, so the increase on that is drone, the increase is drone live streaming.
Drone and update,
Yeah.
updates for them.
Like, we did a search warrant this morning with the ERT, and we live stream the drone flying over the team as they enter. They can watch the live stream as well as Sheriff. You watch this morning, Sheriff? So they watch it as the team
Gotcha.
approaches and enters. Or
That's the
enters the
software.
scene.
That's the provider.
That's for three
That's for
drones.
3 drones, and it's live streaming.
I have a question. So we talked a lot about your storage of video. Do we have to store those drone videos too?
They're on a driving server, yes.
We have to say, just
Yes, ma'am.
wondering.
Yeah, we save them.
For how long?
Indefinitely, I guess.
100 years.
Oh, I just didn't know.
Yeah.
Sheriff said something about.
Can I-
Dead
Well,
people.
not Sheriff. Somebody said something about upwards of 100 years.
Yeah, I mean, they're on a server, so.
Presumption of death, was that you? No, that was you. Not,
That's the
what we
sheriff,
waited.
that's the
Okay.
sheriff.
Yeah, we don't, once we do a mission, we save the footage, if there's footage of it, and it's
Yeah.
on the server.
No, that's great. I just need to keep thinking, we just need, and we do need it. We just need more and more money to store it.
Eric?
Yeah, I've got a question. If this is pursuant to a search warrant or something of that type, do you migrate that information to your storage for subpoenas, future discovery
No, I
requests?
wouldn't migrate it, I would just access it from them when we needed it.
Are there any security implications with them having information like that?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay.
And we do a chain of custody for the sheriff, or drug task force, or Hendersonville SWAT, whoever
Well, my problem is if I make a public records request that involves EMA and nobody lets me know there's a pending investigation, I could be releasing information that's subject to a current case. And I don't want to get caught in that, because that's a reason for denial. So how do we know these are flagged back and forth? And I'm sorry to sidestep the budget aspect, but
Wow.
we might need to talk about that
We can, but I think if
at a later
Director
date.
Widener or Assistant Director Summers got the PRR request on drone footage for something we did, they would probably call me and say, hey, is this good?
It's probably
I just
if
need a
nothing else, we just probably
fail-safe.
Throw it in a policy somewhere.
Yeah, that's all I'm looking for, is something to cover us. All right, thanks.
That's a great thing to take up in legislature. So we will, sorry, Mr. Whitmer. It's a good look, it's a legitimate point. I'm trying to cut budgets. What page is this capital budget? Are we getting to laugh from anybody?
No, I was just thinking, I was trying to spend money by getting more storage.
All right.
We won't pay.
I,
Are
sometimes
we
I
on
like to
capital now?
spend.
Yes. I'm trying to find a page maybe I'll go.
Right, he's with the sheriff's under public safety.
Are we finished with EMA?
No, he's got capital.
Capital.
It's under public safety and capital project. We'll get the page number for you.
It is page 101.
Page 1.
Where it starts.
Mr. Widener, can you give us an overview of your capital request?
So the first portion of it is UPS is in all the tower sites. They are in the live, coming in live, so they need to be replaced. We've got 24/9 in for Swiftwater and road equipment. We've got 14,000 for the chairs in our Joint Information Center they've been in there since 2014, and they see a lot of seat time, so they are in really poor shape. We want to replace those chairs, those office chairs. And then Cyclone Port, which is it's radar and weather information for running out of the emergency or out of the command center, the EOC, and a day like today, we're under a slight threat of severe weather.
What's your total capital mass?
I'm sorry?
What is your total capital mass?
81.9.
So 8.1. What's his total ask?
81,900
Oh.
in capital.
It says 8,191,000.
No,
That's the total.
That's the total.
Okay.
That's the total of all those.
It just happened.
I was with you, Jerry. I was with you.
Yeah, it was at 81. And it was
It's like, everybody's awful calm for that
He needs
8
some new
million.
towers.
Gotcha.
Do
You
the
wanna guess,
towers,
like,
do the towers ever need replacing? Are they good for, until somebody, like forever?
Tornado?
Replaced in our lifetime.
Good, perfect.
Yep.
Not even a tornado?
Tornado, yes.
Yeah, okay.
And we've
And
had
they're- and
transmission
they're
line
insured.
towers, we've never had a tower. These towers have a 107-something mile an hour wind rating.
Aren't they the ones we
half-inch
just
radial
replaced?
lights.
Didn't we just replace one for y'all? For
A
somebody?
lightning.
That's
Last
equipment
year.
that gets stripped by lightning, not that, they don't destroy the
Communications
towers.
tower, no.
Oh,
We
we
have
replaced.
lightning strikes.
No, they're
That's
lightning
what it
strikes.
was.
They,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
all of our towers are put up.
I know, I
with
voted
grant
for it.
funds, not from
I think she's just thinking about some equipment on one of the strip.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't the actual
I just
tower.
remember tower and the vote.
But we would like to add one on 31W north of White House, so.
Is that
We've
long-term
got a
planning?
kind of a dead spot up in the north, west corner of the county. So,
So that's in the future, right? Because we don't have money, but how much is it? Maybe we can start thinking about it.
it's not Motorola price, it's probably,
No,
somewhere in the 6 range.
6,600,000?
Oh, I thought you said 6 million, 600.
That's with all the equipment on it. Yeah.
600?
Yeah.
I just thought you meant 6 figures.
And it may be less than that, but I don't wanna say
Doesn't that get together?
it's 4 and then it'd be 6, so I would have to
So
bring a figure
half a million
to
to 750,000.
Hey,
I think so.
It's
I
coming.
don't, we don't need to be wasting time with that. That has to go through committee first.
I know, she asked the question.
Anything else for Mr. Widener?
Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, now we are back to workshop. I think.
Oh, we're back to
do we
that.
Do we just start from the top? Let's just start
Start
from the
looking at line
top.
items and follow the search.
Yeah.
So you can start at the top of the county commission, just slowly scroll down and let them see if they got any questions.
I think Dylan, didn't you want to move to 750?
Yeah.
Are we starting at the top?
Yeah.
I wish they'd all go.
Then you
get
wanna
some
start at a
education.
particular one.
But they haven't. You're the only one
That's where
who's
we're at.
used it. I know. I wish they.
Well, we
used
weren't,
it,
maybe
but
we
you're
said we
not
weren't
really
doing that
gonna
for this
let it
year's
go.
budget, it would be in the following.
Oh, we already finished
I
that.
mean,
It wouldn't go into effect, so you're right. It would.
Yeah, so we don't have to do it this year.
whatever.
All right,
Conference, I wish it
so we
was.
moving out, I mean, county commission doesn't have much in it anyway, let's go
Hey,
to,
I would, as unpopular as it may be, for the sake of the budget, I'd be willing to let the education go. I don't think it was overused. The
Okay.
10,000, I don't even know how much was used this
Some of it
year.
was used, I think.
well, let's cut it to 5.
Okay,
All right, let's cut it to 5.
I didn't use any of it, just so you'll know.
What? It's gonna be.
Oh, that is terrible, Jerry. When I graduate from my CCSO class, I'll be sure to let you know that, I'll be sure to let them know that the general consensus at commission was it didn't help me at all.
I need a break.
Huh?
I need a break. I'm never.
Chewing a piece of chewing gum.
All right.
This is why I enjoy this meeting.
Because we don't immediately start getting offensive.
Training, we haven't gone over the fire department.
Okay. The next one should have been the Board of Equalization, I think. Did we pass it? Well, that's one that looks to be high.
No. Okay, just let me know.
Considerably high.
Yeah, bring that to 15,000. Bring that to 15,000. Anybody got a problem with that, bringing that to where it was last year?
No.
Okay,
No.
that's good. Anything else in there?
I have a question. How many years have you been paying the additional education incentives?
Before I got here. There used to be some paid by the state to be elected to before my time.
All right.
Been here quite a while.
How much
At
of
least
that- how much a
16 years.
year are
$1,500.
No, per, total. How much do we?
We'd have to add on
Let's
that.
zero that
Oh,
out.
okay.
Yeah, let's just zero it out.
Are there like 10 people getting them, 20 people, 100 people?
Probably 10 to 15.
Like,
And
it's
popcorn.
15,000.
And the occasional coffee.
What was that yellow one we cut from?
25, 15?
No, it was 100 to 50.
It was my,
Oh, there's all these.
other
What
contracted
is-
services.
Yeah, there's some more of the union school movement.
What section are we on? What is this?
Election.
Oh,
Do you want to remove those?
You just want to go down to each person's department.
Yeah,
Before
that's
we go
probably
on
the best
So we
way.
did commission, we did Board of Equalization, who's
So
next?
what
The
are we on
mayor?
now?
Should be the mayor next, I believe.
Mayor, we didn't have anything, and then attorney, we didn't have anything.
Okay. What about the election, did you see?
Election, we
There's-
said she was gonna have to come back because we had so many questions.
The question is, did you want to go ahead and remove the rest of the union school street movement? Because you removed most of it, there's some more through the budget. Couple $1,000, not a lot. You want to go ahead and start?
I'd like to, well, why don't you just leave it until we figure out what's actually
I mean, it's not big
there?
anyway, so
It's
that's
not
fine,
very
that's fine.
big.
Let's
It was just a question, you moved it down there.
It's much easier to go down than it is to have to put it back in.
So where are we at now?
Register of deeds, and there wasn't anything.
we need to make sure we're capturing all the
Planning and
steps.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you haven't captured anywhere near all of those.
I know
Mr.
that.
Becker's, saying, we should go down and pull all the rest of the steps out and see where we're at, because we still got more steps in the
So
bottom.
you want to go through the salary sheets first?
Correct.
All right.
Salary
See
sheets
where
are-
we're at if we get to that.
So the easiest way to do that, Ms. Allison, would go to county commission, is click the tab going across on the bottom. We'll start with commission, then we'll see what the tabs are on. Commission wouldn't have anything. County mayor, I don't believe asked for anything. Law director didn't ask for anything. Election commission, you've already captured those. Register of deeds, nothing. Planning, I think he had $5,000 for,
Oh, yeah. So
stormwater management.
He said, did he have, was he a part of the work study last year?
Well, I know, but
He
look
was
at
trying to
his,
get him closer to the White House.
but look at where his
Yeah.
salary's at
Yeah.
already.
Yeah, this is not, well,
You don't
what
think-
I would call a step.
No,
Th-
this
Well,
is-
that's true. We
This
left
was a
some.
true
Yeah.
up
That's
to
true. We
standards.
left some true ups. That's all
And
right.
I don't know if he had a true up last year.
He
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 did.
did, everybody.
At that
Oh, he
point,
did,
we
oh,
We
every,
did.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I just
Yeah, I know
wasn't
you
on
did.
this committee,
Yeah,
I was
most of
just
them did.
watching it.
Next is building codes, he has one.
that was a sore spot last year, don't bring it back.
All right.
He said he was gonna bring him closer.
No, anybody really wanted to be on this committee.
He said he wanted to bring that one.
Sounds like you wanna be chairman next year, Shane.
No, I don't wanna be chairman.
All right, let's really.
I think he said he wanted to bring that inspector closer to the other inspectors.
What is that?
I'm just
Yeah.
really
Wait.
tired.
Is that a new position?
No.
Yes.
No, that was just a vacant movement.
Okay, oh, that's fine.
County buildings, it
There's
has
no
no
new
new ones there. That one's got
What is
two.
that?
That's
He wanted to
archives.
give each employee, wanted to get a bigger raise.
Those
So
are-
this is what I was saying, is when we look at the library salaries, I think that they're similar positions,
these are
but they got a
small.
little bit more.
But I think the
Risk
fourth
management.
one was, they said the director was lower, but the other one was probably higher. than-
Yeah, I think we need to take out the 21, 22. That's my
Sorry?
opinion.
She's not making much as it is.
I'm not
Can we
disagreeing.
get to
That's
the
just
library and look at
getting her
them?
closer to what other,
Well, what you described
Other
earlier
folks
is
might-
not, that's not what you
Do they work
described.
40-hour weeks? Okay, they do. All right.
You, Mr. Mayor, when you talked through it earlier, unless I misunderstood you, that 44,554 is actually quite a bit higher than what Wilson County,
let me.
and the 54,829 was lower.
Spend to the library aides and look at their payroll, they're in the like 30,000.
Yeah, it's about
30,000,
$10,000
31,000.
Say that again.
Can you show him can you show the
Well,
library?
Let's not jump back and forth. They're
Wanna
around
wait till he
30,000.
gets
They're in the 30s.
They're in the
I just know it
30,000,
from
yeah.
memory.
So we want to remove the 21, 22.
Yeah,
That's
Okay.
my.
they're all in the thirties.
Yeah,
fine.
they're all, yeah, you see it?
A31,
That's fine.
Or we can give them more money.
All right, let's go.
I'm not
on.
sure that doesn't need to happen.
yeah, I mean, that's fair.
Risk management didn't have anything. We had
And so, hey, now there's one here, I mean, look, I'm all about the project manager, but maybe the bookkeeper needs to go.
That's one we're working all the overtime. You want to, we could remove, do you want us to remove the overtime? Try to-
What's more expensive, a full-time employee or overtime?
I don't know, right now we're running so much, we can't keep up. I mean, I don't know.
We're only-
The problem is I've got employees right now that would prefer not to work overtime. I'm afraid I'm gonna start losing. Because we're the last one to out of the building, we are a lot. So it's kind of, and honestly, it's not, this is my last year, it's not gonna affect me terribly much, but in the long term, I just know that I work a lot of hours, I go home, work on laptop, they work a lot of hours, a lot of them stay here, they're here after I'm gone.
What about a part-time?
It's hard to find them. I'll be honest, we've not been able to find.
Could a project manager do that?
Both.
Do both?
We'll see if we can, why don't we just try a project manager to do both, and then leave the extra overtime or part of it, and that would get you a lot of it, just get rid of the bookkeeper.
Yeah, take off that book.
I'm not sure that
But I'm
I'm
gonna
in
have them to
agreement.
work on projects and work on
Because-
accounting stuff.
Y'all know I'm still pushing to get the Cronus implemented, and up in accounting, they don't seem to have enough staff to get the
The implementation takes a
parameters.
lot, that's part of it.
And
That'll
we
eventually be
really
over.
need to
if we
get that
just-
done.
There's a lot of one-off work just that
Hanging
comes
out
out of
Let's
there.
do this, we'll put it as a project manager, I'll use it as somebody that's strong on accounting, and we'll do some project management.
Because
like to do
the
it.
project management, like, it has some accounting
It's both.
into it.
But I need a lot of help in AP, and there's like receiving I want to take off AP, so let's just remove the bookkeeper.
Okay.
And then Dylan had a good point, do you want to do 90 days, you want to do 60 days?
I
on
think
the
we do,
cross?
honestly, now look, I'm all about doing 90 days on that one. Just because this is how we're doing this.
This is some of the
It's a,
letter-
listen, I mean, we gotta, obviously, this Excel spreadsheet's probably gonna take 30 days to learn, trying to figure this out, but.
This is the least complicated of the
David-
things I'll probably do.
But David said himself that he had zero training, so it's not like it can't be done.
We had the finance director left, we had an interim finance director, he was recruiting and just staying here, so he stayed to, like, if I needed him to find things or anything, but really, I was fully trained when I got here. So and a lot of the stuff like the revenue workbook that you work on didn't exist, wish Miss Browning was here. Your budget was basically a very simple document did not have positions in it, the revenues didn't have long-term planning, none of that stuff existed. So since I've been here, we've added all that stuff in, but somebody needs to learn it, and I would say
They need to
we've
migrate
grown
into
to the
a system.
point where we've got a really good budget through Excel, but Excel's got one risk factor. It easily lets you make errors, so we need to migrate to software.
So could,
Even if I stayed, we need to
I'm
migrate.
not saying it's not needed or wouldn't be nice, I'm having trouble ethically keeping this on and supporting this argument while also cutting a sheriff person, an EMT person, and saying it's more important for somebody to learn Excel than it is for somebody to get saved that's having a heart attack. That's where I'm wrestling with in my head. So if we can cut that to half and do 45 days, then that saves a whole person's salary that we can pick up later.
And I think the other thing, you're looking at the salary.
Or would you be amenable to an on-call basis where it's a contracted?
Or part-time, but maybe it's according to what, but this is kind of my thought process, two things here. You're gonna spend 60 on recruiting, you're looking at 180 to 200. That individual needs to understand GASB and all this stuff, or you guys, this commission will have to let them go. I mean, it's kind of where you're at a contract.
Sure.
So if they understand those things, really what I'm gonna be showing them is we're here, and where to find things. And things like if they come from another state, I'll show them maybe property tax calculations, some of the TCA.
Right.
But they should know GASB, taxes, Fair Labor Standards.
Is anybody in your office leaving?
That's what I wanted to have him.
Beth thinks she's gonna be here probably 3 years. Cheryl, probably 2, they're my most senior. The rest of them are, I'll be honest, a bit nervous, I've got some of that, but they feel that there's gonna be a smooth transition, so I don't think any of the employees are leaving. There's some, anytime anybody leaves, there's people nervous, you can kind of tell. But no, I think that you've got some that's gonna be retiring relatively short after they come here. The thing is, we have good records. The thing is, you're a growth county, and we're implementing new stuff all the time. We're still working on the Chronos and changing policies. We would like to migrate, it's been something on the radar, to a budget software package. So I don't think this is best practice, we need to be moving from it. But me, in the last year and a half, I did not think it was good for me to migrate for somebody that's gonna be doing it.
Turn you
for
around
10
and leave,
years.
sure.
For 10 years after my time. I think the 60, 45 days would be more than enough.
You're
if you
good at
get a
60?
45, 60.
I mean, if we got.
But I'm not the person.
If we've got $1
receiving.
million, if we've got $1 million, we added $1 million to do whatever software to do this. So like, sort of to your point, this Excel spreadsheet, in theory, the new person won't need it.
Well, he's gonna need, but you're gonna have to understand it to migrate all this functionality over.
Well, when's it get migrated? We got $1 million. We put $1 million in right now for this.
Yeah, but
for this period.
This person's gonna be the one helping to migrate it. I mean,
You guys are gonna determine the functionality you want. Right now, you've got all this flexibility.
Right.
There's a Munis budget software package I can use now, but it's not gonna give you the pretty reports and what you want. It won't give you all this flexibility. You'll have to change it, stop your meeting, we're gonna have to change it, update
Well,
all.
90 days, 18 weeks,
Right.
at 5 days a week.
And there's about 20 to
To me-
23 days a month.
To me, eight weeks, 5 days,
If you can do
40
it in
days.
60, if you say you can do it in 60, I'm good with it.
He says he can do it in 45.
And the only argument I would put on the
Get a
table
competent
is if we
person.
had some extra time in there right now, and that person could concentrate on getting the chronos up and completely all the parameters
That's my problem, we're working
done.
60 hours a week.
If we had that overlap, and they came in, they did 8 weeks, they
Well,
learned everything, and then David
I think
could go and
Chronos right
fix
now is a
that.
nice to have, it's not at the top of my priority.
Here's the whole thing about your implementation, there's a couple of things. One, you gotta determine, put it in policy, where we're gonna force it or we're gonna slow walk it. That's the thing. If you're gonna wanna slow walk and try to work with people, there's no big push like everybody's talking, or you're gonna have to push. The number 2 is, for me, honestly, and I hate to say it out loud, because you're gonna try, working 60 hours a week. I've got employees that are working 50, with overtime, 40, and all over the place, I'll even see them leave. So there's not a lot of extra time to do extra projects. Yes, it would be nice for me here, I could help them push Chronos forward if you want to push forward quickly, but the problem being is, do you really want to hire a CPA, finance director, to do a project management? I'm saying,
Right.
you're really killing us salaries about one to 2 to 3 times.
Well,
that
we got a
cost.
project manager to do that.
Right, well, they don't necessarily, but that's what I'm saying, we may be able to get that project manager focused on that, if they're not busy doing the courthouse and stuff, but if you get you a competent person, 45 days, if you don't get you a competent person, they've been here 90 days, you're gonna be trying to re-recruit, you've got another problem. The only thing, my other concern, to get a really competent person, my feeling is you're probably gonna have to give them a contract, which brings another issue. If they're not competent and they're under your contract, what happens?
So
I think if they don't
60
ask for a
days is
contract,
what,
that's a
12
red
weeks?
flag that I don't want them in.
All right,
It's gonna be
so
scary.
what are you, what's the
It does,
idea?
I mean,
It's not
it
a
doesn't
lot of
matter to
money.
me.
So.
I feel comfortable 45 days. is
45 days.
Split it in half.
Okay.
And I'm not trying to work against
So
my
divide by
anybody,
2.
but
Yeah, there you go. All right, and at the end of the day, if we need more time, come back later.
And then
Okay.
and change the, over there to the left, 90 days to 45 days.
oh, yeah, the note got you. Let's, we've asked for 15,000 of overtime. We're using probably there's that 35 this year. We're having a new person coming in.
But if you got that project manager should help there too.
Well, we gotta train them and get them in. At the same time, you're gonna be doing a lot of migration with them.
Cut that down to 5, 10.
Let's cut it down, and what'll happen if we have to, we'll come back, because you're gonna have a new person potentially coming in, or we'll try to drain it from equipment or something. That's what we're doing right now. To be honest, we're probably using more than that now, but.
What do you think, Mr. Long? Should we leave 10 or only 5? Because you're still gonna have 30,000, right?
Let's leave 5, because just think about it, say we don't get somebody later up there, the 45 days here, you can use part of that money potentially.
Yeah, true.
Plus I think you'll be fine. What did you put on the insurance on that, Jessica, pick up on that, the replacement, the 34,000, what's over there?
Family.
Yeah, let's look at that, because if they're gonna only be able to last me 45 days, I just think this right here is a year's worth of employee plus 1. Can you copy paste special and probably cut that? Even if they had family, do it by times 0.3 or something, that'll get you some
You
money.
want me to copy paste special this or
Just to
this?
make it, right here, to make it a flat number.
Where?
And then times it by maybe like 0.3, because they may have a family that should get them through any
Yeah.
overlap.
Are your other formulas in like the
They're pulled-
retirement and stuff, they're individual, or are they?
They're based on dollars, so
Okay.
just
That one
the
is
health
like
and the,
What do you want me to do with it?
times it by 0.3. If everybody's fine with that.
Yeah, I see.
Worst case scenario, they'll have to find it or come back and ask, but I don't think you're
Well,
gonna need
the
it.
hard thing is gonna be putting the job search and getting the time frame and getting it all. I mean, it's not gonna work out anyway. It'll slide anyway.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that all on finance?
And we can hit that dental one, but it's $503 you will.
Yeah,
Manually calculate that.
you all can clean that up later.
We manually at 330.
All right, okay.
There we
We have
go.
to- all that's, looks like steps, minus the 4,000 and
Those 4,000. Just to be fair to what she said, she said that what happened was that they've changed because the tax rolls are getting out quickly. They've cut their part-time, but they're putting more work on the full-time.
Oh, that's right, so that was.
she wanted
that
to
was
give them
that
a
was a net.
raise.
That was a net. Okay,
Is
that's
that
fine.
right? I don't know
Yes,
if that was what she said. I'm just
that's right.
repeating to make sure.
You're right, you're
Yeah,
right.
I mean, you can see it right there. She
Yeah,
took,
she took it out.
took
You're right.
part-time out.
My job's to pass data. I'm not,
No,
that's
you're
what I'm trying to help
correct,
you with.
you're correct.
So tell me how it takes the part-time out. I'm sorry, line 19 and 18 look like they net.
That's exactly
So
what she said.
they
took it
net,
out.
and then.
So that 13, 9, 10 on row
Okay, I
24 is
see.
the new.
I see, that's
and
out,
then
and then
row
that's
28 's
in the new full-time.
Yeah.
And the bennies.
And that was the reason she gave, because they're earlier, she could cut part-time, but put more work on her full-time, and more stress.
Which is fine.
So she's asking for more.
Okay.
County clerk did not ask for anything, and she was even fine with not putting a raise on the vacant positions. So
I know, wasn't that?
She
that
may have
was
asked for
good.
some data fees, but that was covered by a fee, so she didn't
That was it.
post it or whatnot.
IT.
He didn't really ask for anything. His only really big item was Office 365 because of the exchange server.
Circuit clerk Kurt didn't ask, was that?
She just asked for part-time, and she said that was because of the growth in the county and maybe
The new
because of the new
judge?
judge too. I can't recall. but
New judge.
New
Was it the new
judge.
judge and the growth?
These are all, okay.
He's asking.
Oh, it was general sessions work too, all the filings.
So that's a new personnel right there, but he's.
No.
Or is that?
This one is.
Yeah, that's what I mean, that one.
Sorry.
But the other, how much does?
Is it a new person? Let's look real close. No, I don't think so.
Yeah, this is the new judicial
Yeah, but
assistant.
They get rid of an admin.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody's retiring and he,
Yeah,
she's
okay.
bringing him
It's a
in
net
lower.
decrease of
It's a net
15.
decrease.
And he
that's-
giving
So he's
her
bringing
a
somebody
raise.
down.
So he gave more duties to her. Gabe was wanting to give her a raise and
Yes.
bring her up and hire somebody in cheaper, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think he's gonna
That's
ask
not good.
everybody new.
No, that's fine.
Because he was gonna do the retirement party himself.
Drug court.
Drug court is funded by fees and grants.
Yep. Chancery court.
He said that he needed additional because of was it the new judge? But I'm not exactly sure how that interplays. Because he's in Chancery court, so that may be a
She's picking up
We need to-
chancery cases.
Oh,
We need to take those out, right?
Yeah, those are the steps.
Sorry, let me mark what I need.
Yeah, he had a lot of.
What are we in now?
Actually, go back there, please. I'm getting thrown off by line 23.
He had some turnover during the year, so he had some extra funds probably. So there's like a budget balance.
So it was zeroed out. Can you do that back? So they took that 44.95 and spread it.
Yes, yeah, to other employees. They probably.
Is that increase recurring at all?
If you spread it to the person, it would. What happens a lot of times
Your
is
base salary.
if somebody turns over and they hire somebody cheaper and they got extra funds, it goes down to that budget balance because we're trying to agree back to your original budget. So he's asked to use that budget balance to give these other two employees raises. And I believe what he said was he compared the one to circuit court clerk and the chief deputy made significantly more, and then so did that other employee.
But I guess my question
David,
is.
is there any MOE with the clerk and master?
He can't, if you don't pay him an adequate amount, he can't petition you in the court. So he's a petitioning officer, but in other words, he can prove he needs additional funds, and then you can prove he's overstaffed, you can do it the other way, but it's very hard to go the other way.
But my question, as is, it looks
No
like
dollars.
just no dollars.
No.
But if we took those out, it actually cuts the 44.95.
Yep, it cuts it by that amount, yep.
I mean, from that standpoint, I would say just leave it in. I mean, I'm only one
But it
person
pays for
over.
itself this year, but not going forward.
Well, it's in your budget
It's in his
total, so
budget.
it's not a new increase is what Jerry's saying, but
Zero
everything
sum
that's
game.
reoccurring is
It's a
coming
zero.
from a recurring source.
They're gonna get the money anyway. It's either gonna go in the budget balance or
And if
into
I-
their salaries.
And if I recall correctly, the reason he asked to do that is he said his chief deputy made significantly less than circuit. And I can't recall what said.
You're right, he did, I forgot.
I mean, it's zero sum, so it's hard for me to, argue to take money out, but we can come back to that one. Let's leave, in my opinion, let's leave that for now, because it's a little bit different. Go ahead.
This one's asked for several raises and 2 new employees.
Where are we at now? We're in juvenile
Oh,
court?
And he said that the
Juvenile.
issue with the new was because of the new law about juveniles.
I hate, man, they made a very compelling case about the need for those two.
What about the steps, though?
The steps we can go.
The steps go?
I would like to
Yeah.
fight to keep both of those.
I mean.
The employees and the
Take
steps.
The employees?
Take the
No,
steps.
the employees.
Yeah, keep
And the
them
steps
going.
go?
Okay.
The steps go,
Okay.
yes, yes.
Cause that way it all stays in one house.
Man, I mean, I'd like to try to leave those two alone.
Who was it that talked about this?
David Howard.
Judge
David
Howard.
Howard.
Let me remind you, when Matt was a small child, he yelled, I'm gonna blow
Matt
up the
would still be-
house.
No, I'm
Yeah,
serious. I told my
When he
teacher,
was
I said,
7.
I'm gonna run away from school if you put me outside, and I did it.
So keep these.
Matt, you'd still
So
be.
that's where
doing
these,
it.
now you're back
I
with us,
mean,
yeah?
I did all sorts of stuff I shouldn't have done. I mean, it's ridiculous, we live in a nanny state.
Magistrates, he asked for raises on everybody and a new employee.
Yeah,
Uh,
He just asked for steps or
So-
raises.
I know we went over this, the magistrates, they're at the jail, and the people, tell me again
They
what
issue
they
warrant,
do.
don't they issue warrants?
They do preliminary warrant.
I mean, if we are going to remove all the steps,
Well, the steps, but I'm wondering about the extra person. Do we have an extra position in the, I mean, is there one every 8-hour
I
shift?
used to be
or-
over them, and what happened is they were part-time heavy, but if they don't get a full-time in there, they have a very huge problem, because they've got to have somebody ready to go 24/7. And it was causing problems with their calendars taking time off, because it's not very many full-time magistrates.
But it looks like they're all full-time.
That's what they're proposing now. It used to be, there were several part-times trying to fill the gaps.
So we can see their longevity there in AB, 3 years, 6 years, 3 years, and 10
well,
years.
this is a relatively, with the exception of the one, it's pretty,
You have a lot of turnover in magistrates.
I guess 2 of them.
They,
You
and
wanna keep this?
that's Judge Blanton's
Yeah, I think
ad
you
in
said
there.
you're the steps.
I think we stay consistent with the steps.
Yeah, I mean, that's the vote.
So it'd be
Well-
the 3191 through the 5680.
Yeah.
So, Eric, when you said you used to help super, or I don't know the right word, manage, I don't know.
They fell under my department, yeah.
So they're already moving from part-time to full-time
Apparently, because there were part-times before.
and adding another full-time.
So there's 7 and add one more.
It looks like they've removed the part-times to try and gain a full-time.
I see what you're saying.
But there's no,
Oh, well, they're
there's
all-
no money showing removed from part-time.
Right, it's just all full-time.
It still has
That's
that,
what
they're
I'm trying to
almost
figure out.
35.
Yeah,
Are we at a net?
that's how their last,
Oh, there it
here's
is,
what I
look.
oh wait, no, there it
They
is
moved
right
the
down there.
part-time up there.
21.
Yes, to the
Where?
Line
See,
21.
line 21,
21.
put them in 13.
So really,
Yeah,
it's
but-
an
but-
increase of 32,000,
Oh, I see,
change.
yeah.
So it's not an increase, he's still got 34,755.
Yeah,
That's
so
it.
I misunderstood what they said then, because I thought their whole goal was to get rid of the part-times.
So that,
They
it
did.
is, right?
They did.
No, they
still
didn't.
have this
they have
one.
one.
Part-time is still there.
No, they're still
Oh.
budgeted.
They gave them
There.
COLA.
Total.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. If you're gonna remove part-time, it'd be a negative
Yeah,
34,755.
Oh, you're right, I don't, well,
So are you gonna decrease part-time question?
So I
Wait,
said-
and is line 25, is that another, that's the supervisor? So how many people do
So
we
I
have?
say we decrease the part-time.
All of it.
Yeah.
And fire the part-time person?
I mean, if they're bringing that part-time up to full-time,
Circular, you can't do.
Well, maybe, and I don't think we can do that.
But I don't think what
because
it doesn't
we
look
have
like
a-
that's what their goal was.
We may have a person there that wants to work part-time, I don't think we can wipe them out
well,
without talking to them.
this is one where I feel like we need to get some.
I say for now, we cut out, we keep the part-time and we cut the
Cut them, then they can
full-time.
come back and look
Yeah.
at that. Yeah, I'm with you.
Cut out the part-time.
So we
Cut out
know, we
full-time.
cut row 13.
And just while we're on this, still, how does the schedule work? Do they work, is there one person there, or is there 2 people there? They cover 8 hours, 12 hours?
It's usually one.
One
one's
person there.
I don't know what the shifts are now.
So there's one person there.
Eric, do you have any idea?
If they weren't there, the judge would have to do that.
So how many people do we have?
I know you
We
had to
went
work
through
with them.
sheriff, I think.
Can you- yeah,
Basically,
can you
if
tell
there's
us how it
nobody
works?
there, the judge has
No.
to do it after.
Okay, let's look here.
He just knows there needs to be somebody.
Not
that-
do a warrant, I mean,
So like 8 hours?
911 have any, they didn't ask for anything, did they?
no, they are floating off.
Okay.
$14.
Wait, I thought, okay, never mind, that's what we're getting
Dispatch.
into.
If you're gonna do the, I mean,
Yeah.
you're gonna do the steps. Now, are these all steps or were some of these like?
They're asking for 35, 30 more because they need to, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one.
They're good.
Yeah.
Is that we're still trying to hire somebody?
I believe
Yes.
last.
We're still trying to hire somebody, right?
Well, not the
Is that-
deputy here. My understanding is that last year, some of the,
also-
like the
Oh, that's in
deputy
the
one here didn't
deputy.
get a raise. I don't think they got a raise when everybody else was adjusted.
Oh, all right, that's different.
Oh, it was all the other.
That was-
Yeah,
employees, that's right.
I don't think these are steps, these are more market adjustments.
Yeah, I don't think this person got a raise
Yeah.
last year
Okay.
when everybody else did. Is that correct? Can you ask them?
Yeah, they're saying north
That's my
side.
recollection, but I could be wrong with his
Okay,
department.
scroll down.
That person didn't get a raise last year, correct?
Deputy director and 3 managers did not get a raise other than COLA.
And everybody pretty much on the county by law.
What else about these? Are these steps?
What is this?
That's new.
What's overtime, why is overtime jumping up 62?
1566, is that all that? Or is that,
Well, let's look at overtime, 62,000 increase. What, I can't recall
what, we've got them here. What was the purpose of the overtime?
The 62,000 went for the on-call stipend and the 1 day.
Oh, that's right.
That's right, the trainings
The
that they have to do
training.
that they can't do because they're,
So that's $50 for you said $50,
To be
right?
on call.
$50 for on-call?
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to
$50
make sure, $50.
Per person, yes, who's on call. So-
And then, just so I recall, and I agree with you, it's not fair to write somebody up if you're not paying them to be on call, and then you write them up because they didn't come in.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to make sure.
Hold on a second, go back up. Right, row 37, what are those three?
Yeah.
They
What
said
is
that's a
that?
stipend to be on call for those 3 individuals.
To be on call for those three?
I think so, that's what it says, stipend, maybe not.
What-
Maybe it's a supervisor stipend, is that, it's a stipend.
1566?
We have 2 supervisors, a QA and a training supervisor, who are giving a fixed amount for their additional duties in those 2 positions.
So it's an additional duty. Stipend.
And then there's
That's
the
no new
alt
money.
tech.
No
On
new
this
money.
thing again.
That's
Oh.
our current budget.
Yeah.
We
The
reallocated.
core for this
Jessica.
is
Do they
in
work
the chair.
overtime?
Yeah.
That's fair. Is that you calculate
Yeah,
the overtime?
I don't know why she would even be here.
Okay.
So this 1566 is a flat rate, however long you stay in that position.
Well, no, we could do it.
It might have
Scroll
just been
down.
an error by me.
What is this? Is this one that's just been filled? A year wasn't filled and now is filled? Okay.
Yeah, anything that's gray means a
We have
vacancy.
somebody from Home Safe, and I think that I maybe forgot to put them on the agenda.
Oh, okay, then we'll, without objection,
Yeah.
we'll listen to, that person
Yeah.
from Home Safe.
Sorry.
What page are they on? Let's see.
They'll be under the contribute, 80, I
Let me
believe.
see what page that is. It's under page 80 with all the rest of them on.
Yeah, it should be.
All right, who's here from Home Safe? Oh, come on.
Sorry about that.
We're going from 0 to 3,000.
What page is she?
80.
Where are they in
They're not.
Oh, they're not.
on
Yeah,
my
you're right.
the
business
Did they send a
website.
request or?
Yes, they did.
Okay.
Ma'am, your show.
It was just.
Were they late or?
As much as you want.
No, she was supposed to be here at 2:45. I didn't put her on the agenda
Oh, okay,
on
gotcha.
accident.
Go ahead, sorry.
Well, I'm with Home Safe, and we're a domestic violence program here in Gallatin, and we serve Sumner County. And we've been here for 43 years. And we have a shelter in Sumner County, in Gallatin, and we have a counseling center and a central office. So we were requesting some funds to help with our shelter and our counseling center, because expenses of a shelter are so expensive, because we have at home times 12 people. So we're always using a lot of supplies. We provide counseling, the shelter, emergency transportation, food, clothing, toiletries, housewares, anything used in the home, we try to provide for them free of charge. None of our services cost, they're all free. So with federal funding getting cut, we just need some funds to buy the toilet paper and the paper towels. And another problem we have is transportation. There's no transportation available for us. So we always have to get an Uber or taxi. And sometimes if they're leaving our shelter, they want to go back home to another state, or they just want to get out on their own or go to another program where it's safer for them, because if they're abusers in this area, we try to find them a safer place to go. So we have to send them, so we need funds for Uber, because we've been spending, I think this weekend I spent $300 just on Uber, moving people from program to program and to our program to come in our shelter. We have 12 beds, so sometimes people stay for a year because we don't have a term limit, and then other times they stay for a night or two. Depends on where they are in their journey. So that's.
How do they come in contact with you? How does the match up?
We have a 24/7 helpline that's manned by staff during the day, and at night we have an on-call service, and then we are backups. So if they get somebody in shelter, they call us at home, and we come out and put them in shelter.
So no direct connection with our judicial system or any type of county system?
The Hendersonville Police Department, we have an LAP program with them, so they do call us. Well, police departments do, but when they call, they do a lethality assessment with them, and then they'll call if they need shelter right there on them. So we respond 24 hours a day.
What is your annual budget?
It's normally around 580, but this year it's 405.
Wow.
We're expecting a lot of federal
Who funds
funding.
that? Where does that money come from?
Office of Criminal Justice, and we get VOCA funds, FIPSPA funds, and ARP. So it's a victim of crime funds.
So the building, the beds, do you pay for that, or?
We own that.
You own that?
We pay that.
And it's here in Gallatin?
Yes.
And how big is your staff?
We have 10, but we're losing two I know of, and maybe another one due to funding cuts.
And how many, 5 beds? How many did you say?
12.
Oh, 12 beds, okay.
Is your funding cuts coming from the federal government?
Yes.
How much was that cut?
40%.
40, because I'm looking at your numbers on your 990. You picked up 10% last year, but 40%, that's gonna be
Right.
painful.
Well, they told us a year ago, so I've been planning how to work through that and provide the same services. So we've had a plan in place for a year.
So 40%
So
off
those
that half
cuts
a
were
million.
coming, this wasn't an administrative change kind of thing.
No,
This
it
was just
wasn't.
already-
We were notified last February.
Got it.
And the ages of the people staying in the house? Does
All
it-
ages.
All ages.
All ages.
Okay.
We've had the oldest, I think, I can remember, because I've been there 24 years, is about 80, I think she was 80, and then they're born in their children. So we have wide range.
Yeah, you do.
Plus, we also provide services for people who aren't in our shelter. We have walk-ins all the time that just need maybe help with an order of protection, or somebody, we have a legal advocate, so she'll go to court with them on Wednesdays here and just help them through the process and work with the DA and the victim witness coordinators.
Is it 100% Sumner County people, or I don't know? I don't know how that works.
No, we house anybody. We have 3 counties we cover, but the numbers, I think I may have put in numbers, but we sheltered 39 people from Sumner County last year and worked with 259. So, yeah, it's all counties, and we won't turn anybody away. We just had somebody from Alabama, she was desperate to get away, he was chasing her down, finding her in the place she went, so we put her in. Because safety's first, no matter where they're from.
Did he find her there?
No, we moved her this weekend. As a
Okay.
matter of fact, we moved her down to Smyrna area.
Any questions?
Do the municipals also contribute to your organization?
Yeah, I mean, she's got a much bigger budget, she's clearly going many places.
Yeah.
for
I almost
small.
want to ask, is 3,000 all you want to ask us for?
That's all we've ever asked for.
I know,
We're
but-
told to keep it a minimum, so
I
that's
know.
what we did.
Can we push her through,
non-for-profit.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out.
I mean,
if
there's
that
some
needs to
other,
be one or
there's
the
been
other.
some other asks I would rather
Yeah, that-
redirect.
We were asking about that. This probably should be during for charitable nonprofit.
We can give you more there.
That may be a better avenue, honestly. Which is a few
And
months-
it is a
few months away.
nonprofit.
It'll be due.
Yeah, she said they filed.
Yeah, I'm looking at the
Oh,
Route 90.
okay, my bad.
Just to be clear, we have some funding set aside every year that goes toward charitable nonprofits. This is where you fall under, we think. So it's probably a better approach, and it's not a huge delay. It would happen in October as opposed to July, August.
Entertainment.
So.
So,
Yeah, there's an online application for it. Who's the chairman of the, Mr. Becker is that? So if you want to exchange information.
I filled out the Sumner County Government Nonprofit funding request.
You'll just have to
Yeah.
change, just resend it and change the front page or like
I'll
2
get in
pages.
touch with you.
yeah.
Very, very
We'll
little
make sure
changes.
we'll make sure you're not lost in the shuffle.
It's very little changes, just a minute.
So, I,
Appreciate it.
this is not gonna
Any
be,
other-
co-
any other
I-
questions
this
here?
is not gonna be, oh, no, I don't have any questions.
Thank you,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thank you very much, I appreciate it.
When we go back to workshop, can we talk about that when we talk about?
Yeah, we can go back to workshop now, but, I mean, if you're good with it, we're in the middle of going through everything. Let's try to get through there and see what our numbers
I
are.
think you're
Yeah,
going through salaries.
but then
you're
I'd like
on
to go back to-
Yeah, we were on
ECC.
down.
Yeah, we're down there, and I had
Sorry.
asked if that's not a new person, that's somebody they hired.
Anytime it's a gray,
Yeah,
it's a
that's
vacant position.
right. So those are just all hires, so
Those are new positions down through there.
those are new.
Yeah, those on the
Oh, I
bottom
see,
are
I see.
all new.
I mean,
I think they asked for 7 new employees.
Because remember they talked about one person having to handle 20
I
something.
remember this conversation.
And you said how hard it was to listen. I think cognitively is what you.
Yeah,
the
I
word
agree,
that you
it
used.
is, it's cognitive load, there's only so much you can do, but there's also only so much you can do with the budget.
How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
7.
I think
5
we-
plus 2.
We cut the sheriff, I think, from his request about 30%, 40%.
32.
So maybe we do the same thing, like cut 1 training officer and 2 dispatchers and see, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, 1 and 3.
Yep.
And then one.
One of the training
One
officers.
training officer. Give him, well, I was saying cut.
Can we
cut-
just ask him, like, is that makeup, if,
What do you mean?
would
was
you
gonna
rather
say
keep a
cut
training
two.
officer and
Keep
take another
three.
dispatch off?
Get
I
un-
did.
get undue.
Matt,
Hold on, what's?
Oh, cut 2?
Yeah, he's
cut
wanting to
two.
keep one dispatch. He
I
has
mean-
said a couple of times.
Keep 3
speak to it, if
dispatchers.
you, now or
Oh,
never.
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to,
Hey, Matt.
Matt.
She's got a valid point. She
Yeah,
wants
maybe one more
to,
time.
she's trying to get some feedback. What, if
What-
we're gonna have to
if we're
cut.
gonna cut, what do they want to cut, Matt?
Well, okay, that's fair enough.
That's,
1, 2, 3.
I mean, the CTO is gonna be able to dispatch also, but we have to have the trainers to be able to do the cross-training and also train our new employees as well, so.
you'd like to keep the 2 trainers?
So
At
it's-
the cost
so-
of another,
So if we
So
keep
if we're gonna-
4, what do you want? You keep
2
four,
trainers, 2
4 of the,
dispatch.
2 trainers, 2 dispatch.
2 trainers, 2 dispatchers,
Alright.
okay.
You're
Then
fine with
do
it.
that, then just, cut 3 dispatchers. Okay. That saves us a little bit. Okay. Going.
He's got DGA, he decreased, and all the other monies flow through, so it's
All right,
really.
keep going.
So say that again?
His DGAs all flow through, and then he cut his local because he got rid of a position, so he didn't.
Oh,
The direct grant access, it's a federal and state grant that
All
flows
right,
through.
EMS we already went through once. I mean, we can look at it again, but,
Director's here now if you have any questions.
so what do we,
now where are we? We'll go to the top.
yes, we gotta scroll to the top, please. So we did all of the steps.
What did we cut at the bottom?
And I think we
Now,
cut.
were those steps or market adjustments?
There were steps.
Steps.
There were steps. And scroll.
What did we cut there?
We
Row,
cut,
row 120 to
That
24.
was
Positions.
New employees,
New, I think we cut new.
They new hires.
AMTs or the paramedics.
paramedics.
We cut paramedics. Now, what we didn't cut was the paramedics who moved up from the ALS AMT.
And one new hire.
I think you left one.
We left one new hire.
That's one new paramedic.
Left one.
We left one and one. We left
I'm
one
sorry,
and one.
just- I just can't get off this cord.
You just.
Can we have our EMS director explain the impact of that cut?
Sure.
So if we cut it down to one paramedic and one AMT, that doesn't even provide one person for each shift. It takes 3 EMTs and 3 paramedics at minimum to operate an ambulance. Now, I did talk about, so we can do that, or we can at least include 3 paramedics and for the floater positions that I asked for. That would make an impact to our service. Or providing 3 additional paramedics and 3 AEMTs to put another ambulance on the road would have an impact. But 2 employees does not even cover 1 for each shift.
So you said if you had 3 paramedics, that would, because I think you asked for 6 or 7 new.
6 paramedics and 3 AEMTs.
So if you could, kind of same thing, if you could pick 3, is any combination of 3 impactful?
3 paramedics will provide us the floaters that we need, yes. and the impact.
This is gonna put us a new ambulance on the,
This will not.
so where are these people gonna work?
They will be out of our headquarters, but they're being used to cover paid time off so that we are reducing unplanned overtime.
Have we had a hole in that in the past?
Oh, yes, we have.
That, so this is to
Oh,
take
yeah.
care of the overtime.
I'm sorry.
The overtime.
This will help reduce the unplanned overtime because now we're only allowed to let 3 people off per shift, and there's 34 people on those shifts. So once those time off positions are filled, somebody's taking that time off, we have to backfill it with overtime if we have a call out. It also increases the number of call outs that we have when we can't let more than 3 people off per shift.
And you need
So
3
what-
paramedics.
So you would add 2 because we kept 1, you would add 2 paramedics and you'd remove 1 AMT.
What's the long shift?
But what you're saying, what, I know what he's, so it's right in my head. 3 paramedics, 3 AMTs, because you need 2 per shift, and you've got 24 hours, you've got to cover 3 shifts. That's why he needs 3 and 3, is what he's saying.
Yeah.
To cover 1 ambulance.
Whatever we need, it needs to come in groups of 3s.
Yes.
But if you had, pick a group of 3, the floaters, it would be paramedics. So you couldn't do like 2 paramedics and 1 AMT? That's not.
It would lopside the shifts. If we really need to cut, one thing that we can do is switch from paramedics. If we can get 6 ALS AEMTs, we have enough paramedics probably in school. I just did not want to dump out of it too quick because they haven't graduated, but I'm feeling more confident about them now than we presented
That's
made
these,
the budget.
that's these guys, right? That are going up to paramedics.
There's
Yes.
6 on
So
row
we
8.
didn't move, we didn't mess with those at all.
Okay.
These
So
we
they're
didn't,
there.
we didn't mess with these.
We're saying when we cut some, but we kept one of these
And 1 AMT, you're saying that's not helpful.
If you add 2 more AEMTs to that would give
To
us our
this?
floaters.
Okay, so it's just adding 1 more AMT because we didn't.
2.
Well, because,
He's saying he's gonna have 3 total.
Right, so we left 1, so you would add 1 more here. So we're just adding 1.
We remove 1 paramedic and add 2 AMTs.
You're saying remove 1 paramedic and add 2 AMTs?
No, you add just one paramedic is all you're adding. So you've got the 1 down here, add 1 additional.
Add 1 additional.
That will give us
AMT.
the floaters.
So it's one, just copy row 172 down to 173, basically. Okay.
I want to copy the whole road, Jessica. There's only
And then
let's copy.
we fixed the ones, Jessica, you fixed the ones above.
But the ones above didn't need to be changed.
I thought she was playing with them,
No.
back and forth.
Yeah, they were-
I just wanna
So
make
we
sure.
go back up then?
Yeah, did you need,
You
you're
go
good
that
on
high,
paramedic?
Well, you gotta think of overtime, going into that overtime for that AEMT.
So where does, Jessica, can you go back up, please, to where we were?
Let me add the overtime back in real quick.
Before we forget it. John, what's the longest shift that you have for, like if they work overtime, or what's the longest you allow paramedic crews to work?
48 hours.
So I'm saying, and you've got that happening because
One person
unplanned
working
overtime.
48 hours?
48 hours straight.
That's what I'm saying, it's better
They
to.
must really like you to work that much, that's all.
Well, that happens, that's what I'm saying, when you have this unplanned overtime, you have these extremely long shifts and people in ambulances, so that's why he doesn't like the unplanned overtime.
No, I don't want a 47-hour employee.
I don't want the one, I don't want any of them.
You wanna try to drive an ambulance?
And they sure can't go pick up Mr. Hyde.
No,
Mr. Hyde said-
Hyde, he's worth more than that.
Mr. Hyde wants a 48-hour employee on a
Yeah.
400,000-mile ambulance.
Who just graduated from school.
Just, yeah.
Yeah,
Times
brand
three
new.
times two, 'cause you had three on the-
Right here?
Yeah, whatever originally was divided by,
Oh, I did, it was 30.
no, how many original EMTs do you have? Three? And you're gonna keep two, so you divide it by 3 times it by 2.
So, yeah.
Divide by 3 times 2.
I think he had more than that originally, but okay.
Not if you left your original formula, no.
Well, we'll have to work on
Yeah, that sounds about right.
This is a long-term plan.
So what row is that? Where?
That's the overtime that goes along with it. They have mandatory overtime.
He's normalizing
Kenny,
the
if we go back up
overtime
to where
based on
Jerry was
the
asking
changes.
Where do you want me to go to?
There's overtime that goes with each employee.
She's asking
No,
where you wanna go.
I know. So, I guess when I'm not, yeah, I guess I got several questions, but go back up to
Paramedic.
where it says move paramedics. Okay. So where is that? Where's the 47,830 on each one? Is I'm assuming that down lower there's a negative 47,830 somewhere,
It has to be under ALS.
or somewhere equivalent.
Yes, they were removed from the ALSA.
They're less, but not significant.
Okay,
all of these
and that's
guys.
fine. Okay, so all those are add up, whatever. Just scroll back up then, and then no,
Go back to
I
the
think you just
paramedic.
passed it.
Right.
You're right there. So remind me again, row 18, graduating med school. There's
They,
what's that say times 6? So were there 6 originally and now there's 1?
So
There's-
there's one.
I think you have
That's for the ones that will graduate later in fiscal year 26. They will have to move them up from AEMT paid to paramedic paid.
Okay, so that 48,000 is, so it's 8,000 each?
That, yes, I mean, it'll be later in the year whenever they actually get out of school.
Okay.
So it's just placing enough in there to get them to the next fiscal year.
Okay, so that's 6 people's worth is 48,000.
For a very small portion of this fiscal year. Because those students won't graduate until next March or April.
So that'll have a hit next year.
Oh, wow. We have 6 coming out now that we're accounting for, but then still, once they.
You got 6
graduate-
more in the pipeline.
That's right.
Got it.
Once they graduate next March and April, we need to bump their pay up to paramedic
Sure.
pay.
That's
And
smart
then
to go ahead and plan for that.
These ones will be full-time for the year.
So, okay.
The
So-
ones moving from ALS, AEMT to paramedic, they're full-time employees.
Okay, so scroll back down then, next question on the overtime, where we were dividing by 3 times 2, whatever. So the logic was adding those so that we could decrease overtime. So where are we decreasing overtime?
It was that amount, I believe.
But that's a positive number.
Where are you pointing at?
I'm just trying to figure out where are we
That's for the
decreasing
new-
overtime?
It used to be higher. They
It was
recalculated it.
70.
Yeah, but that was our recalculation.
But I do have a.
Oh, I see your question is, where was the previous, if the whole idea is that we're reducing overtime? See, I was thinking about, this is the overtime mapped to the new.
Yeah.
I have a concern. Item 322C was 128 on overtime. And we took, some of it moved up and down, but we completely zeroed it out. Over several years, I think we've always had like 25 to 50 in addition to budget overtime in there, haven't we?
Yeah, this is.
Shouldn't that be not completely zero,
What you're
John?
talking about.
I can't remember how much it was in the past.
Yeah, I'm just
In
trying.
addition to those set amounts, there's a little extra in there too. Do you remember how much it
Oh,
was?
I see.
I don't think it's zero, does Jay know?
He's not here, he's out of town.
But yeah,
Without me looking at
that's a
last
good
year,
point,
maybe.
like you probably, especially since we didn't give everything he asked for,
Mhm.
that
That
probably
should be.
should not be zeroed out.
No, because what happens is you gotta think, say if he's completely full and that may not happen. These over here is what these people are mandatorily required to work overtime, but then are scheduled. What happens is when somebody misses, he's got a few fill-ins here, but if those folks are busy, you gotta take another one in for these 48-hour shifts you're talking about.
I think that,
And they
that
come-
got changed whenever Beth and I were working on that, and I don't think that was supposed to all be.
Wouldn't all be, that's what I'm thinking, I don't think it was all zero. I just now noticed it, didn't see you guys accidentally go through the day. I think you probably at least need to leave half of that in
I
there.
was gonna say 50.
50 is what, yeah.
And then I'll go get.
Knowing that
go back
it's
and look at
probably
last year's
still not
stuff.
gonna cover everything, but I would rather,
So it would be, just
Yeah.
add 50 from there, so it's like,
Exactly 50 left in there, just put 50,000.
Or yeah, minus.
You want me to?
Just put
Cut it by a third.
click plus 50,000, leave 50 over
I
there.
didn't know if you
And I
wanted
would
to.
leave 60%.
Right there.
Yeah,
And
that's
make
right.
it covered.
That's right.
that's a good point, Matt. Shannon had a good point.
We there were,
9
9 new positions and we cut it by a third.
or 2.
We cut it by 2/3. So wouldn't you want that number to be just
No,
cut?
no, that's what we're talking about. That was
Yeah.
this number.
Yeah.
These are separate things, so that was the 3 divided by.
That's a mandatory.
That's.
Oh,
so thi-
okay.
This,
Oh, okay.
this is
I was
math.
just thinking 50% would be too much
Yeah,
of a
that-
cut.
that-
This one
It
is.
would be more like a 40%
I think
cut.
this is the confusion. You have a paramedic or EMT. We budget the regular that's repaid, they're 40 hours during a week at regular rate. Anything that goes over that is down here in this line because it's time and a half. They have a mandatory amount of overtime or planned overtime, is the best way to put it, every single week. And all EMS stations run that way. They did it green, they did it. So those are the mandatory amounts. Well, what happens is he's got these floaters to cover if, say, you're a paramedic, you're out sick, you get sick time, you get paid, but somebody's got to fill in your spot. He's got a floater that can fill in. Well, the floater's here, and then suddenly this one and this and another one gets sick. What has to happen? He pulls somebody else in. It's not budgeted up there, so you need this extra money to cover those folks. Because we're really tight on overtime every year.
Yeah.
And then sometimes you have volumes that causes extra people to be pulled in too. That's why I'm concerned about not putting anything there.
Well, that's why I was worried that 50% cut would be too much.
I think you're right, I'm a little nervous about that after looking at it.
I think we need at least 50.
I'm sorry,
I think we need at least 50 there.
50,000 or 50% of what it was last year?
Either one.
I'd say
mean,
50%.
Because it was zero.
I was thinking it should be 40.
Well, I
We
mean,
should be,
let's,
cut it
we
only by
can
40.
come back to it.
Yeah.
Let's see where we.
Let me see, before we move off this little screen, can you, where it says 57,000, can you click in that cell? That one.
So you.
So it's divided by 6 times, so did we keep 2? Is that, that's one,
It was,
we kept 1, right?
we kept,
Didn't you keep one paramedic and 2?
we kept
Yeah.
one.
That should be
paramedic.
changed to 1.
That should, so, yeah,
Yeah, that's right.
take that times 2 off.
Yeah, that should be, you're right.
That's fine.
That's right.
Then go down to 47, make sure it's not divided by
Take
3.
Excel guru.
Divided by 3 times.
I can do Excel. Okay,
You don't need no 45 days.
We should only really
Yes.
cut it by 33%.
Okay, now,
Alright.
let's, hey, well,
Okay,
can we take a quick look at just, because we're about halfway through, what our overall look is?
Let's do libraries real quick.
All right, we can do live.
Let's wipe out the
Can we-
2,000.
Wait, are
Finish all
you wanting to
the
see the big number?
I
I wanna see the big
let's
number.
see the big number.
But
Just
did
remember on
we
Gallagher.
finish the step process?
We stepped, we've
No.
done all
I
the way
mean, we
up.
didn't go all the way down.
We did, yeah, we did.
We didn't get to
You
libraries.
You just stopped
yet.
on library, you're gonna look at stuff.
Oh,
Well,
no.
Does that say
Still got 2.8.
2806?
Well, that's really 1.8.
you remember you added some folks back into this now.
What do you mean?
You're looking about 1.8 every time you add something in, it's gonna go back up.
Why is it 1.8? Where's the $1 million?
They have a fluff in there.
We think it was
line
about
of
$1 million. You
Oh, because leftover.
Because where we were at
The
last
the
year, we've been
carryover
picking up
from
$1 million
next
to 2
year.
years, so I think you could probably get it to 1.8 and be okay. Yeah. Now, if you wanna, best case, 2.8 would be nice.
So we did all that and we've done about 120 $20,000, all right.
All right.
If you watch the pennies, the dollars
Wipe
add
out,
up, man.
wipe out that
2,000
2,000.
in the, Henderson, your board member.
What do you
has
say?
45.
Wipe out the
Gallatin
2,000.
Library, take her 2,000
Yeah.
off, and I'm gonna explain that, I'm gonna explain why.
Can you, yeah, Shane, can you
May
talk
I-
to that?
I'm happy to explain the raises. In the budget meeting in February, in the library board meeting, they wanted to give, and Joanna said that, and Ms. Danville said that yesterday, they wanted Alicia, or the Hendersonville Library to have that $5,000 bump because it was the largest library. And before we brought everyone up, because of the federal law last year, up to 58,000, and there had always been a difference. But then she wanted to give the Gallatin Library the $2,000, but no bump for the others. And there was no metric for the pay raise outside
Jessica,
of
please, dear
COLA.
God, say you saved this.
It ought to say
It
on the
always
server.
saves.
It don't make it stays on the
As soon as I
server.
saw that
Are
one.
you kidding me? I don't have a
So,
stroke.
this thing stays on the server because multiple people work on it.
Sorry, Shannon, sorry to interrupt.
So now we don't have a librarian or a library director in Hendersonville. Gallatin Library said she's willing to give up her $2,000. But there is a hitch. None of their capital asks were put in the budget.
I'm not worried about it. Let's-
Okay, well,
we're
we're doing
just not
this,
worried
okay,
about
so
it.
then
Okay.
she's happy taking the 2,000 off.
Do all of the directors have MLS degrees right now?
Well, tomorrow, Millersville and Gallatin graduate from their PLMI, which is Public Library Management Institute. And I can't remember if they'll have their MLIS yet or not.
And the one that applied in Westmoreland that had the degree, she's not good enough. She was turned down.
Gotcha.
So, I didn't, because there was no actual metric for a merit-based pay raise, I didn't think any of them should have had it. If they all should have had a pay raise on top of COLA or none of
No,
them.
you got it.
And we have an interim at the Hendersonville Library, who is just fixing to finish her bachelor's degree in social work and sociology, and has applied for her MLIS to begin the classes. But she's just the interim, so I don't know.
Let's go.
Okay, no, I got a quick question on this slide, and I'm sure my brain's just not fresh right now. Road 21, is that like multiply, what is that?
Part-time. That's a bunch of part-time employees they have.
Got a whole bunch of okay.
They basically have a pool of employees that they pull from.
Because during summer reading, they need more. During Christmas break, thought they.
No, that's fine. I was reading it as one, I was like, goodness, okay.
Are we taking
I'm
all
moving to be
library or
part-time.
just talking about salary?
I think
Get the
probably
director at
just salary and
60
go back to
and
the,
part-time.
non-salary.
Because
Okay,
I'd
well,
like to
it's
discuss,
non-salary.
is there anything we can do to, make them want to open those hours? Because,
Right, I mean, I wanna do all of that, and I'm sorry, I mean,
But not right now.
we've got to get
Yeah.
down.
we'll come
Yeah.
back.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah.
We took her 2,000.
In
Let's move
Hendersonville,
on.
Go to Hendersonville. There's-
take out the 5,
Mhm.
Yep.
And then
Take out that 30, no, well, the 32 is a.
2151.
That's
And
amazing.
she
That
also
new
asked for.
library
I don't know
There's two
that,
of
we
them.
don't need new people if we
asked
can't
for
get
new
new
people.
hours.
We don't need new power.
Mm-mm.
There's two of those that need to go.
And then take,
I think it's one that's the
Is
biggest.
it just the one?
The other one is.
Okay.
and the new staff.
Do they just not
The
have,
30,000.
The 30,000 can go.
the 32,960,
No,
is
no,
that
no,
just an
that's a
unfilled
vacancy.
position
Sorry,
right
it was
now?
31.
That was when they filled.
See, the
they
30,000?
filled
They
it,
filled
yeah.
it, okay.
That's brand new.
Yeah, that can go.
but that
No,
one can
that-
go.
That one can go.
Yeah, I know.
Jessica's like, I got it.
Give me a second.
Dude, driving, by the way, driving Excel in front of everybody like that, nerve
Well, it's
wracking.
like nerve-wracking.
Good job.
All right,
Yeah, I'm
Portland.
like, I'm-
There's a lag
I
between the
know.
screens.
Good job.
too.
And you have
Not
two
easy,
bosses
not
over
easy.
here.
Got
It's
nine
okay.
bosses.
6, it's
No,
a
no,
full
down
table
here,
of
we're
them,
not
we've all
killing
been talking to
Jessica
them.
up.
Do you want me to move next?
To Portland.
Getting it
Okay.
Portland.
They didn't ask for anything.
All right.
Westmoreland.
That's more, Millersville asked for several, I think.
No, yeah.
They wanted to move several to full-time, and those, quite a bit of cost doing that because you got all the
The
benefits.
thing is about this one.
But
I
that
mean,
helps her keep
I
her
feel like this
staff
one,
other
I
than-
feel like at least one of these is fair.
I do.
I
Like,
do.
So I think we'll kill one, but
Let's go the more expensive one.
yeah.
I don't know. Well, here's the thing. What do you think she needs? Shannon, you're on library board. Make the choice.
So I was prepped
Well, I
for
mean,
this.
really,
I told her, I
tell us.
texted her last night and I said, what do you want? So here, I got a message.
Well, while you're doing that, we wipe out the 35 and the 57.
This is why we have a commissioner on the library board. This is beneficial.
She said, praying for you today.
Okay, well, pray for
Do you
She
feel-
said, she asked for 20% on top also, that was to keep her thing, but she said, if we only get the 3% COLA, she asked, would it be possible for 2% of her COLA
Oh, that's a good person, man.
to go to the full-time, and she gets 1% COLA for herself?
I don't know. Are we in?
What about the
I
two
mean, we
new
brought her up
positions,
to
though?
this level
She
so
didn't
that
say
we
any-
wouldn't have to pay overtime.
Here's-
That whole
She
thing. We
said,
might
she
not be
said
able
in
to.
two full-time. And she, instead of 20%, she also asked if 5%
Here-
would be okay across the
We
board.
can come back to that. We just got, look, strike one of them and we can.
We can adjust
We can
it.
adjust it later. They're
Don't
very
get rid
similar.
of her catalog and acquisitions library.
Okay,
That's the
Shannon
choice.
made the decision.
There we go.
And it's not because it was more expensive. I just think she probably
It's
needs,
actually-
the catalog and acquisitions,
That's
I
the
think is a
cheapest.
lot more work because it's back in the office and.
All right. So
Question
well,
is,
she's probably gonna need some of that part-time personnel, at least add
Yeah.
5,000 back into that.
Add or,
No, no, just like you did.
yeah.
That's good.
So, but, okay, so that gives her how much part-time?
64,000.
64, so we reduced it,
She gave her a full-time person, no?
we only reduced it by 12,000 and gave them a full Benny person. But, okay.
And did you remove the 20% on all of her
Yeah, but
salaries?
here's the thing, she's got the same, if you
Oh, she
look
doesn't
at,
have that
if you look
many.
at Westmoreland, they've got 4. And she only got 3. This one,
Yeah,
it was
she's
fair.
got a lot of
How do the
hours.
two part-time dollars compare to Westmoreland? The Millersville's got 64, what's Westmoreland have on?
Look at it real quick.
Part-time 13.
Yeah, see what I'm saying, so really, we're not making an apples to apples, because she's got tons more money in Millersville on part-time.
They're busier library.
I was just
But I'm
gonna
saying
look at
moving
their
forward,
hours.
Yeah, that's.
you could
that's
probably
true.
cut a lot more and get almost 2 full.
Oh, I don't know how many hours Millersville has.
Well, she can
Alright.
come back and appeal,
Yeah.
right?
All right, let's keep going.
Sure can.
His, we pay
And
an
she
invoice
knows more
to,
about
we
it than I do.
really into that. His total budget.
She's the one making the
Yeah.
salary. I only
That's
make a
full
nickel an
confirmation,
hour.
nothing.
38 cents.
He answered these odd amounts.
Oh, is that what
Richard,
is that if we're working 100, is that if we're working 24 hours?
Part-time.
Well, Wes makes more than that.
We're gonna have to
Hey,
figure
Mr.
that out.
Chairman.
I need to do that to him, but.
This
Matt,
one?
the mayor needs you.
Oh, yep,
Would it be possible if we look at EMA?
sure.
Right now?
Let's,
Yeah.
I don't think
Well,
she
yeah.
asked for anything.
let's finish up this, we're almost there.
Yeah, we're almost there.
Like, that's fine.
What about the extras?
Take this out?
I think all of
I
them.
did
Good
take
thought.
it out.
But no.
Take what out? His part-time?
It's part-time, the increased part-time.
The additional part-time.
But I
person.
thought that was so he would have some, oh, anyway.
And then what about the other 2 extra amounts up there?
I mean, that's.
They're
that's-
small, but you need
just-
zero.
just-
I need a Tums.
Doesn't matter.
I would say just wipe them.
All right, that's fine.
That's kind of weird. Do you have
Not
Tums?
zero.
It's not.
I think we already looked at the salaries on the EMA.
Heartburn
Did we
medicine.
not? Yeah, because you
He
asked
wants,
us
he wants to
grant.
revisit.
Seriously?
I do have a question about the title.
I can't believe that.
All right, highway didn't really ask for much in terms of salary.
No.
No, they didn't, because they, sure theirs up last year.
Yeah.
So that's done. So then go back, or what's that one?
What was that?
Budget.
That's that budget
Balance
balance.
thing.
Did we do nonprofits?
Nope.
All right.
But the thing
Let's
is,
go,
probably
let's
is,
go
Okay,
to,
that's-
let's go to
Can we go to
EMA first
like
and
actually
then.
finish
For
the,
that, we could just.
Yeah.
Salary, you know, non-salary, we're going through the main.
Let's do EMA.
I want to touch it.
He didn't ask for any salary either.
does our EMA director have a question?
How do we go about requesting a change of title for our?
Those
Yeah,
came
can
from
we
the salary
do that
survey.
here?
We,
For the department.
that came from the salary survey but it's never done in there, so
Yeah.
They don't have no effect.
But within the departments, we change titles based on their job functions, so I'd like to change the title.
Of which one?
Does it
Well,
change any salary?
It pulls from.
No, it will not
database
change the
that
salary.
request of-
No, I'm not asking for anything.
Yeah.
Click on that field because it's a pull from the database.
You question.
What were you trying to
It
change?
said reception.
It's not a receptionist, she's an administrative assistant.
Okay, I mean.
Can he send us an email and we'll change it in the system?
We've tried that route, I'd like to change it right now.
It won't change, that's what I'm saying, this is pulled
is
from the
pulled.
enterprise system. We're just changing Excel, it ain't gonna do nothing. I mean, if he can send it up, we can change it.
Just highlight that.
Yeah, highlight it now.
Pretty color.
Pretty color.
There you go.
That's what I'm saying, if we change it here, it won't get changed later.
Yeah.
All right,
I'll make a note too.
You want to do that?
all right, now, so is that all you had? Mr.
Yes, sir.
White?
That's all I said.
Okay.
Alright, so then go to the, where are we at, nonprofit?
Nonprofits.
Where do you want to go to?
All the way to the right.
You do that, you want this?
She's not salaried though, that's why she's still.
So,
You want to just do that summary sheet, just because you've got all those links, whenever you put those in.
oh yeah, I did, I forgot about
So you
that.
can go to the budget, change it just from that sheet.
So we're gonna do nonprofits?
What I say is we just need to make sure we document that, because this is coming from this facility.
So we already made a change to there, I mean, this is not a lot.
So here's what I'd like to discuss is the home safe lady, that 40% in federal funding, that's a lot. I'd like to see us reduce some of the other maybe, I mean,
Well, we're putting that.
Yeah, home safe,
so
we're
we're gonna
wiping
move
that
it over
out.
there.
Yeah,
It'll
we're
be-
just gonna put it over there.
So it needs to wipe out here.
Yeah.
And also, John, that Star Center, did you ever talk to anybody about that?
Pardon me?
Stars Center.
the home safe is
The one that sent the
3,000.
email to you, John, that we never could figure out.
I've never made contact with them.
We
You can
couldn't,
get rid of
nobody
that
could get a
then.
hold of
Yeah,
them.
take both of those.
Well, I have to go over here to do
They
it.
can try again next year, as far as I'm concerned.
3,001.
We tried to get a hold of them, never could.
All right, so we got
Alright,
those.
so then what about the transit people? Are we gonna talk, we're gonna do that discussion
Oh,
now?
yeah, no, I'd say we don't do transit. I mean,
Got it.
we
Transit's
got like
gone.
8 years.
Yeah,
Worth
cut
the
the
money.
61.
Cut that 61.
Let's get a call out again.
That
Did you see
I'm
that?
shunned at these meetings.
Dylan, would you go to the meetings
bet
with the
you are.
I
mayors?
would gladly go
And you tell
how
them about it.
ridiculous that is.
Yeah, exactly. I'm
And,
not-
and in their defense,
And
maybe
they're
it was
gonna
just
say this
the
is the
person that
second
came.
year in a row.
He just didn't
I'll
understand
come
what
with
we
you,
were
John.
asking.
And what did they do with the
He was not a
interest?
great advocate.
We're gonna give that benefit of the doubt, but that's just.
Hey, Jess, go back right where you were at on those nonprofits. I just want to show them something.
David, if I ask for an advance in my commission paycheck, just in case I get elected next year or the next term, can we work that out?
Do you want the full 4 years?
Yes, full 4 years up front.
Not unless me and you want to
And
share
the
a
interest.
Again, for your room aboard, go down real quick and I'll show you something. This, one reason I'm saying that $1 million is okay, because in that total, this is coming out of the hospital fund, so you've got that disparity, we're taking $1 million, that's part of it.
Does that empty it?
Well, no, that's part of that $1 million, I'm saying you're fine for the disparity. It's
No,
kind of-
how's the hospital
That-
fund? Have we finished it now?
No.
We can click on front, you got a little money left.
Well, I mean,
No, that's a rabbit trail, Terry.
There's not much money left in
Let's
that.
not spend it. Everybody else has
No,
picked
no,
their
no, no,
favorite.
no, that's a
I-
rabbit trail.
Why don't you
where-
try spending the rest of it next year? when you get our
Here's what I'd say we
grant
do. We've gone down salary. Let's do operations.
Is wait, are we leaving that 105?
Where are we?
At the nonprofit.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, how did we get to the 105 number?
It started out as
It was
100, and then they made it to 105. It was just
We want to bring
what people put in 1 year.
Well, no, it was at 100 up to, and then there was some.
Was it like build it and they
There
will
there was
come?
some organization we moved from one bucket to this bucket, and it was 5,000, so it
It was
just
the
followed.
Meals on Wheels.
Meals on Wheels
You're
moved
correct.
over.
But-
So
But
it
they
was
don't-
100, 5,000 moved over with Meals on Wheels, so that's where it got.
Yeah.
So let's talk about still, I want to still
That's
talk
for the
about this
dues
home
only.
safe, although it's going over to you. Although we're moving the home safe over to the other fund, I still think they're having a 40% decrease on a $500,000. And Jerry has enough people to give money to, he's already
Well, here's-
having to.
here's-
That's where I'm
turn
at,
away.
is if we're gonna
Yeah.
add home safe, we're gonna have
Yeah,
to
that's
bust
what-
100.
that's
I've got
exactly where I'm
If we
at.
wanna go down this, since clearly we're gonna go down this rabbit hole a little bit. Here's another argument.
You wanna cut it all
Nice to
together.
have, and there's like, look, we have the same, like, that's a high-end FTE
Well,
that
okay.
we're cutting.
Can we look at the county museum?
It's the same
or
argument,
something?
I'm making the same argument there that you made for extending, these are not county functions at the end of the day, right? I mean.
That's a caveat though, because you've also got county functions like CASA that come in, that we do have
I
to
get it.
spend county money on, that they get offset by this time.
I get it, and so I'm not saying that we should cut it all, I'm just saying that like, if you're gonna make that argument, I would not be, like, when we're over
I
here
see what
cutting,
you're
cutting,
saying.
I'm
Jerry
not
said
gonna
take
be,
it from the museum.
I'm not gonna be
Yeah,
adding
come on.
more to.
Oh, that's what you just said.
Yeah, I know. I'm
Well-
saying, does the museum get 15,000 and the lady that's taking care of all these
Well,
people
this-
that are being chased around the country
Let's-
get 3,000?
We're at like 3s and 5s on nonprofits. We've still got $1 million we need to cut of 1.4. I would argue that what the smart thing to do at this point, we're getting close to time, we got another hour, is to.
45 minutes.
45 minutes, is to go down to operational, non-salary.
Yes.
So that's what we need to do, the exact same thing we just did, but just operational, non-salary.
Let's just look at your
Can I
sum
make a
first.
suggestion? If we're coming back
before we-
together, I think the reasonable thing to do, and having been a county officer, I can tell you, I would prefer for you to give me some latitude, especially in operations, as to what I would cut, or what I could afford to cut out of my budget. And I think it would, we're down $1 million out of whatever the budget is, might be just 1% or something, do a percentage of each department, which
Ask them
would
to
be
cut it.
equitable, and say, would you send us some suggestions of what you could cut at 3/4% or 1% from your budget operations, because we're coming back together. And it'd be a lot less painful to them than us cutting something that they may really feel like they need to operate.
I agree with that.
I agree with
I
that.
mean, it goes back to what we're talking about here.
Leave
You
early.
tell us what.
Right, because they know
You
what
wanna
they
look
can
at
live with
increases
or
first
without.
before you do that?
So,
Yes.
Makes
all right,
sense
so
to
Yeah.
do first.
here's.
I agree
We
with
can-
what
we can
Mr.
go
Lawrence
through-
suggested.
You just wanna look at the pure increases first, though.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying, see what's new.
Yes,
Well, I mean, if
They
a
may
person
prioritize
has
that.
suggested an increase, they could need that increase more than something they've done for 20 years. So it'd be best, I think, to just say, okay, if this is more important in your operation, of your department, so I would say forget that.
Yeah.
Well, so at the
And
end
let
of the day,
them
I mean,
suggest.
at the end of the day, okay, go ahead.
We run my 4% COLA model before we completely move off of this.
First, can we look first where we're at, and then we'll run the forward.
I don't care what we do first, I just want it before.
First, let's see what that, so we're 2.9, so let's take off the hospital, that's gonna put you at 2. So do you want, and we probably have $1 million, you could sway it because of, each year you pick about $1 million, so you're probably about $1 million we wanna pick up, if you could, it would be the best at this point. So let's go over to the salary sheet, Jess gets back.
If you wanna make, well.
I'll go do the 4% COLA, so what tops it
That's
to.
fine. I mean, it's gonna-
I'll just want to point out that at my company, like, I would love to get a 3% COLA. I mean,
That
it is
wouldn't
what it
be a
is.
company.
Well, it sounds like it's the real world these days, honestly,
For a
unfortunately.
big company.
I know, yeah, so,
Yeah.
I mean, we'll put the numbers up there for 4. I
My
mean, you might as well look at it.
he's
but-
in an international company that's making some changes. COLA was zillow.
Oh, yeah, it's,
Zillow.
that is the reality in the
Well, this
business
is a
world.
very
Gets a
different year than
3%.
last year.
Yeah.
That is.
It's a
Social
very
Security got a
different,
3%
it's
raise.
a very different year than last year.
Oh, I know.
Bridgestone should be able to give everybody a 3%.
My dad is
Should.
We always gotta raise
But you know what, they gotta make money.
See all
Yeah.
these
Yeah,
three
but
Work
they
there
always
7 years.
run
all you gotta do is
every,
just type .04 and then type it over every one of those, and it's gonna give you a good estimate what you're from. So if
Could you just
put
find and replace?
Let's point, yeah, just highlight the whole area.
In 1 year.
Find and replace 3% with 4%.
Up at the top, one of those was 0%.
It was county commission.
Well, I can.
And then we'll make, the commission won't be replacing.
No, it's good.
Question, if we say that we're gonna do a 3% COLA or 4% COLA, does that lock the supervisors into giving that, or is that still up to their discretion?
It's based on line item. So for instance, if a line item.
Like if I have a
has-
rock star employee
Mhm.
and a terrible employee, do I have to still give them?
If it's in the same line item, no.
Okay.
But if it's not, then they need to come back to you before the budget's set and ask you to allocate the money between those line items or during the year. In other words, if there's one of them's paid out of deputies and one's paid out of lieutenants, then you can't run over the lieutenant's item versus the deputy, so they need to.
No, that's fair. I just.
Once you get that done, it's really up to
Paying.
them.
That's a huge difference between 3 and 4. I mean,
Because
once we
it's
see the
reading a
difference, we might try
percentage, you
3.5.
may have to
Yeah,
do
no, I just wanna see what the number is. We can always.
Or .04.
Yeah, you got it.
Do we see a number?
Got it.
Because
Oh,
it
did it?
percentage.
Okay.
Go click on that total and see where we're at now.
So it was a 2.5.
It brought you up about, $1 million? Is that right?
600,000.
No, I'm sorry,
About
600,000.
600,000.
600,000.
What is your code?
I like it.
Y'all don't even have a
Percentage
code,
point
do you?
600,000.
In private.
Give or take.
We're hoping to get one.
And there's some flow throughs and stuff, we gotta verify those and pay
But
those.
we got 0 right now.
What about,
And it did do all the changes.
Or-
properly.
Could we do, well, no, we could.
We could do 3.5, I mean, we could do.
No, I'm just thinking like if we lowered the COLA and then gave a bucket for, I don't know.
that's
the
what I
right
was
word.
thinking, what if we
Not
give,
step increases.
It's
but-
really a bucket anyway, if you
It's a
think about it.
bucket. Mhm.
We've already given them a
What was
bucket.
the answer to your question a second
These are
ago?
worksheets.
About the rock star? No.
Oh, that, right?
Did they have this, did they have
You
the,
can-
Details.
I mean, people, if you have a great employee and a terrible employee, how do you, I'm not saying you do.
the COLA?
Okay, if he's a terrible employee.
I'm the wrong one to ask. I've only got 4 employees, so you might want to ask one of these
But,
guys.
yeah, them.
If I- let me
Or
tell
did you can, would you give 3% or would you give maybe 2.5,
If I have a
3.5?
terrible employee, they're not there. That's the first thing. I mean, honestly, everybody's
Okay,
working off.
take the Jesus
Let's
answer
just
out of
say
this
you've got
whole
a
thing
good
and give it,
employee
like, the
and an excellent
reality.
employee,
Yeah.
then yeah, I would reallocate the funds within my line items.
Okay.
so,
I promote people based on
If I have
education
4 employees,
and
I'm hiring.
productivity.
I'm sorry, today's your last day.
Hey, Dylan, to answer your question, hey, Dylan, to answer your question, within my line item, 'cause there's
oh,
eight,
that's the answer with
I have
4%.
promotable
600 grand.
positions,
That's
so,
the answer with 4%. So what about,
so my thing is mine's
I like
based on
it.
education and productivity, how you
You
get
like
promotions
it?
in mine.
I like it that it's across the board.
Yeah, but,
You don't like 600,000?
no, I mean,
Or you
that
want
number,
more?
that number went up. I mean, I
Well,
would
of course,
rather
we have
have.
to go up. We have to run
What,
it
what if
twelve
you,
less.
what if you put a COLA of 1.5?
Here's what I would much rather do.
but what if we could do 1%,
We gave guidance at 3, that's not fair. We said we would do 3. and
but
that's
could
what-
keep some
Well,
of
yeah,
the,
that's a starting, that's
keep
always a
some
starting
of
point.
the,
Keep the new
keep
position.
some of the new positions?
Like at this point, we're getting, I'm more in line.
We always
with
hear
what-
about-
They're looking
I'm
at me
more in
like
line with, I'm more in line.
Sorry, I would just think staffing would be more important.
I'm more in
No,
line
you're
with what
playing to the
Mr.
people
Hyde
that
Well,
are
it
not
is.
employed yet.
Retain the staff
That's
we have
exciting.
now, though.
Right, oh, I get that.
I'm more in line, I'm more in line with what Mr. Hyde said. What I would like to do, I think is smart, is go back to the 3% and look, send this over, and ask,
Can you live without
you know,
this?
what,
Can you live
what
without
things
that?
we need to find, $1.5 million. Jerry?
I agree with you. What would the percentage need to be on the, so we've already touched on the salaries. So if we change that back to 3, to get the remaining 1.5 or whatever it was, what would that percent be? Can we calculate that pretty
Calculated
easy?
at 1.5.
Problem we're gonna have to narrow then, probably gonna run into, are you gonna get cut, volunteer fire departments there? Are you gonna cut every line, or are you just gonna cut certain departments? It's gonna increase the amount based
Well,
on.
the volunteer one's on the nonprofit
Well, let's go,
tab, right?
okay, hit,
I
replace.
see it's gonna
get
go
back in.
sideways if we.
Can we replace, while we're on changes, can we replace volunteer fire with underfunded fire?
Well, no, I'm just talking about things you're
Now
gonna
you're
start
changing
cutting.
titles.
Well, we're changing titles.
Okay, let's go
What if we
over.
just send out a net and say, could y'all cut something? Your
So are
choice
we
this
back
week,
to- are
our
we back
choice
to
They're
next
all
week.
gonna say.
No.
2.6.
Pretty much. Okay, so say right
2.6.
now you need about $1 million, okay? Let's just, so your budget over here, go up to the appropriations, and that's what I was gonna
If
show
the
you.
commissioners would work for
They'll go
free,
back
we
down.
could get closer to this number.
I'm out. Okay, you got $112 million of appropriations.
Yeah.
1% of that would be, wouldn't be less than 1%. However, let's go up through some of the stuff and make sure we're looking right. This is employee benefits, which explains like unemployment, going up. We're going to have to cut some of the stuff out. These are your contributions, other county expenses.
Contributions for
Tourism, so
Wait,
we're gonna
wait,
have to
that's
exclude.
the, did
Hey,
that
David,
contributions
contributions
include the
for what?
500 from the hospital? It did not, right?
No, that'd be another.
I don't know. That's why he's sort of,
So I'm saying the 112 to the million ain't gonna be quite a 1%, because we're gonna have to figure out what you wanna exclude from that. Because right off the thing, if we think your $112 million budget and we say cut it 1%, you're gonna come in at $1 million, but if we exclude donations and some of the things we can't even really cut, then it's gonna probably be closer to 1.5, 2.
1.5.
Well, and you
So
also
if we ask everyone to find 1.5 out of this,
Out of their budget.
out of, not what they've submitted, but out of where we are right now.
Right.
And then they ask them to come back to us with that 1.5% removed.
Okay.
That's a
But
suggestion.
what if we have some offices like the county clerk over here that didn't ask for anything?
That's where I was about to say.
That's why
So
it's
there,
gonna look
there,
at
there's no,
increases.
we don't wanna cut
Yeah, I mean,
back.
very valid. It would
I
be
mean,
anybody
so-
who's,
and we have
who's
that in a lot
overseeing
of,
Because you took that.
so I don't think this is gonna work.
it will.
It's gonna be sideways.
But you're right, it wouldn't be 1.5, it'd be great.
We're gonna be sideways.
Well,
Yeah, that's a fair point.
I mean, we.
Unless, we need to cut more now.
Yeah, we just need to figure out of the ones that are increasing above just the COLA,
I say we go back to
then what
going
is, what's the
through.
percentage be?
Say it again here.
I think we need to go back and just look at where the increases are.
Well, so we skipped a whole thing here.
Yeah.
What we skipped was the non-salary,
Did appropriation.
the non-salary operating expenses. Which we
And let me
didn't
say-
even do
Get it
those.
going for
So
us.
there may be $500,000 there.
Mr.
I
Hyde,
wouldn't be
like
surprised.
Carolyn's office, she didn't ask for anything.
Operating.
New
So we
request.
can't ask her to
That's
cut
fair.
1.5%, because she didn't ask for anything.
Let's do, we got, we got
I
30
mean,
minutes,
if
let's
if
do
you're
that.
cutting the budget.
We can ask them all to cut.
It's nice that she didn't ask for an increase, but.
But
if
maybe
you're
she
cutting
could
the
find
budget,
What about-
something.
Then you just say, what?
But what if I have a
everybody-
department over here that doesn't really exist and asked for like 50 times more than they needed, because they knew we would only give 10%, and Carolyn asked for
Well,
nothing?
that is a point, but let me say, I'll go back to what I said before. I think there's a certain amount of things, and we've got a lot of brain trust right here. I look around this room and it's really amazing. But
That
You
felt
must be looking
sincere.
over here.
we shouldn't be doing,
4:30.
we shouldn't be doing everything that these people can do. They know best, and we should just stay in our lane. And our honorable chairman a few minutes ago said, oh, you're just, I'm kind of out there when I said that about the COLA and the steps. But we did have one time a highway superintendent, Mr. Doris, who ran out of money twice, not once, but twice. They locked the highway department down, parked the trucks, parked the equipment, and we had no highway service. He ran out of money. Am I right, Mark?
Yes, sir.
So it has been done.
Did you ever do that at schools?
No, I felt like it.
Well,
It's happened once.
here's our.
I forgot about that,
We can send this out
Wasn't
to
the
all
beach
departments, or we can spend 30 minutes trying to comb through and find another little thing.
Send it
Let's
to
do
the
it. Maybe we'll
department.
discover
So
something.
all right, let's go ahead and take a vote. This will be a real vote. And I'll make the motion that we send this budget as is to the departments for review with the request, that we need to
Second.
find $1.5 million in overall savings. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Hey, I have a question.
Oh.
We've got to get more direction than that.
1.5% from your total.
Well, I agree with that sort of logic, but the percentage
It's not.
is gonna be skewed more than that, because what Ms. Boyd mentioned, which is true, is that some departments only submitted their COLA.
But they can
So
just
And then-
say, I can't find it.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Well, if we say that right here, do you wanna know what they're all gonna say?
There, can't find
There it is.
Well, hey,
Yeah.
you know, hey, look, if people do that, then
Are
they
you- are
have
you volunteering to
abdicated their
cut us a bunch
responsibility
and
back
then
to
we-
us.
No.
Exactly, they
Then
put
that's-
it in our hands.
Then they put it in our hands.
That's a fair.
Then they put it in our hands.
But at least we've given
We've
them
given
the
them,
opportunity.
we are trying to do this, I agree.
Which
with
I
you.
think
Okay,
is what-
I agree.
I
And
think
then
that's
we'll,
what Chairman
and then we'll
Hansel
start
do, is
again.
at least give them the opportunity
And we
to
just
make their
vote on
own
it.
cuts.
So to
you
me,
want-
to me, it'd probably be, we probably need to ask for a 2%, and that will get us
That's what I was
closer.
thinking.
Or would
Yeah.
you prefer the email to say something of this nature? Please find 1.5% of your budget. If not, the budget committee is contemplating
I
finding.
would think it would need to be 2%.
Finding it for you.
Yeah.
Finding it for you, and then, that way everybody's gonna find it, or you'll find it for them, pretty
Yeah.
much.
Or call your fellow
I
departments
just
and
think,
encourage
I just
them.
think 2%.
It's like a carbon credit, if you could
We'll
get
say
another department to give you
define-
part of theirs.
A target of 2%.
I agree with
Yeah.
Mr. Becker.
All right.
Can I go ahead and
Mr.
increase my
Hold on a
line?
second, you had a question?
Mr.
No.
Mayor.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, let's just put a time frame on this.
Yeah.
Yes, that was my
well, we
next
said
thing.
we
We
were gonna-
haven't set our next
Well,
meeting.
so our next, we had said we were gonna try to do next
May
Wednesday?
Thursday, Wednesday?
Or next Thursday. Yes,
Won't
next
won't have
Thursday.
it back now.
So do we still wanna do that? Do we wanna, we have time, do we wanna bump a week?
Do we have time to notify all that?
We had a hard one.
We'll email them, probably get it out muddy.
Can guys get?
Make sure there's not
guys get
errors.
this done
No,
by
I'm
next
talking
Thursday?
about
Yes.
Oh,
a
I'm
meeting
asking.
notification.
It's 40, what's it making, 40?
Yeah, I can get one out.
Okay, I
I'll
didn't know.
get that out Friday.
I didn't know how long we needed.
So
But I don't think these departments are gonna.
Okay, well, we have the
The
biggest
question is, you
departments
gonna
here,
get
the
the
biggest
information
departments
back
saying that they can
by
get us ready by next Wednesday, really.
Sheriff's saying, yeah.
I think I can do that.
All right, so we've got that, we'll stick with next Thursday if y'all are still good with it.
What time?
I'm out on
Nine.
Thursday.
9 o'clock next Thursday.
So they're gonna
Mayor's
bring.
out, does that matter?
I don't think so. Not
Do
one
you
to
want us
exclude
to
y'all,
wait
just-
on you?
Let me ask you a logistic.
I mean, if you want my budgets, I mean, I'll just submit them.
Yeah.
Yeah, just submit them.
This is the
So you're not
question.
asking for much.
9 o'clock?
How much are you?
So you want us to send an email, tell them to find
Then you
2%.
don't like it.
We'll send them the link to the budget, they find 2%.
Yeah.
They email us back an email with the account line and the amount they're cutting.
Correct.
We bring it to you guys on the table that day, because if they're bringing it Wednesday, we can't rework.
No, don't try to rework it, just
Not
bring it.
even possible.
You can bring it in a separate Excel
We're
document.
probably not gonna get it out to Monday, because we're gonna be proofing.
That's okay.
One final question, is there any possibility with this being May, got a couple of months, is there any possibility that revenues will
Go up.
The 15th, that's, I was trying to look at when we could get to the
Two things
15th.
is where we have all these appeals at the state for, they're still down there, and sales tax for the last 2 months have been doing bad. But we will keep evaluating, so we're gonna keep, if the committee's okay, we're gonna keep evaluating current year's revenues, and I'll keep looking at your projections. So if it goes either direction, significantly.
Just as a nice refresher, before we leave and we're gone, and since Chairman Hyde wasn't here, can you show him where we're at on those percentages, where we started yesterday? Since he missed it and didn't see the revenue, the percentage go down, and we are
The
on.
sales
All the
tax.
sales tax?
Yeah, can you show him
Can you
that?
open up the revenue sheet?
Mr. Hyde, this is the
Well, I
most
think I told
concerning.
everybody, but yeah.
No, please do look at this, and we all could just.
Hey, I just want to be clear here. I need to get a notice out for Thursday, May 8th, 2025 at 9 a.m.
9 a.m.
Okay.
When it opens, we'll have to give a second, open sales
And
tax.
will y'all confirm there'll be 4 of you all here, because I will not be here?
I'll be here.
I'll be here. Yeah, we have 4. And then, Mark, you'll be here at, be late, a little late.
Who was the 4th?
I'll be here.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
All right, I just want to make sure.
And it's Thursday, right, Wednesday, I forget.
And then, are we saying we'll have to have another additionally after that?
You
Because
can't
we
do
wanna-
Thursday night.
We really want to get that on the
Hopefully
15th, those
not.
new numbers in on the
Soccer.
third
Oh,
week.
soccer.
Let me,
You know
let me
what
tell
I'm
Mr.
saying?
Hyde.
Hopefully.
Are you tracking?
Oh, you said sorry or
He gets the new
Soccer.
tax numbers on the 15th.
This is this year's actual collections, this is
He's gonna get the
school,
sales tax
what they'll
revenue.
get
So
is-
we're gonna need to meet on this 4th week and get an
This
update.
is
In
the
the
first half of the
evening?
year.
Well, we can just-
This is what I took, this is the same month.
Well, that's what I was saying, I could do the evening too.
That's this year to date, that's
I'm with you,
last
I'd
year,
rather
at
do
2% to come up with what I think we're gonna have this year. And I took that with a 2% increase, which you think on sales tax is probably really low. Cause this is a
What about
pattern
six?
going up if you would.
Show up at 5 and work till 6.
105, 101, 106,
Yeah, that would.
I want it to be done
But if you
before
notice
Thursday.
something, we rarely
This
have
could be a
downward
big-
pressure.
this-
We've had 2 in a row.
Oh, I was talking to Shannon.
Oh, okay.
What is
We haven't had those
This
in a
committee
while.
might be able to do that,
But, you know,
I know, I'm so glad I'm not.
So
in.
if these numbers, depending on how these come in on the 15th, this is the most important thing going on right
All right,
now.
hey, we've got,
you can make sales
we
tax
were all,
this month, but you gotta
we
keep
were
it
all
next
up
month,
to
so that makes
this.
it part.
They not. I'm
So
telling
my
you, this
concern
is
is
the
there's
most
2 months in
important
a
thing
row
for
that's
the
kind of
budget.
bad here. If you go over
This is
here,
what's
just
driving
look
it
at
all.
History and show how many months that hasn't happened since 08 or 09. That's why I'm a little concerned. It'll be percentage, they'll keep on over. Right here, this is the percentage increase countywide. If you look, there's occasionally these bad ones, but to find 2 months in a row, you have to go all the way back to 08, 09, and this is what it looks like. You see a bad one, but all these great ones. So I just did a 102 increase. This is 08, 09.
Next Thursday.
Scroll up, and then it was, that's,
Yeah,
so
but
that was
it's
pretty
very
last time
different
that,
from
that pattern.
Was your recession early?
That's what we worried
I
about.
think we need to.
So I'd like to see 2 more months.
She's the one.
But just be very careful with her, because if it becomes a location and money being spent on
Actually,
this TRC, we'll have to go
Would
into
that include
executive
her
session.
stuff for next
She
Thursday?
can come,
But,
we wanna give.
Do we need to make sure that we specifically
I'll call her. I'll call
say,
her.
hey, we need your new budget?
This is gonna be 2% of the operating budget.
But we would like to see
2% of operating budget.
Yes.
recurring.
We didn't go through capital yet.
So we're not dealing with
It won't
any
affect
salary.
I
No,
know.
we're doing salary,
And,
salary and operating, anything that's recurring, find it between
Are
those
we gonna
two.
do capital next meeting? or-
Capital next meeting, what's the?
That was my question. If we
Capital-
could- While we're all here
Capital is
though.
much easier.
I'm showing a 2%.
I know, but
we're all here right now.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you've already cut our emergency services
Way below what we should be.
pretty significantly.
We need to
wanna
cut-
cut them another 2%?
We're asking them what they can find. And what we have,
We
we
cut
looked at
everybody.
salaries.
It wasn't just emergency services.
We've looked at salaries.
Means
We
my
have not
libraries
looked at the
can-
operating budgets, but we're basically, we're saying they
Get their
can look at it
capital.
wherever.
They may want to take money out of data services and give it
It's
to
not that big
salary.
a deal. It's been
So that
gathered
we know.
in
I just want to make sure we got.
Hey guys, let's come back into some semblance of, hey David, let's come back into some semblance of order here. Mr. Becker, then Mr. Klein, go ahead.
My question was around, and there, I think it's the only one that I'm unclear about, was the election commission where the budget that they submitted was sort of both.
I'm gonna call
Oh,
her,
okay.
and, cause what we did is we removed all of that, but we want to discuss still how it might be possible to use one-time funds for some of the convenience building.
Yeah.
But we don't wanna do that without,
But do we want her to,
Oh, yes, I'm gonna-
after you talk to her, can she submit something for y'all's meeting next Thursday?
yeah, well, actually, will you put on there, you can put specifically on the notice, I'll send you an email with some details on the notice, but election commission, review of courses of action.
I think you should put any and all review for the
Like,
2005.
something specific to her.
I think you should put 2025-26 budget, any and all items, because if you don't, you're gonna pain yourself in.
All right, well, that's.
She would
fine.
be in
We
that
can do
item.
We can do that, and,
Like we did this
but I'll give her a
Yeah,
call.
you can just invite her, say, hey.
I'll give her a call,
bring
but
us
she
your
needs to,
budget.
but to Mr. Becker's point, she needs to know some specific stuff, because hers is a little bit different. Mr. Lambert,
I know you said we're gonna talk about capital next meeting, but just since we're all actually here, can you just hit how that looks right now? Just
I mean, if you want to do 2 minutes, just.
Yes, we will. Can I ask one question really quick? How would you like to get the notices, the committee looking? I can send out a notice to basically all department heads is what we'll do. Say the budget committee has requested that you cut your budget 2% in contemplation of them trying to find the 2% period. Please have your information 2% at 9 a.m. or, at this meeting. The question is, they're gonna need to contact us, or else everybody's gonna show up at one time. So you just want us to go ahead and set a semi-schedule, or how would you like to see that? You know, we're short meetings here, is the only reason I'm asking.
Unless they want to submit it prior to.
I wanna go back a little bit.
Well, hold on.
I know, I'm gonna hold.
I don't think they need to present it unless there's, maybe have questions, but I mean, there's.
Just
no
email it to
need
my office and we'll carry it forward.
Yes.
Say if you can't find your 2%, please be present at meeting. Maybe
Yeah.
that's what- okay.
All right, Ms. Boyd.
Can we ask them to prioritize their new ask over? No, they can do it
They can do
anywhere.
whatever they want.
The
Okay.
big boys
Let's click on
And
capital.
girls.
Okay.
and girls.
let's start on the summary page first. 'cause I
Do we
think-
have capital pages?
102, or 100.
But you've done some changes, so I'm gonna go on the screen, because I think it's gonna be the easiest. Go down to the ending balance, because that's what they're really gonna be concerned. Based on what you have right now, you know, there's lots and lots of capital in there. You're gonna end up at the end of the year, if you leave everything in, about, back up, slow it down. That thing, 14.8 in your local, which that means that's your revenues, property taxes and stuff. And of that 19.5 for Toby, you're gonna have about 10.5 left.
But remember that 14.8, well, go ahead.
He spent, you know, we're estimating he's gonna come in and ask for another million, so he spent $4 million this year and $5 million next year. Now, click on the appropriation sheet, that's what the other items are interested in, you go to the top. We'll go down real quick. The first thing's trustees commission, can't do anything with that. The next one is the budgeting software. That's the carryover for the comprehensive plan for Mr. Stuff. The building roof of this building, keep going down. That's the maintenance plan the mayor's requested for all county buildings, kind of get you a comprehensive plan. Sign on down, we're already past it. Is the second half of the hollows. The 38,000 is for vehicles in construction and development. The 257 is a carryover for the ADA grant that you guys approved this year, but it's not completed. So that's the second half of the hollows, it's more than.
971, second half.
Well, what was the 777?
Heat and air equipment, various counties.
That's the carryover from Mr. Isabel's heat and air project plus about 100,000, because you're gonna need it. The 200,000 was what Mr. Suthers discussed on the flood mitigation. I believe it was over two things: purchasing property, and was it for White House? Does anybody recall? Was it White House? What you told us?
I don't remember.
It was
I thought
purchase
it
a
was
piece
all
of
that
property.
Cotton
I'm sorry, not even Cotton Town and purchase property.
Yes.
100,000,
And demolition, I
100,000.
think.
That's for
Yeah.
various county parking lots.
Demolition.
The $2 million is for the.
This is what I want to talk about.
Okay.
I mean,
That is, I can tell you, that's the carryover. That is actually the carryover that you approved this year. That is for the new courtroom build out over in the new courthouse.
I would like to cut that.
You don't want to build, we've already getting ready to send gen ops for the architect and the judge is asking you.
If we're trying to look for funding.
Well, this is, just to be super clear, capital is one time. Like, maybe just go from the bottom up. Like, we don't have any big problems in capital.
That's the courtroom judge.
Can we understand how come it costs?
Because if we do, I would rather.
Scroll down.
I would rather fix the Cotton Town problem than the courtroom problem.
Scroll down.
Thank you. No, that was the.
Well, that's my
front page
district.
we showed.
Obviously, I care about it. I haven't been asked to be at any of these meetings, but I care about it.
That was the front page where we showed you still have the 10.5 and the 18 million, I believe. But that was from this year, they've already appropriated and it's over in gen ops. I think it's going
Are
to
we
be for
really
the architect.
paying?
It's already been to the architect.
Well, we're gonna talk about the architect on Monday night.
Right, we already have plans, there was plans already written for it, the architect that wrote the plans don't want to do it. We found another architect that'll do it, but that's for the courtroom for the new judge.
No, I know exactly.
Okay, so do you guys
I've been
want to cut
lobbied
it? or-
hard about it, but
Are you guys wanting to cut that, or?
I mean, we can take a vote on it.
We haven't signed any contracts yet.
Can we go from the bottom up? I just want
Yeah.
to make one thing clear.
Okay, go to the very bottom. You're talking
If
about
we
the
were to
summary.
do every single thing that was asked for.
You mean the summary page?
The summary page.
Go to the summary page.
What's the fund balance?
You got to go right there. 14.8 of local and 10.5 for Toby's.
Okay, so so what were so 24, so you're at 14.8, how much of it, all the requests?
Go back over to the appropriation page. Or gosh, you can go up. I'll go back over. You can just go up, so easier to slide there. $43 million.
That's for all of the.
That's all the capital request. That's including carryovers because of the courtroom.
No, I'm talking.
Highway.
New requests, like, when you're talking about carriers, you're talking about, that's not an apples to apples comparison. When you're looking at that 14, that 14 doesn't bump up against that 43.
That's what I'm saying, we'd have to go back and just dig all those out. That's why we're going down one at a time and showing you what's carryover.
All right, so we're gonna do that and add them all up, because I remember we added them all up, I think.
It was, yeah, but that was the big ones. If we go back down to appropriation page, you can see if we start where we were at.
All right.
Can we just see the history?
Go back to the court.
Can we see history on like what has happened in the last, I don't know, what did this look like?
man, that's a rabbit
I just
trail.
want-
If we go.
Is that a
Roll it back
rabbit?
in, roll it back in.
You go down too far, you're gonna run into bonds
We're
for
good, what we
schools
wanna
and
look
at.
$100 million
Never
projects
mind.
down through there in the courthouse. And
Never
we're
mind.
on-
I'll quit asking questions
No,
if
no.
they can be dismissed.
If we're just,
If if you can just go back to the courtroom, let's make, if they wanna make a decision on it, because there's some quick.
But I don't, like, I just wanna, when you and I sat down, we added up all, what I wanna do is add up all of the requests that we can, not looking at any history, not looking at carryovers, new from this year that we can bump up against that 14 million.
It's just difficult
14
from this
million.
budget
But
because
you
of
got leftover
modified
that we have
rules.
left over.
Are we wanting to
Well,
drain
what
the
about
whole
the
14?
And
Is
so I
that-
wanna see how much.
I think
I wanna
that's the
show
plan, drain
how much
everything
that
so we can get
what
it
the
done.
just like we do in our recurring.
Spend it, it's
What we
hard to
have
hold it.
totally, what we have in available for capital, freely available in capital projects, and then what the requests are.
Go over and click on the front page, I think I know what he's asking.
Like the main summary?
Yeah, click on the main summary. I know the main summary on the capital.
Yeah,
Oh.
I think I know what he's asking. If you click the main summary, if you would go to the very top. Keep going.
Well, I mean,
You had up at the beginning of this year, we're projecting that you have,
And you're including the carryovers.
right, because you've got bonds in there and everything, that's what I'm saying. You've got about 31 million being carried over, including bonds for the resource.
And I get that.
So you've got a big fund, you've got resource authority,
So how much are our total requests?
and go on down, your new money, going down just a little. Your new money's about 36 million.
36 plus 31 is 67.
And you gotta take out resource authorities. Keep going on down, and your request is 43, which is gonna leave you an ending balance of about, going down, 14.8 and 10.
Okay, so that means if we were to do every single thing, we would have $14 million left.
14 and then.
So I want y'all to hear that.
no, I'm sorry, we were having.
I want y'all to hear this. If we were to do, so I'm not saying we want to do it, but I'm saying in capital, if we were to do every single thing, courthouse,
Requested.
we would have 14 million left plus 10 million for Toby. So there is no, if
There's
you-
no need to cut
If there's
anything,
no
is what you're asking.
need to cut big things
Okay.
from outside of, we discussed wanting to keep that 14 million. Remember at the very beginning, we want to plug that 14 million because that is suspiciously exactly like what we want to be able to plug back into debt service, minus a little bit.
So you're
right?
saying there needs to be no cut to capital?
I'm not saying we don't need to cut anything. I'm not, we can do.
That's
what-
Needs to be based on
That's
needs,
after we
not
moved 3
financial.
pennies earlier.
Yeah, that's after we moved the 3 pennies. So what I'm saying here is that there is, if you want to cut something, we are cutting it in order to build a buffer. There are many reasons for it. What I'm saying is, we are not in as tight of a spot for capital as we are for recurring. We're in a very tight spot for recurring, and I laid out the reasons for that because I'm trying to build a 5-year runway. But I'm building the 5-year runway using this big capital chunk here. So we can do stuff in capital.
No, that's
Capital's
fair.
one time.
I guess the precipice of that whole thing is I've sat in opioid and talked about buildings that are falling apart. We had the sheriff here that says the showers are falling apart. I have a very hard time spending another $2 million on a courtroom for a judge that we didn't ask for on a brand new courthouse. And I'm not saying it's not needed, I'm saying, is that money needed somewhere else? If it's not,
Here's what I would
great,
tell
let's
you.
do it.
I mean, honestly, last year, we were kind of Candyman on salaries because we needed to be.
Absolutely.
We were behind. This year, I know we're tighter on recurring a little bit. If it were, like, we're about to go and ask these folks to make more cuts after I already asked them to make cuts. If it were up to me, I would say give every single thing with the possible exception of that intersection. But even that one, maybe if we can do it, let's do all we can in capital for these guys.
Cool.
That's what I would.
We've got it.
So do you want to look down and see as far as if there are projects you want to do right now? We can still run down a month.
I don't care about that. It really, if we don't need to cut it, then I don't rest. There's really any
It's
time
not a
for it.
lot, but we all received that email from Gallatin Library, their capital didn't get put in, it's small, but
That does need to be, I would.
How
definitely-
small is it though?
It's $53,000.
Okay.
They put it in the long
So
term.
on the capital side, I'm trying to remember, I think it was Chief Poss who, I can't recall, about building a new station somewhere.
It's in there too.
Yep, it's in there.
It's in there, and then there was some discussion that.
Building a new station. is
Something,
in there?
some
Building a new
discussion,
station is in there, and that would mean, just to be clear, that in.
And we
2 to
still
3
have enough money.
In 2, yeah.
and then we have to staff
But
it.
in 2 to 3 years.
We're gonna
not-
staff
Not
it.
tomorrow, but in 2 to 3 years, we would need to staff that thing.
so my question
So if
goes
we're gonna
back to
build
the
it, we
White
need to
House
to know
coverage.
we're gonna staff it.
My question goes back to White House coverage and what Robertson County covers. What was the comment on that?
Just inside
City
the city
only,
limits.
it's,
Just
it's
inside
only
the
the
city.
city that Robertson covers.
So
White
Robertson
House.
covers the entire city of White House.
Yeah, they've got,
So
right
that
there, they
leaves
got a
a-
reciprocal
They go
agreement.
into
Some
the city.
portion.
I'm sorry.
No. So that leaves some portion of, I don't know my
Well,
geography.
this,
Cottontown.
Cottontown.
this is towards the center of White House, okay? And what it's gonna do is it's gonna cover that portion of White House over 76. So it covers, it gets out into the county. Whereas on the other side of White House is where you have the Robertson County line. And that's where Robertson County comes in to the city, where we have that MOU with them. They come into that part. Am I accurate on that? Close,
Yes,
maybe?
the Robertson County covers everything inside the city limits of White House. So what we're building the station for right now mainly is the unincorporated areas, and that will cover all the way out to Johnson's Crossroads, and back into Cap's Gap. Those areas we're
I would think though, John, that if you built a station, say in the White House area, that you would want to assume responsibility for the city of White House. I mean, rather than having to depend on another county to send an ambulance, would that be reasonable to think or not?
Well, part of White House is in Robertson County.
Oh, I know,
Yeah.
but
yeah.
they take care of
And we
Robertson
would-
County,
yeah,
side,
and
like
we
we
would-
did with the schools. We broke off from them, so because we wanted to be responsible for what the educational standards were.
Yeah, and where that's centered, we still will catch some of the city of White House. I mean, we will be servicing.
The Sumner.
Yeah, the Sumner side of White House.
What's the operating?
Exactly.
We're on the same page.
Yes, sir.
Matt, I have another
Go
question.
ahead, go for it.
With this, and this may be getting too much into, against what we've all agreed that we want to do. But when we were talking through the library yesterday, she said this, when we brought up the, I don't know what line item, basically it's their processing of TLC to Atrium, I think it was.
Yes.
And she said it would be too expensive and people didn't like Atrium. I Googled it, and people are moving to Atrium in droves, and I'll be glad to send this out. But she also said it was expensive because of their collection. I don't know if there's a way that we can ask, and there's not a director there, so I don't know how to do this. Can we ask IT, somebody to say, hey, here's what we could, if you went with Atrium, here's what the cost difference is. I mean, that's a $20,000 swing
If that's year over year.
year over year. that
There,
we're
there
looking
will
at.
be a one-time cost, because they've already paid to upload to the.
Sure.
But if we're paying 20,000 year over year, we could recoup
That's an
that.
We have
employee
somebody
that
on
I
the
did,
li-
that
we
I
have-
shouldn't have, or I wouldn't have had to cut, I guess.
We have somebody on the library board here, so I think.
Do you want me to call IT and find out for you?
That would be great.
If he could make us a piece of paper,
All
I'd
right,
like to see.
anything else on this one?
So,
Go ahead, Mr. Becker.
I'm going back to capital. Something's, I just want to make sure our math's not messed up in that. So how much,
It
you
seems
know,
unbelievable to me.
if we
It
spend
truly does.
all of that and we still have 14, like, how much
We
is
have
all of
new
that?
station money and
46.
courtroom money,
Let's click on.
We're spending 46 million and we,
Let's click
and
on
move
the
3 pennies out of
summary
it?
that's a
sheet.
lot.
And
Bless you.
emptying the,
Let's click
finally
on the
emptying the
summary sheet,
hospital
that'll kind of
fund
show
too.
more.
But if there comes, if
Go
there's a
a lot
need
of
for a
money.
school, we have no
When you
money.
started out the
Open
year.
5 years of runway.
You're at the very top.
That's
It's
where
all
we
sitting
would
in
get the
Man,
capital.
this
money.
is look at this. and all
See, that's why I don't feel like being Santa Claus.
No, I agree. I'll agree that they
You've got my attention.
move that courtroom money out, maybe even
That is
station.
that is fair.
2 million,
If we are concerned about a new school at some point, do we need to move
or just don't use it.
Yeah.
the courtroom money back into the?
I mean, I know we still got 14.8 or whatever,
Let's show
but
Jerry where.
we could have 16.8 or we can have 20.
I'm not saying we should or shouldn't do anything. I'm only.
You're just giving the numbers.
I'm just giving the numbers.
Okay.
I understand
Yeah,
that.
we want
So
to cut
yeah,
stuff.
But
yeah,
to
we
David's
need to-
point,
we need to
if
go
we're gonna
through it.
spend the money, like, there's no point in spending all this money on architects and da-da-da-da.
Yeah, we don't need to bring that architect into Gen Ops. It's not-
If we're not gonna do it.
Cause we're getting,
Can
we've been
they-
working on contracting with them and we're.
Because we're eventually gonna get to a point where it's,
We're
when we
gonna pull the
spend all this
trigger.
money, we might as well just go ahead and do it.
Well, we've already got the designs. We're getting ready to contract based on Gen Off's rule, because it's already appropriated, that's what we were waiting for, Gen Off, to contract with an architect to do through construction. So your designs are there, it's the construction phase, and they're saying it's gonna probably be about 1.5. I hate to come and tell you that till I have a bid in my hand.
Sure.
So we're thinking, but the problem is, we don't need to sign a contract and go through Gen Off this coming week. This Monday, if we're gonna cut it. We don't wanna waste that architectural money. But here's where your money comes from, Jerry, it's a couple of things. If you see this 10 here, that 46 we're talking about, part of it's funded from this 10, that's your money from your resource authority. Of the $5 million out of that 46, $5 million of it's funded out of this 15.5 for highway. And you have 6 million here, about 6, almost 7. It's not at all being, it's just local money left over from last year, not go down. Your actual brand new, this local money, keep going down, Jessica, is $36 million. So if you come down to this 43, I'm sorry, take the 36, it's gonna leave you to 7. 10 million of that's coming out of, Toby's, and I'm sorry, 5 million's coming out of Toby's, 10 million out of the resources, and you do the math. You'll take that one down, it'll come back into that number right there. If we had a calculator, I could do it real quick. But it's a little
You got an
hard.
iPhone? There's a calculator on there.
What, last year?
But I mean, I can't-
Last year, what did we budget?
Huh?
What was, last year at this point in time, what did we budget that 14.8 to look like? That line item?
Well, a lot of that went to Toby. It's not going to him. We pulled out 19.5 million. and
Yeah,
all went to
Toby last year, one
True.
time.
So before we moved that, what was the number?
What do you mean? It was 19.5 we moved, and so
We
this year.
gave 19.5 because that's 15.5 left after you spend the
Yeah,
four.
and so this year we didn't move quite as much back, but.
That was 22 and then the revenue.
Because we're still burning down the debt service because to avoid arbitrage, so we basically did it again.
When do we hear from schools?
35 million, 36 million.
When are we?
June 1st.
June?
June
I
1st?
think they're gonna, the private act, the 12 act says June 1st, the 81 says May 1st, the general law says May 1st unless you get an agreement, so the most conservatives are giving.
Well, I'll tell you what, if y'all,
I mean,
everybody that says
Wait,
they're worried
does
about.
does any of their capital requests go into that same shindig? Okay.
They used to get about, it was around, I forget how many $1 million, but that was transferred a couple years ago.
Look, we
to
hooked the
general
schools up
operation.
last year with a lot of stuff.
When are we
I'm not saying I'm
asking
gonna
them
do
to
it.
come?
And
When are they
And we've
invited?
also given them the money, we've given them the number that we want them to work on. So in
Oh,
theory,
Mr.
that should be-
I don't
Becker.
know the answer to that question.
Can you give me an answer, Mr. Becker? We need that number sooner than later.
What?
Can they get it to us
Here's
by
what I'll
next
tell you what
Thursday?
happens. Y'all put that money
Because if
where-
they're gonna have a surprise, we need it.
Somebody's gonna find
We really need it, because
I
we're
don't
gonna
know
have to
when-
dig
I
harder.
don't know when they're voting on it, but I'll.
And I'll be honest, we've been approached by the judge several times asking when it's gonna be done.
I know.
So,
He's called me, I mean.
I'd make a motion to call it back right now.
All right, so, do you
pull
wanna
it
make that
back?
motion?
Second.
What was it?
Right now?
All right, we
I'm
have a
sorry.
motion on the floor
Second.
to claw back. Can you state your motion, please?
To call back the $2 million for the courtroom, put it right back in.
And that's for the current courtroom that is
Correct.
underway. All right, and do we have a second? We have a
Second.
second. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
It doesn't look
Better
like they're
than
always.
anyone I know.
She I like to ask questions, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
She's filling in for them, so when she's filling in, their courtroom's empty, right?
Correct.
So she could just, I just want to understand, I'm ready to vote.
All right.
Well, there is discussion.
Yeah.
I did tour the new building after everyone else, but my wife and I did. And I met the new judge, and she was saying at that time, matter of fact, they were trying to figure out where her courtroom would be because she was having to be shuttled wherever there happened to be someone that was not using a courtroom. And I was the one, like you, that held that up. I was the one that made a motion, to put them in the jail down here in the courtroom there and not build anything. But it looks like the jail is going in a different direction as far as space. And I was convinced after I saw that, and then I heard that one of the judges that was there was actually spending most of his day on Saturday on judicial matters at home as far as the load. So, I don't know, I sort of changed my opinion, even though I was the one that made the motion to hold that up previously.
But, see, and that's the confusing thing, because I was told she was operating in
Thompson's?
previously known as
Sometimes
Gay's
she-
courtroom, and then Gay was downstairs in the,
And sometimes she said she was doing
Flex
that, but not
court.
all the time. She was over in the new courthouse when I saw her on that day, in
Here's
her
a-
road.
I'm gonna make, both of you done, Mr. I did not mean to interrupt you. So here's the thing. I have said this many times. I was not here when we voted for that courthouse. It is a monstrosity in terms of the size.
It's beautiful.
It's
I'll give it
in
that.
terms of the size relative to the, and look, it is beautiful, but in terms of the size relative to the town, it didn't need to be that big. I could go on and on and on and talk about the past. It doesn't have anything to do. Right now, it's built. And so like, or do we wanna have a court, like, the cost to build out a floor, to build out a courtroom is gonna do nothing but go higher. So at some juncture in the future, that room is gonna need to be built out. So
It was almost 4 times higher upstairs on the 3rd floor when we finally
So we-
decided to build it up.
So I'm of the opinion that no matter who's being shuffled around or what, I just made a case that we have the capital for it now.
so let's build a school.
So, I mean, look, I know how I'm
It's
gonna
the same
vote.
theory, that's where I'm, like,
I know how
It's
I'm
just
gonna
gonna get
vote,
more
let's vote.
expensive.
Anybody?
I will tell you that courtroom that everybody's transferring through, that is actually a jury assembly room. And it is a logistics nightmare for a judge to not know what court they're gonna be in because they've gotta get set up for their hearings and everything. I'm of the same mindset. I think whoever conceived this was high, but, this is one of those things, I think it got shoved in our face, and I don't think there's any other choice but
I'm
to.
gonna withdraw my second. Someone else can add to the second.
Well, I'll do the second and I'm gonna vote
Okay.
against because I wanna see the vote.
One more statement. I think the $2 million is fairly arbitrary. Because it was based on no estimates at all. So.
We're getting a
just-
1.5 estimate right in architectural. But we don't know, that's what they've told us preliminary, we don't know.
Is
It
it
could go either
drywall
way.
already in there?
Huh?
Is it already drywalled?
Yes. it
So
is.
it's already drywalled?
Well, do you wanna make
We
a
still
motion
need
to
$2
reduce
million.
it?
No.
Yes,
I wouldn't until
did
we-
you
Alright,
know
we
that?
did
It's, the drywall is
wait,
in
so
there.
pause, it's already drywall?
Yeah.
Yes, I've
And it's
laid
still
my,
a
I've
million and a
It needs a
half?
I've
ceiling,
laid my
paint,
eyes on it.
carpet, surface, and furniture.
Probably
That's
Technology?
why I
They
say
didn't
$2
get any
million,
of the others.
I think is excessive.
And it needs all your ducting for your
Well, do
heat
you wanna make a
and all
motion
that
to
good
reduce it?
stuff.
No, I
Jury
don't,
benches.
because
You
it
gonna-
doesn't matter.
Does it need
at
2
this point.
million?
That cost should be like your jury seats and the judges' seats and. all
So
that
we're
stuff.
at our hard stop, but we have this on the,
we do
we
have a
have
hard
this on the
stop.
floor, but we need to dispose of it. So any further discussion on this? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
We probably need to make
All
sure we
right.
vote, because.
Well, if you were-
Move forward or
if you-
not,
I can't
maybe.
remember.
Just tell me if you're no.
If you're a no,
No.
1, 2, 3, 4. So
No, as in, leave it on.
leave it on there.
Oh, wait.
The,
I
okay.
want to-
Well, hold
I'm
on.
sorry,
Let me-
the-
Yeah, I was gonna say, that was very
I
confusing.
want
I
to
will
remove
restate
that
the,
one.
the motion was to remove the
put
funding.
it
So
back
a
in
yes
capital.
vote
Remove
is
it.
to remove that funding. A no vote is to leave the funding in place.
I'm gonna vote to remove it, because we can
All right,
always
so
get it
let's do it
back.
again.
Another vote.
All in favor of removing the funding?
Say.
Aye.
Aye.
Say aye.
Aye.
1, 2, 3. All not in favor of removing the funding? Aye. 4. Okay, so motion fails, the funding stays.
Going to general.
One more motion to adjourn.
It's my 67th birthday today.
Oh.
Thank you.